I'd like to call the meeting to order for the afternoon of March 29th. And Tony, can we have a roll call, please?
Jimenez, Perales, Cohen, Carrasco, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo. You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to ask everyone to stand, if you're able, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today's invocation will be provided by Gabriel Medina, Chavez Family Vision Incorporated. Councilmember Perales will tell us more.
Much, Vice Mayor. And today I'm happy to welcome Gabriel Medina to do our invocation. Gabriel is currently the Vice President of the Chavez Family Vision, a nonprofit organization founded by family members of Cesar Chavez that provides scholarships for students. Gabriel has also been a school teacher for the last 8 years, teaching 7th and 8th grade at Bernal Intermediate School. He has a master's degree of education in educational administration and plans on becoming an administrator someday soon. He is building relationships with students and colleagues and has a deep passion for helping all students achieve their fullest potential. And for more information, or if you would like to contribute to their causes, please visit the Chavez Family Vision website at chavezfamilyvision.org. I would also like to invite everybody to stop by City Hall, where my office, along with the Chavez Family Vision, have raised the UFW flag now for its 11th year in a row that is flying out in our plaza. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Gabriel Medina to share a prayer with us, and he is on a pre-recorded video. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Medina, and I am the Vice President of the Board of the Chavez Family Vision. I'm so excited to be here with you today and share the prayer of the farm workers' struggle. But before I do that, I'd like to give a big thank you to Councilmember Perales, the Mayor, and the rest of the City Council for allowing me to be here today. I'd also like to encourage everyone to please go to our website, chavezfamilyvision.org, and if you're able to, make a donation to our scholarship fund, and also check out our upcoming events, such as the 25th anniversary gala that we'll be having in August. Now, the prayer of the farm workers' struggle. Show me the suffering of the most miserable, so I will know my people's plight. Free me to pray for others, for you are present in every person. Help me take responsibility for my own life, so that I can be free at last. Grant me courage to serve others, for in service there is true life. Give me honesty and patience, so that I can work with other workers. Bring forth song and celebration, so that the Spirit will be alive among us. Let the spirit flourish and grow so that we will never tire of the struggle. Let us remember those who have died for justice, for they have given us life. Help us love even those who hate us so we can change the world. Amen.
Thank you, Gabriel. I'm now going to go down to the podium. I know Councilmember Carrasco is joining us remotely, and we're going to recognize and proclaim National Social Workers Month.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let me know when everybody's down there. Are we good to go?
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much. And I appreciate the ability to do this hybrid because I didn't want to miss this. This is a very special proclamation for me. It's with huge appreciation that I proclaim the month of March as National Social Workers Month. And I hope everybody can hear me and I hope everyone can react. But I want to give everybody a huge round of applause to our social workers who are present and those who are all around the globe. Thank you for all of your work. Yay! Thank you so much. Every day, I just want to say that among our unsung heroes are social workers. Social workers work tirelessly to improve the lives and well-being of people around the world, but especially here in Santa Clara County, assuring that everyone has access to the basic resources they need to live and to thrive. Every day, they gracefully handle the most pressing issues faced by the most vulnerable individuals among us. Natural disasters, domestic violence, child abuse, foster care and adoptions, mental health issues, substance abuse and addiction, elder abuse and isolation, and of course, most recently, everything that came along with the pandemic. Let me emphasize that this is not the end of that list. They do so much more. And that's why social workers have become the largest group of mental health providers in the United States and represent one of the fastest growing fields in the country, with nearly 715,000 social workers nationwide. Social workers do it all. They are at the forefront, working with our foster youth, which, by the way, are about 1,000 children in Santa Clara County every single year needing a stable home to help them improve their lives. They work with our seniors, who we know were acutely impacted by COVID-19 shutdowns and were forced into isolation. They were taken advantage of financially. They were forced to deal with chronic conditions, often on their own. And in 2018 and 2019, pre-pandemic time, by the way, the county's Adult Protective Service Department received about 5,000 abuse complaints, while in 2020, complaints rose to more than 6,300. That's 400 cases more, or nearly 7% increase, really highlighting the need for these services. Social workers are our champions for our over 8,000 unhoused residents, ensuring that they are connected to shelter, food, resources, and dignity. Through their work, they are elevating the need for mental health services and force us to reflect on how our housing crisis has exacerbated the greatest humanitarian crisis of our time, homelessness. Among many more actions and commitments, it is the reason why I'm here with such immense gratitude. As many of you know, I started my public service with the County Department of Family and Children's Services and worked there for over 10 years in the foster care and adoptions. And it's such a thrill for me to be here with Martha Hawkins, program manager for the Adult Protective Services program at the County of Santa Clara. For full transparency, Martha is not just a dear friend, she's my cousin and she's my comadre. And she's a person that I've learned a great deal from, but we also learned a great deal together as we worked at social services. And I'm so glad to have her there. We really are in good hands. More importantly, our elderly are in great hands with Martha there. The Adult Protective Services program serves older adults and dependent adults when they are unable to meet their own needs or are victims of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. The team diligently investigates reports of abuse of our elderly and dependent adults who live in private homes, apartments, hotels, and those who are hospitalized or are unhoused. They provide protective services, educate caregivers and facilities about available services, and coordinate resources that allow older and dependent adults to live safely and empowered in their communities. This team leverages collaborative partnerships with hospitals and behavioral health providers, housing services, legal assistance, law enforcement, and other community-based organizations to assist shared clients. And together, they work to enhance public awareness to address and prevent elder and dependent adult abuse. And with that, Vice Mayor, thank you so much for being there to present the proclamation. I'd like to ask Martha Hawkins to please step up to the mic and say a few words.
Well, I'm not sure what I can add to that. Thank you so much, Councilmember Carrasco and fellow social worker. So appreciate your kind words, and thank you, Vice Mayor and council members for having us today. As Magdalena indicated, I am Martha Hawkins, and I'm a program manager for the Adult Protective Services program here in Santa Clara County. And again, I want to thank you so much for this acknowledgement and for allowing us to represent the profession of social work. I am so proud to have brought with me a group of Adult Protective Services program social work staff. They are a talented and dedicated group and exemplify the very best in social work. And very, very quickly, I just want to call out their first names. I want to call out Martha and Oscar and Julie and Matthew and Karina and Vidahi, Sean and Nikki and Lynn and Aster and Silvana here with me. I just wanted to acknowledge at least my first name. We also want to thank you for the opportunity to highlight our work with older and dependent adults in our community. As Magdalena indicated, as Councilmember Carrasco indicated, the pandemic underlined disparities in resources and services available to older and dependent adults. At a time when we were all exposed to isolation, these populations were tested further with limited transportation, limited access to medical care, technology, basics such as food, shelter, and were targeted for scams. At the height of the pandemic, our team provided protective services, assured they had basic needs, and were a human voice during lonely moments. As we move forward, Adult Protective Services throughout the state envisions a California where older and dependent adults live in communities that understand their needs and provide them with protection and support, and live safely with autonomy and dignity. Our staff know, and we must all remember, that older and dependent adults have diverse and rich life perspectives, generational experience and knowledge, and we can all benefit from what they have to give. Thank you all again for this great honor.
I'd like to ask Councilmember Foley to please join me at the podium. We are going to recognize and proclaim Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month.
Vice Mayor. Helen, come join me.
Yes, here I am.
I rise today to recognize National Multiple Sclerosis Education and Awareness Month. Multiple sclerosis, or MS, is an unpredictable disease of the central nervous system that disrupts the flow of information within the brain and between the brain and your body. Symptoms can include vision issues, tingling and numbness, pains and spasms, weakness or fatigue, balance problems, dizziness, and cognitive difficulties. This disease hits pretty close to me as I have a number of family members and friends that have been impacted by MS. I'd like to share with you why acknowledging MS Awareness Month is important. Launched in 2003, National MS Education and Awareness Month is observed in the month of March. It's a nationwide effort that aims to raise the public's awareness of MS. The goals of this effort are to promote an understanding of the scope of this disease and to assist those with MS in making educated decisions about their health care. The symptoms of MS may increase in severity over time. This presents physical, emotional, and huge financial challenges families must face. The cause of MS is still unknown. Scientists believe that a combination of environmental and genetic factors contribute to the risk of developing MS. Most people with MS are diagnosed between the ages of 20 and 50, with at least 2 to 3 times more women than men being diagnosed with the disease. There's no cure for MS yet. However, treatments can help speed recovery from attacks, modify the course of the disease, and manage symptoms. Worldwide, more than 2.3 million people have been diagnosed with MS. In the United States, a recent study funded by the National MS Society has estimated that nearly 1 million people over the age of 18 live with MS, and of those, nearly 70,000 are veterans. With the increasing cost of prescription medicines that prolong lives and diminish the effects of MS, the financial burden of this disease is immense, with drug costs estimated at $4,000 to $10,000 per month. So today, let's recognize the impact of this disease on our neighbors, family members, and friends. Together, let's advocate for making these important drugs affordable and encourage our federal government to include in their annual budget funding of $22 million for ongoing research. Let's hope that one day we will have a cure. With that, Vice Mayor, will you please present the proclamation to Helen Zielinski? Helen is an independent licensed patient advocate working with MS patients and is chair of the Bay Area MS support group called MS Sisters. Helen.
Thank you, Pam, on behalf of the MS community for this important recognition of MS Awareness Month. And I want to pay tribute to 3 MS pioneers who recently lost their battle.
Sandy Selby, Marie Murphy, and Mr. Edward M. Dowd. May they rest in peace. So I only have a few minutes to raise your awareness, and Pam did an outstanding job. So I'm going to repeat a few facts about MS, but multiple sclerosis, also known as the MS monster to many of us, or the gift that keeps on taking, is a mysterious and complex disease of the central nervous system. First clinically identified in 1868 by a famous French neurologist who labeled the disease multiple sclerosis, which is simply a catch-all for multiple plaques or lesions found on the central nervous system. So what are lesions? Think back to, remember in your biology class when you learned about myelin. Myelin is the protective coating around the axons in the central nervous system. Think of it like plastic coating around an electrical wire, and when that insulation is gone, the wire shorts or the signal slows completely. The lesions are areas of demyelination or myelin death for reasons the medical research world cannot explain. And here we are 150 years later and still no idea what triggers demyelination in MS patients. Scientists are looking at viruses, bacteria, genetics, environmental toxins, or just shitty luck. Neurologists still struggle with an accurate diagnosis or what path it will take or how to slow it. Some things we do know, it's a really big disease. And as Pam said, over 1 million cases in the US, 2.8 million globally. Average age of onset is early 20s to early 40s, during the prime of your life when you're going to school, falling in love, getting married, and all of a sudden you're labeled with a chronic disease. MS is 2 to 3 times more common in women than men. It's the most common physically disabling disease in young adults. 40% in this country rely on some form of disability insurance for income. Clinical depression hits over 50% of these patients. And a personal fun fact that I can speak to, it's a chronic disease that reminds you every minute of every day you will never be free of illness. You will wake up sick every single day until you die. Pam went over the symptoms, all very glamorous, right? Numbness, weakness, paralysis, blindness, double vision, balance issues, memory issues, changes in speech, tremors. I sound like a commercial, right, for a drug. As for treatments to slow the disease, I'm sure you've seen all the commercials. Most are powerful immune suppressants with the theory if you quiet the immune system, it will stop attacking the myelin. Does this strategy or therapeutic approach work? If it did, I wouldn't be here today. Thank you all for listening. I pray your family is never touched by the MS monster.
Will Councilmember Esparza please join me at the podium, and we will recognize and proclaim National Vietnam War Veterans Day.
Thank you. We have some special guests. If you could please come up and join us. And while they're coming up, I'd like to read their names. We have some illustrious guests today. We have Dennis Fogarty, Sergeant at Arms for the Vietnam Veterans of America, Commander of the American Legion. Clyde Horn, who's a sergeant in Vietnam. Mike Frangidakis, who's one of our Santa Clara County Veterans Affairs Commissioners. Alberto Carrillo Sr., one of our Santa Clara County Veterans Affairs Commissioner. Jerry Cederholm, who was a sergeant in Vietnam. Dennis Whitaker, United Veterans Council member. Gene Finucci, Jack Wells, Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps. Esau Herrera, a commander of the American GI Forum and a sergeant at arms of the United Veterans Council. Rich McCoy, who is here today and still a celebrity, thank you, a veteran. We have Kang Don, Dong, the president of the Associates of the Vietnam Veterans of America, and Alexander Cow, an AVVA member. So today is also a personal day. Today, March 29th, marks the 49th anniversary of the departure of the last American combat troops from Vietnam. With the passage of the Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Act of 2017, March 29th has been officially recognized as National Vietnam War Veterans Day. And it is my honor to proclaim today National Vietnam War Veterans Day here in San Jose. Over 9 million Americans served in our armed forces during the Vietnam era, and 6 million of those veterans are here with us. Our Vietnam veterans have faced enormous challenges, and not only during their tours of duty, facing an unresponsive government and hostility from many of their countrymen, so many did not receive the hero's welcome that would befit their courage and sacrifices. So with this proclamation today, as a grateful city, we recognize and we thank our Vietnam era veterans for their courage and their service to their country. We're presenting the proclamation today to two organizations. First, we have the Vietnam Veterans of America, which was founded in 1978 to address the need for a national advocacy for Vietnam veterans, with the San Jose Chapter 201 formed in 1984 and is named memorially after Ensign Darwin Joel Thomas, who was shot over North Vietnam on October 14th, 1966. We also have today the United Veterans Council of Santa Clara County. They have served our veterans here in our county for 100 years. And they serve as a central forum to share information, link our many veterans organizations, and support our common goals and objectives. And many of you know them as the organization that organizes our wonderful Veterans Day Parade every year. It is my privilege to introduce Rose Herrera, former Vice Mayor and President of the United Veterans Council of Santa Clara County, and Warren Finch, President of the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 201, and President of the South Bay Veterans Chorus, who's hosting a performance on May 14th. Highly recommend, and invite them to say a few words.
Thank you. First of all, I really want to thank Councilmember Maya Esparza for bringing this proclamation to the city. I think this is the first time this has ever been done in the city of San Jose, and I just want to acknowledge her. I also want to thank the mayor, vice mayor, and the city council for supporting this proclamation. This is a really important day for not only for Vietnam era and Vietnam veterans, but for our country, and acknowledge those who have served our country during a conflict that wasn't always very popular. Whether they served in Tet, whether they served in a battlefield, whether they were nurses, whether they built runways, or the many other kinds of things that folks did that we did during that time, they are all veterans worthy of saying welcome home. Many of us didn't get that welcome home when we came back, as Councilmember Esparza said. And so this isn't just a proclamation. Every time you see a Vietnam veteran and you thank them, you are doing something that is really contributing to their well-being and to honoring our country. So thank you so much. And I'm really excited now that you're going to hear from Warren Finch, who's the president of the Vietnam Veterans Association. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Maya Esparza also for bringing this proclamation. And I thank the mayor and vice mayor and the rest of the city council for supporting this proclamation. As you heard, that there was a number of people that served during the Vietnam conflict. More than 58,000 did not make it home. A lot of those were helicopter pilots. I flew helicopters in Vietnam. The thing about going over there, we always had the stories that how long that they expected us to survive. Fortunately for us, we managed to make it home. A lot of our comrades did not make it home. And I want to honor them today for giving their life for their country. I've been called a hero by some people because I flew helicopters, and mostly because the helicopter was one of the main things for the war in Vietnam to get people out of harm's way. It also put them in harm's way by taking them into combat areas. But I call the people that were on the ground my heroes because they were down in the thick of it. They were the ones that really sacrificed their lives and were willing to put up with a lot in the jungles of Vietnam. I thank the community for support of Vietnam vets, but I ask you to continue this kind of support for returning soldiers from the conflicts now, because those soldiers are having a worse time with PTSD. They need help. I served both in Vietnam, but I also served for 6 months in Iraq in 2003 at the start. There is a difference between the two conflicts. Vietnam, you didn't know where it was coming from. In Iraq and Afghanistan, they did, and there was a lot worse combat at some places because there were surprises. That's why they are suffering. There are way too many suicides from those in that era. I also am a member of United States Volunteers that helps National Guard do final military honors. So far, just this year, we're well over 30 services that we've assisted in. And we get at least 7 to 8 requests per week from people dying and some of them from suicide. So please keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I know the mayor wanted to or requested to pull item 2.7, city roadmap for earthquake retrofit policy. Are there any other changes to the printed agenda? If not, can I get a motion for the change for the mayor's request?
So moved.
Second.
And moved and seconded. And Tony, can we have a roll call, please?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe. Aye. Davis,
Yes.
Esparza. Arenas,
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
And Tony, where would that item,
2.7,
where would that be placed?
I believe we want to wait for the mayor to come.
Okay.
So after that,
Okay. All right. So next is the consent calendar. I'm sorry. Next is the closed session report, city attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Thank you. Next would be the,
Can I interrupt for a minute?
sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, I have a report out of closed session. I am very pleased to announce the unanimous City Council confirmation of Khalid Tafik as our new Director of Information Technology or Chief Information Officer to lead our Information Technology Department. He will assume the position on April 18th, 2022. Together with city teams, Khalid will guide projects and sustain operations for vital municipal services that support our city roadmap, San Jose General Plan, Climate Smart San Jose Plan, and the San Jose Smart City Vision, with 26 departments and offices working as partners and catalysts. Khalid has more than 25 years of diverse technology experience in the private and public sectors and is currently the Chief Information Officer for the City of Irvine. Since 2016, he has led city service augmentations, transformed business operations, implemented several major enterprise business systems, and earned a Top 10 Digital Cities Award from the Center of Digital Government. Khalid holds a Master of Business Administration from the University of California at Irvine and a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering from St. Mary's University, Texas. Before I invite Khalid up to say a few words, I do want to acknowledge Rob Lloyd for his excellent work as our IT director for the last 5 years and for continuing to serve in the IT director role after his promotion to deputy city manager as we conducted this recruitment. With that, please join me in welcoming Khalid to the city, and I'd like to invite him up to say a few words.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members for your vote of confidence. I am really honored and pleased and excited to be the next IT director for this great city. San Jose is really known to be a leader in so many areas, including technology. And I'm looking forward to supporting your agenda and supporting your goals and making the city even better. I'd like to thank the city manager for selecting me and thank the leadership team for all the support and making the selection process such a professional and pleasant process. This is probably the best process that I've ever seen in my life. And I've been in this field for a long time. I'd like also to thank my family who couldn't travel with me today, but they're really excited about this new chapter in our lives. And I thank you for their love and support. I would like also to thank my new IT family for all their work that been done already in the city. And I look forward to continuing the great things that they have done and continue to advance the city to even higher level. Thanks again for your support and your vote of confidence, and I look forward to joining the city in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service for the city. We're looking forward to having you. All right. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council wants to pull from the consent calendar? I already have Councilmember Perales who wants to pull item 2.12. And are there any other items that want to be pulled?
I would also like to speak on that item.
Okay, if there's no other items, oh, I see Councilmember Perales has his hand raised.
It was for that item, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. And before we vote, Tony, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Good afternoon to everybody. Happy council meeting Tuesday day. I wanted to speak on item 2.7. Did I hear you're going to be doing something weird with that item today, if I may ask?
That is correct.
So do I need to wait or can I speak on it now?
You need to wait.
Okay, will it be spoken about today, if I may ask?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll wait. Thank you.
Back to you.
Great. A roll call, please, Tony.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe. Aye. Davis,
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. And I asked to pull item one to be able just to speak on it, and I issued a memo of support. I don't know if there's members of the public that wanted to speak on this item first. I'm happy to defer for them.
Thank you. Tony, do we have any members of the public who want to speak on this item?
There are no hands.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll carry on. And so I first off want to say thank you to staff and PATH for recognizing how the issues of mental health and substance abuse are directly interrelated with homelessness. In my past 7 years now on the council and in my prior 8 years on the police force, I saw and have seen how the lack of proper resources have allowed these conditions to worse within our unhoused population. And rather than be connected to the proper care, most of our homeless individuals in our community shuffle in and out of jail or through temporary holds at Valley Medical Center's emergency psychiatric services. And this is why I've been such a strong proponent for greater access to mental health services. PATH specifically came to San Jose in 2015 to target those experiencing homelessness in the downtown core, and they have provided the critical support that many of our unhoused need in order to transition from living on the street to finding a home. They have since housed and served hundreds of downtown homeless residents. They are also an incredible affordable housing partner, currently operating Villas on the Park as a 100% permanent supportive housing development, and their second PSH development will soon house homeless seniors, currently homeless seniors that are 55 years and up, called Villas on 4th. I am confident that their staff provide services with both and care as I have seen over the years, and I look forward to hearing the successes in this program and recommended that it returns to our Public Safety, Finance, and Strategic Support Committee in 1 year, and I hope to see a program like this can expand across the city. And with that, I'll move my memorandum on this item.
Second.
All right, and Councilmember Davis, you wanted to speak on it?
Yes, thank you. I actually have a question for staff about this item. I don't know, Reagan, if you want to come down. We had requested this in November, and it was before the boundaries had changed for District 3. And I'm wondering if the downtown core includes areas that are now in District 6, like Guadalupe Trail, Little Italy, and Arena Green for this downtown core crisis response team.
Hi, Councilmember Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. So traditionally, the PATH contract has been for the downtown core boundary, which is a boundary of like 4th Street going west to 87 and south to about 280. So I don't think it would include all of the areas you just referenced.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to check on that since the boundaries had changed, and I wasn't sure if those areas which are very heavily impacted areas would be included. If they're not included, is there any way that they can be included?
Yeah, I think we could work with PATH for like certainly the Arena Green, Little Italy piece.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I just know that you're likely to get calls from people who are downtown who are impacted when they're in those areas. Just wanted to make sure there was going to be a response. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, Kiana Simmons.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kiana Simmons, and I am a commissioner on the Reimagining Community Safety Advisory Commission. For over a year, myself and my fellow commissioners have been engaging in this long and lengthy process alongside affected communities to reimagine public safety, specifically for the unhoused community in our neighborhoods. Council, you may not have realized that we are recommending something functionally similar, though it is encouraging to see a recommendation like this being echoed in other city departments. I am a huge advocate for collaboration. I urge the council to hold on making a decision on this item until the Reimagining Community Safety recommendations have been presented to City Council in the final report, which will be done in less than a month. I want to end by saying this is a great step forward to increasing public safety, and I'm looking forward to working with city staff and council on making communities safer for unhoused folks. Thank you so much for your time.
Back to the council.
Thank you, and can we have a roll call, please?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
Next is item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. San Jose has earned a formal designation as a certified welcoming city by Welcoming America. So I'm pleased to share that with the council, the community, and staff. San Jose is the second certified welcoming city in the state and the second largest city in the nation to be certified. Welcoming America is a national nonprofit organization that aims to build a nation of neighbors by fostering welcoming communities. Their certified welcoming program assesses city and county governments on their efforts to include and welcome immigrants in all areas of civic, social, and economic life. To be certified, the city participated in extensive interviews with internal and external stakeholders and an evaluation process that was measured against Welcoming America's standards. I'd like to acknowledge and extend my gratitude to everyone who carries out the critical work to ensure that San Jose's immigrant communities are listened to, supported, protected, and respected. Thank you to everyone involved in helping San Jose become a certified welcoming city. This includes the City Manager's Office of Racial Equity, Immigrant Affairs Team, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, who funded the certified welcoming audit, the city partners who participated in interviews during the certification process or in the steering committees for the Welcoming San Jose plans. And those include the Refugee and Immigrant Forum, People Acting in Community Together, Amigos de Guadalupe, Sacred Heart Community Services, Latinos United for a New America, San Jose City College, South Bay Council on Adult Education, and the Center for Employment Training. Last but not least, I'd like to acknowledge the following city offices and departments that have also helped with this effort. The Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, Human Resources, Housing, Library, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and Police. Truly a team effort. Rachel Perrick, Executive Director of Welcoming America, has joined us virtually to say a few words. If we can get her on, Tony.
Thank you so much. Thank you to City Manager Jennifer McGuire, to Mayor Sam Liccardo, and to the members of the City Council for the invitation to join you today. My name is Rachel Parrish. I'm the Executive Director of Welcoming America, which works to support communities building a welcoming society where every person, including immigrants and refugees, can fully contribute and shape our shared prosperity. And on behalf of Welcoming America, it's really my great pleasure to recognize this extraordinary community and its leadership. And I want to especially recognize our longtime partner, Suma Maciel, Director of the Office of Racial Equity, along with Chris Cambises, Director of Immigrant Affairs. As you've heard today, the city of San Jose becomes the 13th in the nation to receive the highest designation as certified welcoming, following an extensive audit of policies, practices, and programs that support civic, social, and economic participation. And as you've heard, really touch across so many sectors of the community. As the largest city and our nation's center of technology and innovation, San Jose's designation as certified welcoming sends a strong message that our economy and equitable policies must go hand in hand. And in my visits to San Jose, I have seen the really powerful work being done across so many segments of the community to ensure that everyone belongs, and to ensure that race, origin, language, gender identity, ability, and status don't predict the ability of residents to thrive. I hope that certified welcoming offers further validation that you're on the right track with policies and a culture that creates a more just, a more welcoming community for everyone who calls San Jose home. And I'd like to acknowledge once again the hard work of so many people, so many organizations in this community over many years to make that possible. Welcoming America looks forward to continuing to partner in the work ahead and to celebrate your successes as we do today. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, we're on to item 3.3, semi-annual open audit recommendations, and we have a presentation. Welcome, Joe.
Good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Brittany Harvey from our office to present our status of open audit recommendations as of December 31st, 2021. The City Auditor's Office monitors progress toward implementing recommendations from past performance audits and provides regular reports on the status of those recommendations. This report shows the progress of 261 audit recommendations, 34 of which were from audits issued or accepted by the City Council since June 30th, 2021. Since the last update, 43 audit recommendations were implemented or closed. Currently, another 156 have been partly implemented by departments. Many of the open audit recommendations are expected to be implemented within the next year. However, competing priorities may delay implementation. Over the past 10 years, the City Auditor's Office has made 840 recommendations to improve or enhance city services. Of those recommendations, 74% have been implemented or closed. 54% of audit recommendations made within the past 5 years have been implemented or closed. To give a sense of the breadth of the work that's been done to implement past audit recommendations, we wanted to highlight a few. The Police Department implemented additional recommendations from our 2012 audit of the Secondary Employment Unit, such as tracking hours in the department's e-resource system and providing quarterly reports to the chief on unit activities. Public Works Office of Equality Assurance developed standard operating procedures for wage compliance activities and developed flowcharts with detailed timelines for different activities such as payroll reviews and enforcement activities. That was from our audit of the Office of Equality Assurance in 2017. Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, or PRNS, has made additional progress on recommendations related to our 2018 audit of the Neighborhood Center Partner Program, formerly the Community Center Reuse Program. They've established standard operating hours, updated agreements with all service providers, and developed monitoring guidelines to ensure residents receive promised services. The administration created a map of neighborhood and business associations, and the Department of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, or PBCE, created guidelines on how to use it to notify interested groups about development activities. The department also developed plain language guides in multiple languages about the development process and posted them online. That was from our audit of development noticing in 2019. Public Works has updated the city's vehicle replacement policy to incorporate maintenance costs, update age and mileage criteria, and align with the city's electric mobility and green fleet goals. That one was from our audit of fleet maintenance operations in 2020. PBCE created a policy for code enforcement supervisors to conduct quarterly reviews of open and closed cases for consistency with division policies and procedures, performance standards, and overall customer service. That was from our audit of code enforcement management controls in 2021. Finance, along with the Information Technology Department, or ITD, and the Environmental Services Department, created an electronic registration form for service options available to customers qualifying as low income or medically vulnerable. That's from our audit of Muni Water Billing and Customer Service from 2021. These are just a few examples of the different recommendations implemented by departments in the last 6 months. There are 218 audit recommendations still pending, and as noted, 156 are partly implemented, 62 are not yet implemented. We estimate the potential budget savings associated with open audit recommendation at around $12 million. As shown here and on our online dashboard, we classify these recommendations by intended outcome. Examples of recommendations that fit within the different categories include in the category of improved service delivery, an example from a recent audit was improving communications and accessibility of information from our audit of muni water billing customer service. In the area of operational efficiency, an example is our recommendation to implement a database platform to better manage the city's real estate assets from our 2021 audit of real estate services. These recommendations often also include business process automation recommendations from different audits. In the area of transparency and accountability, an example from a recent audit was to develop targets and measure performance across different code enforcement activities and complete outstanding performance evaluations. That was from our code enforcement management control audit from last year. These recommendations are often about the use and reporting of measure data. Lastly, in the area of securing city assets, examples include updating the city's P-card policy, better inventorying of city assets, and similar types of recommendations. In 2018, the City Council directed the City Manager to identify and prioritize work on 12 outstanding audit recommendations, while continuing to make progress on addressing and working with the City Auditor to close out other open audit recommendations. I'll quickly run through the current 12 priority recommendations. The 3 in the area of potential budgetary savings include reducing police department comp time balances from our audit of police overtime in 2016. The number of sworn employees with large comp time balances has increased since the time of the audit, and the associated liability totaled around $23 million in February of 2022. The department does report that about 300 officers have submitted required plans to bring down balances, and we'll be continuing to monitor this moving forward. Obtaining more favorable contract terms from golf course operators from our audit of golf courses in 2015. As discussed at council a few weeks back, PRNS plans to bid operations for all 3 muni courses in an RFP in 2022. Improving police department overtime controls. This was from our audit of police staffing expenditures and workload from 2021. The department issued a memo outlining new overtime controls, including captains and division managers reporting on overtime in their division on a quarterly basis. The department plans to continue to review its overtime policies in consideration of the current staffing levels, develop a plan that considers policy changes, clarification of discretionary and mandatory overtime, and other options to address overtime costs. The 3 recommendation priorities in the area of operational efficiency include developing contract management policies for consulting services. This was from our audit of consulting agreements in 2013. Work on this recommendation was paused because of COVID-19 related priorities. The City Manager's Office reports that staff have begun drafting a citywide contract processing manual, and the procurement piece has been consolidated with the Finance Department's efforts around improvements in the procurement processes citywide. Developing volunteer program guidelines from our audit of the city's use and coordination of volunteers in 2016. The administration created a draft volunteer policy and volunteer management guide. A cross-departmental working group was established in 2018 to review and finalize the work. However, due to the city's COVID response, this was also put on hold. Updating tow service agreements from our audit of towing services in 2018. The city anticipates issuing an RFP for a technology platform and contract administration for tow services in spring of 2022. The administration reports that multiple recommendations from the SOD, including methods to address agreement violations and various other recommendations, will be incorporated into the RFP. Like the prior 2 recommendations, progress was delayed because of the city's emergency response. The 3 priorities in the area of improved service delivery include updating the Police Activities League or PAL operating agreement from our audit of PAL in 2018. In January 2021, PRNS brought forward to Council guiding principles for a new operating model for PAL and intends to negotiate a new operating agreement based on those principles. Improved monitoring of homeless service providers from our audit of homeless assistance programs 2018. The Housing Department has developed monitoring policies, procedures, and templates to conduct monitoring visits. The department has also been granted access to the county's HMIS system and have begun running grantee reports. Currently, the department is executing an agreement with a consultant to aid in monitoring service providers and provide staff training around monitoring standards for federal awards. Clarifying massage program roles and responsibility from our audit of code enforcement management controls in 2021. PBC drafted a work plan, including the creation of an MOU or other means of documentation to outline massage program goals and department responsibilities between PBCE and the police department. The work plan and timelines are currently being worked on. Lastly, the 3 priority recommendations in the areas of citywide security or risk mitigation include revising the city's procurement card policy. That's from our audit of procurement cards or P cards from 2010. At the time of our most recent P card audit in 2019, we found the city had been spending roughly $14 million annually through city-issued P cards. Finance is working on revising the P card policy, dividing it into 2 parts, a high-level administrative policy and a detailed P card administrative guide. Both are currently in draft form, and together they will address multiple open audit recommendations in this area. Procuring a software solution and other resources to more efficiently conduct wage compliance reviews from our audit of the Office of Quality Assurance, or OEA, in 2017. In the fiscal year 2021-2022 mid-year budget review, Council approved funding for software to help city staff better manage prevailing wage requirements. OEA developed and executed minimum wage enforcement agreements with multiple local agencies, the revenue from which has been allocated to fund a senior analyst position, which was filled in September of last year. Lastly, compiling a technology assets inventory from our audit of technology deployments in 2019. Information Technology Department intends to release an RFP to implement a tracking tool for the city's software and hardware. They've also added a cybersecurity analyst to focus on this work. We recommend closing this recommendation because it was superseded by a recommendation from a January 2022 technology-related audit report. More information about all open audit recommendations is available in the appendices of our report and online in our interactive dashboards. The dashboards can be found on our website. With that, we'd like to thank all city departments for their efforts to implement audit recommendations and for their assistance in compiling this report. I'm happy to answer any questions and then ask that you accept the report. Thank you.
And thank you, Joe, and thank you to your team as well. Let's go to the members of the public for public comments.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. Really a good luck in the continuing good efforts with these auditing ideas to develop the concepts of racial equity in auditing. San Jose has been doing this work actually before 2020, and they've been doing a really interesting job about it. I think it can be of help and of service to other cities. I've mentioned Oakland before in the past. It's a tough balance. We want to balance ourselves that things can be eternal and we can always have the same system in place forever and ever and ever. But at the same time, we want to also be trying to develop what is just our better practices. What is our better selves, and how can we learn to incorporate that into a continual, steady, practice? And so really good luck to yourselves how you work on racial equity issues and open democracy. That's where I come from, the same thing. How can those two practices continuously develop in really interesting, good ways, yet still respecting our traditions and our good things? That it can be slow, but I think we're learning. I think that we can learn ways to do it at a much more interesting pace. And we're learning how to do that now. And I thank you. And I think it can be fun and enjoyable. And I think it's something that we're all interested in. And good luck how we can develop these things. And yeah, that's our future. So good luck to ourselves, and thanks for this item.
Alex Shore.
Hey, good afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore coming to you from Catalyze SV today. Hope you saw my email early this morning around the community engagement policy 6-30 that the city auditor was giving an update on today. It is tough. We know that PBC&E has staffing challenges, so it is tough to continue to talk about what we think that they can be working on and improving. And yet community engagement is such an important topic. It touches every single department in the city, from libraries and parks and police to roads and housing. And we always are talking to you about the goal of creating the best community engagement policy of any big city in the country, a policy that is inclusive and transparent and constructive. And so we just continue to be sad and in moments frustrated that these reforms that were first suggested by the auditor in 2019, reforms that are somewhat about implementing current policy versus creating the best new policy, that they continue to take a long time, that full implementation won't occur until December 2024, which is 5.5 years after the auditor's recommendations. And so we continue to offer ourselves up, and so many other organizations we know in our community do good community engagement. We certainly at Catalyze SV welcome being a partner with the city as we create great policies and practices. Kudos to PBC&E for the map and the public hearing guide and the calendar and some of the other accomplishments they've had. And yet there's more work to be done. So let us know, as always, how we can be helpful, staff and council.
Back to council.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised and no names on the board. So can I entertain a motion, please?
Move to accept.
Oh, second.
Been moved and seconded. And Councilmember Arenas, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the update, Joe. The first question that I have is under the about the OEA software, and I talked about the potential budget savings that this software solution would render, and that there would be potentially two FTEs to be redeployed to other OEA functions. And I was wondering what would those functions be? Because I know one of the things that I've heard in the past when we talked about this issue was doing some of those site visits, physical site visits, but I wanted to hear more.
Thank you, Council. Oh, Joe, sorry, Matt Cano, Public Works Director. Joe, would you like to start?
Go for it, Matt.
Thank you, Councilmember Matt Cano, Public Works Director. I appreciate the question. It's hard to measure exactly how many it will be and how many FTE until we get the software implemented, but we know for a fact it will definitely save us time in the office, and our position now is that that time is better spent out in the field talking to workers. And so once we get this, we are already out in the field talking to workers as much as we can, but once we get the software implemented next year, we will be able to spend a lot more time out with the workers. And so that is our priority, to use that saved time to do more field visits.
Perfect. Love it. You know, and now that I have you, Matt, I'm just wondering, I know we just approved the payroll software solution that we're talking about right now that is going to help alleviate and free up some folks. And so I was wondering how quickly do you think that RFP can get going for that software?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. It is going. We've gotten tremendous support from the finance department and the city manager's office on prioritizing this. And so it is a priority. It's been assigned and it's being worked on right now. I don't have the exact date right now on when it will be posted, but I will follow up and get that date back to you. But it will be, the RFP will be posted in the relative near future, and it is being feverishly worked on right now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll look forward to that date. And Matt, while you're here, this is about Audit 18-03. And so I'd just like to ask you about that. That's Public Works capital projects, particularly training and lessons learned on projects. And I've heard that project managers are working on learning how to oversee PLAs in a better way. And I'm wondering if you are implementing that audit in a way that would strengthen also the staff's oversight to prevent wage theft.
Thank you. Yes, and actually, our team has actually had at least one, maybe two trainings already on project labor agreements. I think we've only done one of them, but with city managers, not just in Public Works, but citywide project managers. It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I spoke, and Chris Hickey from our Office of Labor Compliance spoke as well. Chris did most of the training, but I spoke at the beginning of the training to our project managers, and we did focus a lot on the why and why it's an important policy of the city of San Jose to have project labor agreements, and how that is extremely important on our worker protection and taking care of the people who work on our projects is really, really important, as opposed to just building great facilities. And so I did speak at that training. We had the first one about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and there is going to be a follow-up one as well. And we'll continue that training a few times a year at least, if not more, throughout the forever.
Oh, great, great, great. Music to my ears, wonderful. So I'm going to move on to the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, the better coordination and use of data to further the task force strategic goals. This is Audit 19-04. And one of the things that we talked about at one of our Mayor's Gang Task Force meetings, our policy team meeting, is for us to have different strategies for different different kinds of youth involved in different levels of gangs. And so, you know, there's lower risk youth or gang intentional and gang impacted. And we know, as you know, John, I see your window on screen. As you know, that there was a lot more lower risk youth being supported, which, you know, I enjoy and will always support any kind of youth services. But in particular, those best service funded agencies are there for our gang involved youth. What, if any, have we had any strategies to, like the different strategies to carry on some best practices to address the different kinds of youth involved? And really, there's a difference between a youth that has committed 1 to 2 petty crimes and a youth that's, you know, on their 8th or 10th crime. And so I wanted to make sure that we had strategies that we're undertaking there.
Thanks, Councilmember Ennis. John Cicerelli, I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. And Tony, while I'm on here, can you promote Andrea Flores Shelton? She has her hand up, but I'll begin and then she can amplify. You know, first of all, yes, this is an area that we are exploring actively right now through our strategic planning process. So we recognize that, you know, violence among youth goes beyond just gangs, and it exists along a spectrum. Crimes exist along a spectrum. You know, not everything's the same and can be treated the same way. So different approaches makes a lot of sense. So that's the type of things we're expecting to flesh out during this calendar year as we develop the next 3-year strategic plan, which includes looking even at things as like the name of the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, and is that really reflective of what we're doing today? So I'll ask Andrea if you want to add anything to that.
Sure, thank you. Andrea Flores Shelton, Deputy Director of the Community Services Division. When I was getting promoted, I missed the latter part of Councilmember Arenas' question, but I think what I can add is we are in the midst of also implementing a screening tool, and that is one of the other audit recommendations, and that's really going to help us understand the risk factors associated with young people and individuals, but also their protective factors, right? What works to help them. And I think that type of screening tool is going to help us then bridge them to the appropriate strategy, the right dosage. So again, through sort of the work that we're doing along with BEST as well as Youth Intervention Services, we're probably about, I'd say 6 months out from implementing the screening tool.
Great. I really appreciate that there's a screening tool now that will allow us to differentiate the kind of youth that's coming in contact with us, but there's also the youth that we're targeting, right? And I know that the Mayor's Gang Task Force may not be the right title for everything that we're doing, but there is a lot of gang-involved youth in our communities, and we've seen the uptick of violence in many of our high schools and just across our kind of our historical neighborhoods that see these issues surface, or at least, you know, even 20, 25 or 26 years ago, when I first started with the city of San Jose, I will say that the same hotspots, gang hotspots that existed back then continue to exist now. There has been really no change, even when redevelopment has remodeled like Poco Way, right? When you don't have the wraparound services and you don't have support services for your youth, then there is no continued change. And so my question continues to be, what are going to be the strategies? And maybe we can take this offline, Andrea and John, but I'd still like to learn about the different kinds of strategies and best practices that we're picking up now. Especially since the pandemic. I know that the violence and some of that social emotional wellness is being implemented, and we should probably connect to wellness centers that are establishing themselves throughout all of the school districts, or many of the school districts. And so I'll take this conversation offline so we can have a richer discussion offline.
Can I let you know?
Yes.
In 2 weeks, we'll be in front of you at NSE. 2 weeks from this Thursday, so 2 weeks and 2 days. So with the annual report, so we can really dig into it there if you like.
I love it. And I love your countdown. Not sure what that says about NSC. That you're looking forward to it is what I'm going to guess, right? All right. So, well, while I'm on that topic of violence and happening at our school district, at our school campuses, I know that one of the things under the Mayor's Gang Task Force, and this was under recommendation number 8 in that same Audit 19-04, we needed to have the MOUs updated with the school districts, and I see that currently we only have 6 school districts and 11 are still pending. Is there some unwillingness on part of maybe the school districts, or is it that maybe council members can help with, or is it just, you know, the process that's slow?
Councilmember, this is really a symptom of just COVID, really. School districts were so focused on the COVID response, vaccinations and whatnot. It was really just trying to get the paperwork done. So I will be happy to bring you an update in preparation for NSC in 2 weeks on what the status of that is. We may have more MOUs completed by the time we return to you.
Great. And really what those MOUs for me represent is that continued partnership. Are you continuing to partner with school districts, whether there is an MOU or not?
Yes, the MOU is really about, in some cases, it's right of entry for our staff to get onto campuses, which, and in some cases, it's being a part of the task force for confidentiality reasons. If I could, let me just dive into this a little bit more and sort of understand if we have different challenges with different districts. I think they're all kind of on a case by case why we may not have completed those. But I think we are on track, and I'll be happy to give you that update.
Great. And you know what I would also like is the staffing capacity for School Link. That's
Safe School Campus.
Safe School. Yeah, I was almost getting there, Andrea. All kinds of programs names were coming out of my mouth. But yeah, Safe School. I'd like to see what that capacity is and where people have spent their time, because I think that's also important for us to learn as we're heading into a budget cycle, and not even just a budget cycle, but really partnership with the county and those school districts, since we are in the know of what is happening. I think we could be those conduits of communication. All right, I think that is it for NSC. I mean, for I have questions around code enforcement management controls. And this is under Audit 21-04, improvements to oversight and coordination needed. You know, I was really excited to see the update that the Planning Code and Building Enforcement Department and Police Department are working together to create a joint work plan. It would be really great to have our community partners and stakeholders at the table to hear updates and have an opportunity to make sure we can all do that, we can do all we can to ensure the success of the joint work plan by reporting back to PISFIS or cancel. Because as of now, I don't think that there is a check-in. Once again, is that something that we could have either just a verbal update through a committee or through council on the joint work plan between PD and PBCE?
Councilmember Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager, we can coordinate with the police department and planning, building, code enforcement to offer and update it under the appropriate committee. We include that in the work plan moving forward.
Oh, okay, perfect. And I'm almost done. Now this is the last audit, and this is the advocate referral audit 21-02. This is to further improve the processes and data sharing that can help connect more survivors to services. And one of the things that I have noticed over time is that we don't necessarily have next door solutions within our immediate working group. I think we tend to look to our YWCA partners. And I know that I had asked as part of those audit recommendations to include Nextdoor and have an MOU drawn between police department and Nextdoor Solutions so that they could also be part of that support system for survivors. What is the status with that?
I'll take a stab at it. I don't know if there's anybody here from the police department. We can come back to you with that with any update. I don't have that handy with me. I'm not familiar. I'm not privy to any outreach they've done with them. It wasn't part of our update, but I can reach out to the police department and get back to you offline if that's helpful.
That would be great. And it's one of the, we do get to talk to our police department through our PISFIS, our Public Safety Strategic Support Committee, but because this is connected to an audit, usually I don't really have an item to really connect it back to. So that would be great, Joe. And that is it. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there other questions from my colleagues on this item? Okay. Is there a motion now? There is, to accept the report. Okay. Well, thanks to Joe and team and everyone on the city manager's team as well for your efforts to continue to push ahead through all of these very important recommendations. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Crosco. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the council indulging me to allow item 2.7 to be taken off of consent and put onto the regular agenda for consideration. because I did have some questions and I know that I wasn't able to be here earlier. So thank you for your patience. So I'd like to call that item 2.7, which is the item relating to the city roadmap soft story building earthquake retrofit policy. And Ray, thanks for talking with me offline. Just to sort of orient everybody where we're at on this item, this is the $1.4 million grant we've received from the federal government through FEMA, I believe. And I want to congratulate you and your team for securing that grant because it's very important for us. I'm sorry, is this difficulty? I'm being laughed at right now. I think I understand.
We're
why.
trying to figure out what's on your mess.
Yeah, okay, so this was a running joke. This is Prison Mike. For those of you who watch The Office, yeah, it was made by a member of our team, Isela, who's very talented and very funny.
And if anybody notices a similarity between Prison Mike
Yes.
and somebody on this
I actually thought that
dais,
was you.
there you go.
I once made the mistake of wearing a do-rag at a public event, and suddenly the tweets followed. So anyway, that's Prison Mike. All right, I'll try to remove that distraction for now. So back to seismic retrofits. Thank you. So Ray, first, I understand you inherited sort of this challenging situation. I'm not sure, I think it was in 2002 that we did an inventory to identify the buildings that pose the greatest risk. We know there are thousands of San Joseans who live in apartment buildings, overwhelmingly San Joseans of moderate incomes who are in these older apartment buildings that are soft story that are very vulnerable to earthquake. And I know, like many cities, we like to get them retrofitted as quickly as possible. And this federal grant money is certainly helpful. My concern is that when I became aware of this challenge as a council member many years ago, we then pushed to say, okay, great. I understand this inventory was done a few years ago. Let's go see how we can fix them. And we were told, hey, these are really expensive. All these are really challenging. And if you tell people they have to fix them, they may just be more likely to shut down because they can't afford paying $200,000 to retrofit their apartment triplex or whatever. And people are just going to be without housing. So we were in a bit of a challenging situation. We had to figure out how we could help landlords, building owners to actually finance these things, because we knew a lot of these older buildings tended to be mom and pop owners. And so we've been stuck. And so we tried different approaches before to try to look for financing approaches. And I don't think we ever had traction because, frankly, we never had enough bandwidth to take on the problem. And I know part of this grant is about getting that bandwidth. My concern is that we're spending $1.4 million, at least according to this document, primarily to kind of get back to the starting line we were back in 2002, because apparently, I know this has nothing to do with you because you weren't at the city at the time, but whatever work was done way back then was lost. And I guess I'd be frustrated thinking we're going to go spend $1.4 million to get back to where we were before, when nobody's apartment was made any safer. And I'd hate to see that happen. And my question is there an opportunity for us to go to FEMA and say, look, we already have a pretty good idea of where those apartment buildings are, because I think many of us could identify a few hundred of them in our own environs pretty quickly. Couldn't we spend this $1.4 million to figure out a way, for example, to get larger state grants, to get maybe even financing through the state, or go through like programs like PACE, where these building owners are able to put the financing on their property tax bill and finance it over 20 or 30 years, and to really enable a mechanism to get these things fixed. So then when we tell an apartment building owner, you must address the seismic risk for your residents, they actually have a tool to go do it. Because I'm worried that this is going to take a year and a half. We're going to get through this, and we're still not going to have a single family that lives in an earthquake-safe building among the thousands we know that are in peril. So I guess that's the question, Ray.
So thank you, Mayor, council members.
members of the public here today. My name is Ray Reardon. I'm the Director of the Office of Emergency Management. So you're right, Mayor. When I came on, there was a project already identified, and we worked closely with the Housing Department and public and Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement to identify the best path going forward to apply for the mitigation grant for FEMA. It was a total $6.2 million grant. FEMA split the two. It split the grant application into two. They wanted to make sure, because we could not find the exact detailed information about the addresses and inventory that was done then. They wanted the justification for the implementation of the funding program at the end, which is in phase 2. So in phase 1, we're accepting, making sure we do identify the correct facilities. And we are learning from Berkeley, San Francisco, Oakland, and LA and the projects they did, because that's what we used to put together the grant application. So as we put together in phase 1, we will identify the specific types of construction, because not all soft stories are the same. You can't apply just one fix. You also have to look at the topography, the geography, where they're setting in terms of what additional things, braces or other systems need to be in place. So that's what this phase 1 will do, is identify specifically the inventory, identify the appropriate fixes for the types that we have in our city, and then we will identify the direction we will take for the implementation phase, which could include looking at the financing. I do recognize that we did 2 years ago look in with ESD at what the PACE program could do. Did realize that that cannot be applied here in this situation. So we need to evaluate what those other funding mechanisms are so they can have it in place by the time we start phase 2.
Okay. And it would be helpful for us to know if there are particular state regulatory or legislative barriers that perhaps with a bill, we could fix to be able to get to those financing solutions, whether it's PACE or something else. I would be very interested in knowing what that is, just because, we've got legislators in our area who are willing to hustle for us. I'm guessing most of them would say, hey, this is a really serious concern we should do something about.
And I do know that we'll be talking about legislative effort in a moment here, but AB 1721 does provide funding sources and streams for soft story programs. That bill is just authored now by Assemblyman Rodriguez, and the bill is just now going forward.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm just concerned that if we're kind of waiting for state grants, this is going to be a long haul, given the scale of the challenge we have. It's probably going to require something that's privately paid for by the building owner in some way. But I appreciate that there may be some legislation out there. I guess, I know that ABAG had taken this on as a priority probably a decade ago, and they convened a lot of cities around the Bay. Can we sort of shortcut a lot of the process and perhaps save a lot of money by being able to dust off what they have learned in all these cities about, hey, here's the 7 ways you fix this problem, soft story buildings and different building types? Is there anything like that off the shelf that we can go use?
That will be part of the process in phase 1, looking at all those documentations from ABAG to what all the other jurisdictions have done to make sure we're doing the right application. There's a publication I was looking at today from EEIE, the Engineering Institute out of Berkeley, taking a look at some of the best practices out of all these other events and systems that have been put in place and how there's been challenges. So we're trying to avoid those challenges they face.
Okay. Jackie, I see you.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in because I'm Jackie Morales-Grant. I'm the Director of Housing. And yes, one of the ways that we had envisioned in terms of implementing this was, in fact, there are best practice code and how to actually structure a program like this. And part of the original thinking around creating this inventory piece was creating an alignment between ensuring we understood and we knew the locations of where these buildings were, and that we were aligning what we understand with the actual best practice building code and how to move that forward. So there's been a lot of work on this, and so we're kind of late in the game, to tell you the truth. And so we are going to benefit from all the work from the other cities and their experience regarding, how do you actually get this work done?
Okay.
So yes, and we'll be coming back with all of that as well.
Okay. I mean, I guess you heard my anxiety, which was we'd blow this $1.4 million on budget consultants to tell us what other cities have already learned. and we'll be no closer to actually getting any families in a safer apartment. And that's my great fear.
Well, in order for us to actually retrofit having that appropriate code, and then coming back to you all regarding I'm not sure if we had talked about whether the voluntary or the requirement, or do we identify buildings that are soft stories? I mean, at some point we're gonna have to make those decisions, and the code and the requirements obviously are the things that that all of this next step of work is based on, and ensuring that the code is appropriately defined to meet the types of buildings that we have.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that, Jackie. And I think as you put it, we are late to the game. I know there are other cities have done a lot of work on this, and I'm hoping we can really stand on their shoulders and accelerate our work that way. So is there any portion of this $1.4 million that can actually be used for trying to find better ways to finance this?
So the original proposal had a piece where we were going to partner and use our federal funds to help to initiate a lending program to see if providing loans would actually incentivize owners to actually move on correcting the soft story. So we are looking at that. And I was reminded that we did look at the PACE program originally, because that was part of your direction many, many years ago.
Yeah.
And there were some challenges with the PACE program, but certainly, we haven't really picked this up since, we first looked at it, seems like ages ago. So I would agree, we should probably be looking again to see if there's any appetite or any new programs that have come out, because certainly disaster and disaster planning has certainly been elevated over the last 4 or 5 years. And so we should certainly be looking to see if there are other opportunities.
Great. Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Ray. All right. Any questions from my colleagues? Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
I have 3 hands up.
Oh, thank you.
Travis Bobel.
Good afternoon. My name is Travis Bobel. I'm the athletic director for Cindy Avithia High School. And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the council, for just opening up space for us to make comments and advocate for our community. I just wanted to quickly bring to attention that for the last 2 years since COVID, the start of COVID, the soccer field in which all of the students from our school, our middle school, elementary, as well as 13,000 other children who live close to the Boys and Girls Club at the Smith House, use has been condemned and is not available for use because it's deemed as an unsafe playing area. Just wanted to bring this to the attention of the council and advocate that we could get some funding in the coming years to renew the field so that it can once again be.
Sir, I'm sorry. We're actually talking about seismically unsafe apartment buildings. Perhaps you're calling about another item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll take up your comment at that time. I think I'm trying to figure out which item that might be, but I don't believe it's this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Perhaps on open session, at open forum, it'd be an appropriate time, then we'd be happy to listen. Thank you, sir.
Anil Babar.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Anil Babar here with the California Apartment Association. We've been deeply engaged with staff and council for that matter, since this item started bubbling up several, maybe 6-7 years ago. We want to continue to engage with staff. We've been very appreciative of the engagement staff has given us so far. We have been in talks with several subject matter experts who have worked on projects like this. We have been involved with other cities, so we want to continue that involvement. I do want to also note that you're right, Mayor, this is a very burdensome, heavy expense on owners. And, while they all want to do the right thing, they all want to be able to find an appropriate way to pay for such a huge expense. And, from our estimates several years ago, I'm sure those expenses have only grown in the years since. So anything we can do to ease the pain it's going to cost to make these pay for these expenses, and notably kind of making sure any kind of retrofit focuses on solely the retrofit and not what could be other issues that you encounter as you open the walls of these buildings. So again, I appreciate what staff and council have done on this issue, and we want to continue our partnership going forward. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Like the previous speaker said, this is an item that's been talked about for 7 or 8 years now. Way back in 2014 and 15, when we were just starting to redevelop our ideas what the future of housing can really be about. Thank you for this item. I think it's important that we can consider the future of how fix-it ideas for owners can really pass on savings to tenants in some way with earthquake retrofit things. It's important efforts that I hope we're all more acclimating ourselves to, and not only that, but in this time we're in, that it's really smart that San Jose is openly talking about how do we prepare for natural disaster issues in the next decade. I've offered some statistics over the past year in looking over community energy statistics that seems to suggest that we may be headed for a natural disaster. But maybe not. Maybe it's a question of dealing with Putin, and we have to question the future of new U.S. fossil fuel use in this next year. That's going to really, skew how we talk about our renewable energy future at this time. So good luck on the strong renewable energy continuance. We have a good start on that. And in continuing the overall good practices of natural disaster preparedness openly as a community effort. That's an awesome combination, an awesome way San Jose is working. I think it's an incredible example for the Bay Area, basically, and thank you for your effort.
Jeff Zell. Jeff.
I'm here now. Oh my Lord. As one of the few, I stumbled across this actually by accident. One of the few people that have actually done earthquake retrofits, I can say it's very, very expensive. It is not cheap at all. I've done them on 3 buildings now, and honestly say they're not cheap. What I don't like here, and I agree with Anil here on this one, is that you really have to focus on the retrofit. You shouldn't be opening a can of worms of, oh, let's do the decks, let's do this, let's do that. You want to do it, stick to the retrofit. Think a couple things that other side topics that look crazy on that. There have been exactly 0 earthquake deaths in the last 40 years. I think smoking kills now 480,000 people per year in the US, and that smoking ordinance keeps getting tabled. I'd like to see that come to fruition far before seismic retrofits come into play, considering we've had 0 deaths here in the last 40 years. And then the last one, as I say, is like, I don't know how you guys plan on us to keep paying for this. I think the council keeps coming back and expecting the landlords to keep digging into their pockets. When you have no rent, we have rent moratoriums, rent restrictions, all this other stuff. And at some point, you just can't afford to do this. And it's going to end up becoming these large corporate owners that are going to be owning these apartment buildings if you keep punishing us for money. So I think all these things need to be taken into consideration. And if you really want to save lives, do the no smoking ordinance first. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, back to council. Let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Roscoe.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for taking the time for that item. 3.4 is a spring intergovernmental relations report, and we do have a presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Sarah Sarate, Director of the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations. I'm joined today by the Intergovernmental Relations team, referred to as IGR, including Zane Barnes and Tom Westfall, and our federal and state lobbying partners, Leslie Polner and Steve Cruz. Before jumping in, I want to take a moment to introduce our new Deputy Director. Zane Barnes brings extensive government relations experience to this role, including international foreign service experience with the State Department, leading government transformation projects abroad from a private sector lens, and nonprofit social safety net work with United Way here in Silicon Valley. Most importantly, perhaps, Zane is a San Jose native, excited to be back in his hometown to help San Jose advance its policy interests.
Good to have you back, Zane.
Today, we'll provide a brief overview of recent developments at the federal and state levels, a quick review of some of the city's priority bills. Additional positions are found in our legislative log, a discussion of our strategic projects advocacy, and an overview of AB 1944 for the council to take a position. In November, we detailed the bipartisan infrastructure bill signed into law on November 15th. While the dragged out federal budget negotiations slowed the bill's rollout for some programs and forced others to proceed under previous funding levels, we're now starting to see the rollout of more programs. The Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, or RAISE program, is a notable recent program announcement, and DOT is preparing their application. We're also aggressively pursuing opportunities for regulatory notice and comment advocacy to help shape upcoming grant eligibility guidelines. And as of 2 weeks ago, we actually have a federal budget, which includes many of the funding sources we would expect, as well as emergency funding for Ukraine. And thanks to Representatives Lofgren, Khanna, and Eshoo, earmarks were included in the federal budget that will bring much needed dollars to San Jose. Importantly, the budget excluded the pandemic aid package, which continues to be negotiated. We're also pleased to see $136 million of additional emergency rental assistance funding come to California from the Treasury. Zane will talk a bit more about the eviction moratorium related to this program later in the presentation, and housing staff is also here to answer any questions. Lastly, just yesterday, U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announced they are recommending $200 million in expedited project delivery pilot program funding for BART Silicon Valley Phase 2. This is a critical milestone for the project and one that solidifies FTA's commitment. I will now hand it off to Zane and Tom.
Thank you, Sarah. On January 8th, Governor Newsom unveiled his 2022-23 January budget proposal. The slide here depicts a high-level overview of proposed state investments. A few key highlights: the $8 billion for homelessness programs includes $500 million in one-time funding for encampment resolution grants and $1 billion in flexible funding for cities to operate expanded homelessness services. The $9.1 billion for transportation includes new programs that are explicitly designed to help local governments leverage new sources of federal infrastructure funding. It also includes $4.2 billion in high-speed rail funding. But the proposed $2 billion investment in transit and intercity rail is insufficient to fund major city priorities, including BART Silicon Valley connection. This year's state earmark process is still ongoing, but at least 2 city earmarks are likely to advance. Up to $10 million for Vision Zero improvements in East San Jose, and up to $800,000 for the Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative, which facilitates collaboration among low-income tenants, landlords, law enforcement, and community-based organizations. As the budget process unfolds, IGR will continue to lobby for additional funding for city priorities.
This year, the city is sponsoring, or part of statewide coalitions to sponsor a number of bills in the legislature. AB 2164 deserves special mention. In response to Rules Committee's directives of December 8th, 2021, IGR explored legislative, and policy options to increase small business compliance, ADA compliance. The directive specifically asks IGR to advocate for maintaining state mandated city collected fees to support compliance activities. Separately, council members expressed concern about constraints that prevent using these funds for a broader range of ADA compliance activities. Working with department staff, IGR drafted a proposal that pairs continued fee collection with our expanded grant opportunities for small businesses, a potential win for residents with disabilities and small businesses. We're enormously grateful for the support of Assemblymember Lee, who agreed to author our proposal, as well as the continued support of the Vice Mayor in testifying in support of this bill. This bill was voted out of committee and has received widespread support. SB 649, which was introduced and sponsored by Senator Cortese, is a holdover bill from last session. This bill is still being considered and expected to get a hearing later this session. AB 2336 is especially timely for the city as it creates a 5-year pilot program authorizing San Jose and 5 other cities to use speed cameras to enforce speed limits on our highest injury streets and in school zones. As noted in the supplemental memo, AB 2179 was introduced late last week and is currently being debated to extend protections for tenants through an eviction moratorium. AB 2179 will temporarily extend the COVID-19 eviction protections through June 2022 for those who have submitted a complete application for emergency rental assistance by Thursday. Although this bill passed the assembly floor with no opposition, some voiced concern over preemption that would prohibit cities from passing local protections through June 2022. We're continuing to monitor this legislation closely and will work with housing staff to update the council on final actions taken, especially if it is signed with no further amendments to the preemption language, meaning the housing department would not be bringing an emergency ordinance forward. We're actively engaged supporting and monitoring many other bills. Over 2,200 bills have been introduced in the second year of the 2-year session, and we're now tracking nearly 800 for San Jose. A few noteworthy mentions include AB 2883, which would provide a means for municipalities to inform firearm owners of changes in local ordinances like the one approved here in San Jose. SB 917 would aim to streamline regional transit and is now pending amendments. AB 2181 is a current spot bill without language, but we're keeping a close eye on it as it looks to VTA governance. We've also highlighted a few bills that are focused on family-friendly policy, such as providing busing for school children, allowing school boards to notify parents of safe firearm storage practices, and provide a benefit for children who had a parent die as a result of COVID. There's a lot of activity this session around behavioral health services, and we're working with the county to understand the local impacts. Here we've highlighted just a few of these bills. Additional bill positions can be found in our legislative log. As you may recall, on February 23rd, Councilmember Cohen submitted a memo and rules approved opposition to the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act that is circulating for potential inclusion on the November 22 statewide ballot. The ballot measure proposes amendments to the California Constitution that impose sweeping restrictions on state and local government revenue raising and expand the legal definition of taxes to include some charges currently treated as fees and other charges. It also requires that local special taxes be approved by 2/3 of the electorate. IGR has sent a letter of opposition to the League of California Cities and our state delegation. It is also important to note that we've been notified that the requisite signatures have been collected to place this on the November ballot. When IGR last reported to council in November, council approved 4 top advocacy priorities for 2022. These 4 priorities inform how IGR focuses the city's advocacy resources. However, things have changed since November. The governor's release of the California Smarter Plan in February signals a transition to a new phase of the pandemic, and with it, new city priorities related to an endemic response. Additionally, San Jose's continued struggle with vehicle crash fatalities has gained additional urgency, with traffic incidents already claiming the lives of at least 15 people, including 8 pedestrians, in the first 6 weeks of 2022 alone. As the city's top advocacy priorities demonstrate the areas where the majority of staff resources are focused during a given legislative season, staff respectfully recommend updating the city's advocacy priorities for 2022 to include COVID-19 recovery and endemic response, safety and vision zero initiatives, homelessness funding, and funding to advance smart, sustainable, and reliable infrastructure. And now I'll hand it to Tom to talk more about the projects that fall into this last bucket.
There we go. Last November, Council directed city staff to assemble a strategic project list of priority infrastructure projects with unmet funding needs. The purpose of this list is to help staff focus efforts and connect critical projects to one-time federal and state funding opportunities. IGR has worked with city leaders and staff from departments across the city through a guided prioritization process to develop the strategic project list depicted here. This list is highly aligned with the priority projects listed in the mayor's budget message that was recently passed unanimously by council. This list includes a mix of regional and city-specific projects. Regional projects are large projects currently underway that are led by outside partners or coalitions. City projects are primarily led by one or more city departments. The list is not intended to be an exhaustive catalog of priority projects. Rather, it is intended to be a focused and curated list of efforts that need additional resources and city advocacy. We'd be very pleased to meet with council members to discuss this list in detail. IGR has already conducted focused advocacy for the projects marked with icons during the state and federal budget processes. We also support department efforts to identify and obtain grants for these projects. For example, IGR has coordinated closely with Valley Water to advocate for state and federal funding for the Shoreline Levee project. IGR has also assisted the City Department of Transportation to seek new federal infrastructure funding sources to transform Diridon Station, including preparing for high-speed rail and creating a connection to the San Jose Airport. IGR also highlighted the needs of the city's Vision Zero program in the state earmark process and is preparing for federal earmarks to advocate for federal earmarks for emergency housing. We thank administration leaders and department staff for their active participation in this process and feel strongly that we have assembled a robust list that reflects city priorities. Under the executive leadership of Deputy City Manager Kip Harkness, IGR will continue to work with department staff to refine project scopes and fine-tune advocacy strategies around these projects. Finally, IGR is bringing forward AB 1944, which staff agreed to bring to council at the request of Assemblymember Lee's office, who would like the city to adopt a position on this bill. Under existing California law, the Ralph M. Brown Act requires that all meetings of a local legislative body be open to the public. The act allows such meetings to be conducted via teleconferencing from private locations, but requires legislative body members to publicly disclose the address of those locations and allow public access. This bill would remove that requirement for local legislative body members to publicly disclose their teleconferencing location and remove the requirement to make those locations publicly accessible. It also requires legislative bodies that are choosing to teleconference to provide a publicly accessible video stream of the meeting's proceedings and an audio-visual or call-in option for the members of the public to remotely address the body during public comment periods. AB 1944 is not currently scheduled for a hearing, and the author is considering amendments to broaden support. I will now hand it back to Sarah to wrap up.
Thank you, Tom and Zane. I know we always close by saying this work wouldn't be possible without the many staff and departments with subject matter expertise, as well as our partner in the mayor's office, Scott Green. But today I want to further emphasize that partnership and give a special thanks to Tom Westfall and Scott Green for their efforts over the last few months. They helped with an incredible heavy lift while we were short-staffed. This concludes our presentation, and we respectfully request you accept our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And thanks to Forgive me, I'm sorry. I was distracted for a moment. Is that the completion of the report?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. I just want to say thanks to you and to your entire team, and congratulations, Zach. I'm sorry, Zane. Forgive me, Zane. Welcome to your new role, and Tom. And I know there's a team that you've had to put together pretty quickly as we're racing to take advantage of these extraordinary opportunities we have, and I appreciate everyone jumping in. I also want to say thanks to Steve and Vanessa over at Cruise Strategies for their great work, as well as Leslie, Eve, and Lori over at Helen and Knight. Let's go to questions from members of the community, and then we'll come back to the council.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. And coming up, an upcoming item about the future of unhoused issues in San Jose, I've been making an important point lately that there's been some really good federal funding that's gone to the state level, that's been able to, answer some of our needs here at the local level. Part of that federal funding was not just to do programs immediately, but to create, really long-term funding patterns that can help us better in the future. So it's important that we learn how to understand how those state funding projects and programs are developing, and how we can eventually be getting more money from those programs for, say, unhoused issues, and for, more specifically, subsidy issues that can help subsidize housing the unhoused better than we have in the past, much better. I mean, we can really make those steps that we're not really openly talking about, and that I hope we can. Good luck in those efforts. It's just a part of a series of things we can be working on towards a better future. Good luck. And to comment on the Vision Zero stuff, you're going to be really pushing for state funding of Vision Zero stuff in the next few months. Just another reminder that, because of good ideas of racial equity, we are now allowed to more openly count statistics of people of unhoused and people on chemicals and drugs who have been run over and hit by cars. We couldn't do that in the past. We can now. And because of that, this is the first year we're openly seeing and admitting that a lot of people who are unhoused are being killed. So I don't know how this goes in your funding issues. Please consider it. Thank you.
Anil Babar.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Anil Babar again with the California Apartment Association. I want to comment on the supplemental memorandum on AB 2179. I want to first applaud staff's efforts last week to inform the council of the legal concerns around extending any eviction moratorium. I also want to update council on the status of this particular bill. Just today, well, rather last week, it passed out of the housing committee, and just today, within a few maybe 20 minutes ago, it passed out of judiciary. It is a very good piece of legislation to provide a sense of safety and stability to both owners and tenants as they await their ERAP funds to be distributed. And I hope that and I rather support, once again, want to applaud staff's efforts to do what they've done in the name of helping tenants and landlords get their rents paid. Thank you.
Helen user 1.
Yeah, I just wish that in all these budgets and everything else that you get rid of zero vision, because all it is a revenuing scheme for law enforcement, so you can have more traffic cops given more tickets, and then all of a sudden, presto, Pam Foley's going to be the hero of District 9 because people aren't going to get run over anymore with her zero vision. Okay, you guys know it's a joke. It's just money to be filtered in to give more repressive law enforcement for ordinary drivers that roll through a stop sign or, maybe go 10 miles over the speed limit. Hey, maybe we should make Cherry Avenue 25 miles an hour again. Maybe that would make Pam happy. Meanwhile, could we maybe get some money to help with these burned out buildings in D9. There's like what 3 or 4 that we know of. Maybe we should do something like that, but probably not, because in Pam Foley's District 9, it's just zero vision. And I love the number 0 because it's something that the left loves. Zero tolerance, year 0, 0 everything, 0, 0, 0, 0. It's a number that the left absolutely loves, and Pam Foley seems to like it too. So yeah, 0 traffic fatalities, never going to happen, no matter how many people you have on a motorcycle hiding behind a bush to make sure that someone's driving correctly. By the way, you guys have some potholes to fix in District 9, Pam. The app doesn't work. I told your office and they replied back with, go download the app. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Rachel? I think we moved her over to panelist. Back to council.
Okay, so that was a person who's actually on our panel, is that right?
Yeah, it was Rachel Vanderveen.
Oh, okay. Okay, she probably doesn't want to raise her hand on this item. Okay, great. Let's go to the council. Councilmember Sparson?
Thanks. I'd like to thank staff for all their hard work. I know we've had a lot of shifting priorities and shifting in the government in the past year. And thank you for the report. I wanted to highlight the need to advocate for our Vision Zero priorities. Traffic fatalities and serious injuries not only impact those directly involved, but they also impact the neighborhoods that these incidents happen in. For those that are left dealing with the tragedy, they have to think about previous tragedies every time they try to cross a street or drive down a street. And also, as we encourage more of our residents to get out of their cars, take advantage of public transit, bike or walk around the city, that progress is really impacted. It's devastated every time that there's a fatality or serious injury in one of our communities, especially in areas that have been underinvested in our city. So sometimes it feels like we take 2 steps forward and 1 step back when we talk about safety on our roadways. And I wanted to thank our IGR team for mentioning the East San Jose Safety Improvement Project in your presentation as part of Vision Zero. And for those not familiar, the East San Jose Safety Improvement Project, it's very important in the city's effort to reduce and eliminate traffic fatalities along Center Road, one of the city's most dangerous corridors. And I think we need to, all of us, continue to advocate for funding to fully implement projects throughout the city like this in our Vision Zero corridors. So as we fully implement these projects, we need the support of the state and our state representatives to advocate for funding for these projects. So I wanted to highlight that one. And then similarly, excuse me, similarly, I wanted to bring, it's not COVID, let me just put it out there. Similarly, I also wanted to bring up the speed cameras legislation. ABAG just unanimously supported it and added the 9 county Bay Area voices to that effort. And I wanted to ask the mayor and our IGR team if there's any other advocacy that we can do as a council, as individuals, as a group. I know, Mayor, you spend a lot of time on this. Our IGR team is working hard on this. How can we step up more into speed cameras?
Maybe I'll take a stab at it, and then I'd love to hear from our team. We just had a hearing in front of the Transportation Committee yesterday. It was approved out of committee 10-0, which was great. I testified, and I think another witness as well. We expect there'll be a significant challenge in the next committee because I think privacy is the committee. So we want to certainly see how we can reach out to members there and encourage them. And I expect we'll be huddling soon to figure out who all those folks are on that committee. I can tell you bluntly, having the support of local police unions has been a challenge. including here in San Jose as well as in Oakland and in other cities. And the more we can do to encourage all the police unions to recognize this is not about taking jobs away from cops, because we're going to continue to need to add to our force, but we critically need to do something about safety. And what we're seeing in city after city that's tried this is Washington, D.C. and Portland and New York is dramatic reductions in traffic fatalities where they're implementing this. So I'm hoping that we can eventually bring everybody along, but right now we don't have everyone along. Thank you for the question. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, council member. I would agree with everything that the mayor just stated, and we actually have Steve Cruz on the line. Steve, are you there?
Yes.
Is there
Can you hear
anything
me?
you would add, Steve?
No, just briefly. The mayor covered much of it. I think Councilwoman Arenas, I think you were referencing the budget request that Assemblymember Calra was happy to pick up and champion for the city. So we have projects like that in play through the budget as specific member requests, and then at the broader level, the legislation that the mayor referenced. And so, yeah, we're trying to attack it at different angles, both from the funding side and then the policy side. And yes, so hopefully we'll have a work cut out for us in Assembly Privacy Committee, but certainly we'll work with Sarah and team if there are members who are willing to help place some phone calls to some of the members of that committee, because there were some privacy issues that were raised in yesterday's committee hearing. So that's what I would add at this point, Sarah.
Thank you, Steve. Councilmember, I also want to add that at the federal level, the Department of Transportation just released preliminary guidance today on their Safe Streets competitive grant program. And Leslie's on the line and can say a few more words on that.
Thanks so much, Sarah. As you all know, with the bipartisan infrastructure law bringing in, $1.2 trillion in funding for new and existing transportation infrastructure, one of the new competitive grant programs, as Sarah mentioned, is going to be the Safe Streets for All program. And, for some time, there's been funding at the federal level to create Vision Zero plans, but not a lot of funding to actually implement them. This is going to be the first of its kind competitive grant program to implement Vision Zero, to do actually Vision Zero infrastructure. And so that NOFO is expected in May. We expect that the city will be well positioned to compete for those funds.
I have a follow-up question on that. So on the Safe Streets, it's my understanding that money goes from the federal government to the states, and then the states then will issue a NOFA that then local governments can then apply to, and this process can take 5 to as long as 8 years for it to filter down to the city. Do we think that the Safe Streets initiative would be faster than that?
So for this particular grant program, that is the case for a number of the programs that were included in the bipartisan infrastructure law. For this particular pot of funding, the city will be able to apply to compete directly for these funds.
Awesome, thank you. That's great. And also I had a question on the Assembly Privacy Committee. So there was some discussion at ABAG on this. And in the East Bay, for example, the highest number of deaths were in the flatlands. Again, the people losing their lives are people of color living in underinvested communities, similarly to San Jose. How can we work together to relay that the communities impacted most by many of these deaths are low-income communities of color? So I appreciate your concern, Assembly Member, but it's our folks who are dying. How can we work to convey that message to those that need to hear it?
Thank you, Council Member. I think that as an IGR team, we could certainly work with your office to follow up and do more focused advocacy with your office. But Steve, do you have any recommendations on how we could work with other cities on this issue?
Yeah, I think we're in the process of preparing some responses to some of the comments that were made in committee, because Opposition remarks actually did reference communities of colors, as you said, as being like punitive on the ability to pay. But I feel like the author and our team has done a really good job of incorporating language into the bill that treats it like a parking ticket, not like a regular speeding ticket. Puts in place measures that ensure that the information is not shared improperly with law enforcement agencies. And so I feel like a lot of those things are built in, and some of the concerns that were raised yesterday were actually reflected in the language that you put in the bill and addressed, I should say. And so we're going to try to work on some responses for the privacy committee. But I think you said it absolutely right. It's those same communities that are suffering from injury and fatalities. And so that's the exact point that we want to try to make before the privacy committee.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to offer something on hate crime legislation. The countywide hate crime prevention and inclusion task force is reviewing some legislation that the task force, which is a Brown acted body, can then make recommendations on. So once that is final, we can then bring it to our respective cities if that moves forward. So I just wanted to share that. And lastly, really just a comment on homeless prevention dollars. I know that a lot of the funding goes for folks who are already homeless, and those are daunting needs, right? And we need the funding for those needs, but I just wanted to remind folks of the need to push for homeless prevention dollars. I think it was Ben Franklin who said, right, penny wise, pound foolish, right? We can invest in folks. It's cheaper and far less traumatic. It's far less traumatic to families to keep them housed rather than wait for them to become homeless. And hopefully the system can recognize that. That's it for me. Oh, and I'll move to accept the report.
And I believe in addition to accepting the report is as well as there's direction there on positions. That's also included in your
Yes,
motion?
that's included in the report with the
Okay.
recommendation. So I accept this report and recommendations.
Okay, and the seconder. Okay, great. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Esparza and second her comments on Vision Zero and homelessness prevention. I agree with the recommended adjustment to the legislative priorities, but I do have a couple of questions. First of all, in the list that you gave us of legislation, it looked like we were monitoring AB 2197, which is funding for Caltrain electrification. And I wanted to ask about that because it was included in the regional partner projects in our strategic project list under the funding to advance smart, sustainable, and reliable infrastructure. Why are we not supporting? Why are we only monitoring?
Thank you, Councilmember. We had Jess here from DOT just a few minutes ago. Jess, are you online? Okay, we might have lost her. Do you have some insight on that one? Great, thank you, Tom.
Thanks for the question, council member. We are monitoring that piece of legislation and have not come out in support of it yet because we are engaging in sort of a wider ranging strategy of advocating for more investment in transit and intercity rail. The bill only partially funds Caltrain's electrification needs. And we are really advocating for much broader investment in the transit and intercity rail capital fund at the state level.
So my understanding is that, well, first of all, let me ask you, Tom, are you in contact with the government relations team from Caltrain about this bill?
Thank you, council member. So IGR has engaged with a number of representatives about this. We work closely with our state lobbyists, and I'd actually like to ask Steve to come online to talk about this bill and our coordination there.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and for the question, Councilwoman. Yeah, just to expand a little bit on the comments that Tom made. The transportation package that's out there today and the additional funding that we're seeking and to augment does include Caltrain electrification and is central, like it's BART, Caltrain electrification, or what we have been specifically advocating for. There's also additional funding for the grade separations. And so we've been working with MTC on positioning ourselves on this proposal. I have not talked, I don't know if Vanessa and our team has specifically with Caltrain. That's something that we can do, but we've been working with their coalition and their affiliates. But that's what I would add to that question. Hopefully it's helpful.
Councilmember, it appears that Jessica Zank from the DOT is online and was trying to speak, but for some reason she couldn't be heard. Do you want to try one more time, Jessica? I guess that's not working right now, but we would be happy to follow up with you, Councilmember.
I would really appreciate it. I'd like to know if there's a disadvantage to supporting AB 2197 especially in the event that maybe the larger package wouldn't pass. The 260 million that's in this bill for Caltrain is the amount that Caltrain needs to complete the project, given that Caltrain is financing the additional amount.
That's correct, Sarah. And I would just say that I believe that the introduction of the bill was to sort of put in play that conversation, because most bills of that size are done through the budget process. So Mullen did the right thing by putting that marker down to make sure that it was included part of the budget conversations, and he's been successful there. But that bill on its own as a standalone would not necessarily make it, because it would have to, it's such a large budget allocation, would have to be addressed to the budget. I hope that makes sense. Doesn't mean we can't support it, but I think that was really the purpose of the introduction of the bill.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think supporting it sends a message, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Instead of just monitoring it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to elaborate, Sarah or Tom, yeah, you can support it as a standalone. Again, I think we were saying we were supporting it as a larger package, but I don't think there would be a downside to supporting it as a standalone.
Councilmember, my apologies that Jessica is really trying to get online here, but there's a problem with her Zoom link. But she did confirm that what Steve just noted is aligned with her conversations with Caltrain. So if we could follow up with you or your staff, we could have this discussion immediately this week.
Okay, I would really appreciate that. Another question about what we're monitoring. Moving on to the governor's proposal, the Care Court, SB 1338. It says that we're currently monitoring that. Why are we not supporting that yet?
I'm happy to take that one. The Care Court is currently a spot bill without any language, and therefore we're holding on it until we actually have language.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure how many details were worked out or not worked out. And then I appreciate the discussion about the speed cameras. Just if you wouldn't mind giving a little outlook. It sounds like we're maybe a little bit farther than we were last time. I know this is the third or fourth year that this bill has come through on the speed cameras. What does it look like in terms of passage? I know we talked about the details, but just give me some odds.
I'm not much of a better. Steve, would you kindly respond to that question?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I can. It's as precise as you might be seeking, but I think there's a new chair and a new author. I'm sorry, I should say this back up. The author of the bill is the chair of transportation. So from that standpoint, I think you have as somewhat of an advantage that she has, the pulpit, as the chair of transportation committee. And I think they'll be less inclined for members to kill one of her bills, particularly leaving the assembly. So I think we're in better shape there. But I think, as mentioned earlier, we have our work cut out with us in terms of this next committee, the privacy committee, on some of those issues that were raised. So I feel once we get out of this committee, I think, I'm hopeful that we can get over to the Senate, and then in the June sort of timeframe, start to get a better handle on what Senate Transportation Committee might look like.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, perhaps could I just, I'll say, just add a little color on this. I appreciate it and agree with everything Steve said. And Laura Friedman's leadership is really critical here for sure, because as I recall, we got blocked last time and by the Assembly Transportation Chair, since has been replaced because of pressure from CHP and others. I think there's, what I'm hearing seems to be that there's a high likelihood that this bill could pass. The question is whether or not San Jose is going to be in it. And I think there are only 5 or 6 cities, not mistaken, that are actually identified in the bill as benefiting. And Oakland and San Jose are not helping their own case if our public safety unions or police unions are not supportive, because that puts pressure on PORAC to oppose it more strongly. So I think there's a good chance, since Laura Friedman's authoring the legislation, will pass. I just want to do everything to make sure we're actually still in it.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. And then my last question is about SB 612, the power charge and difference adjustment. What are the details of that piece of legislation?
Thank you, Councilmember. This particular bill is paused right now, and I have Carrie from Community Energy here or online ready to provide that information.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. So SB 612 is a 2-year bill. It's now in the second house on the Assembly side and is paused for now. And we're talking to the author about whether or not to continue to advance that bill.
So was this originally a way to roll back the PCIA fees?
It was a way to address some of the costs that were contained within the PCIA. And so it was a bill to allocate some of the attributes to the CCAs that pay for those attributes. So it was an equity bill to address some of the costs and make it a more fair allocation of the costs. Some of those issues have already been addressed by the CPUC. So we're looking at, is this bill still necessary to move forward?
Great, thank you. That's it for my questions. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Just making some notes. Sarah, thank you for your team. Thank you, Tom and Zane, for your presentations. I have a couple of questions for you. In one of the slides, you mentioned in the state budget, RLEI, which is Responsible Landlord Engagement Initiative, a line item at 800,000. Is that 800,000 for the city of San Jose? No. Okay. Darn, I was getting really excited about that.
Councilmember, yes, it is. No, that's right. This is still an early stage, but we, Assemblymember Calvera has agreed to champion $800,000 line item request, and that is a direct allocation for the city of San Jose.
That's wonderful, because that's an exceptional program that we haven't had the benefit for the last couple of years, and to get it back would be really a fabulous benefit for our residents. So I'm really glad to hear that. Okay, so that may lead the next question, which is, I appreciate all the questions from Councilmember Esparza regarding Vision Zero. And yes, to my resident who believes that I like the number 0, I absolutely do, especially when it comes with a 10 million attached to it. So that's a lot of zeros. Is that also a number designated for the city of San Jose for Vision Zero?
Yes, but we're working with member right now. It's for a member request. Can you say a little bit more about that process, Tom?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, so we're still in early days of the state budget process, but really encouraged that we've got a champion for these 2 line items. So still a lot more advocacy to do to make sure that they survive the whole budget process, but very encouraging signs so far. And we're still hopeful that we might get additional member requests and additional champions for some of the earmark
That's
we've advanced.
that's really wonderful. I think the Vision Zero program and the intent to reduce traffic deaths to zero is absolutely what we need to be focusing on and making sure that our streets are safer. We've already had 23 pedestrian deaths in the city of San Jose through March, and that's an appalling figure. That represents, as Councilmember Esparza said, just not the person who died on the streets, but their family members and their relatives and people around them, and affects us all. So the goal is to get to zero fatalities, and we all must be working to do that. So I know there are a lot of Vision Zero corridors and within the city of San Jose, and any extra funds we can get to make them safer will be hugely impactful. Regarding, I was really happy to see the Brown Act Reform Bill, AB 1944 by Lee, I think. But you had mentioned he's looking to get some amendments. Can you tell me what amendments they're looking for?
So council member, right now, the city of San Jose has not taken a position. So that's one of the reasons.
That's what we're voting on.
Yes.
We will in a couple of minutes.
We would like some sort of recommendation from you. But currently they're considering amendments that would position the bill better, so that it would make it into a committee hearing. So we're not sure what those are right now. It could potentially limit, for example, the number of times that I don't know if it's a Brown Act member could teleconference into a meeting. We don't know specifically what those amendments are, but essentially they're considering things that would position the bill better to actually get a hearing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So the motion was to adopt a support position because that was your recommendation. Is that correct?
No, we are
Councilmember
asking-
Esparza, was that included in your motion or no?
Can you repeat that?
AB 1944, was that part of your motion? The Brown Act one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
So
was
assuming we approve that today, and your marching orders is to support AB 1944, at what point would you bring it back to us if it's modified to a point where we may not be happy?
We
Or
would
continue to
yeah,
support
we
it,
would-
where we would want to watch it or withdraw our support?
We would continue to keep you informed via info memo as soon as some sort of amendment that wasn't favorable to the city of San Jose occurred. But we don't suspect that that would happen at this point. To be clear, though, our recommendation is to adopt a position. We weren't recommending what that position should be.
because, are you, I'm sorry, I stepped back to get something to drink. So what are you proposing, Councilmember Foley?
I'd like to support AB 1944,
This is the Lee bill?
which is the Brown, right, the
Yeah,
Brown
the
Act
Lee
bill
bill.
that effectively, it modifies the Brown Act, but it allows commissioners and council members, et cetera, who are participating in meetings to do so without disclosing their location.
Right. I remember that very much. And,
Yeah.
and there's been a lot of discussion on it, like at ABAG, we've heard from other council members in the Bay Area, particularly women and women's groups, because going on maternity leave, if you want to weigh in on Zoom, you have to post your home address, which is nuts, right? And so there are a lot of concerns. I do remember concerns being raised that cities might have some unfunded requirements. Were those issues worked through, or is that to come?
So that was specific to the bill from last session. This bill allows jurisdictions to opt in, so it's not a mandate.
And have we had an opportunity to assess the financial impacts from the entire bill?
To my knowledge, there are no financial impacts since it's not a mandate for the city.
But if we opted in, do we know what that would mean financially for the city?
I don't know that specific answer, but I don't know that it would come with a cost because it basically would allow you to do what you're doing now.
Okay, I see Lee Wilcox behind you, kind of. Were you waving? Was that inadvertent or? what?
It wasn't an attempt at magic or anything, just to get your attention.
Okay.
What I wanted to say was when we last discussed the previous bill, it was definitely very differently structured. There were a lot of mandates, given where we thought public meetings were going was this wide. Luckily, the bill is narrower. It is an opt-in, but since that time, we've made improvements to this chambers. We're going through the process of upgrading the council wing as well. So at least as written now, we would be in compliance if we decided to opt in for these additional protections because we're making these upgrades anyway to kind of facilitate better community participation.
Okay, I'm comfortable supporting it as it is, and if there are any amendments, as what Councilmember Foley mentioned earlier, if there are any amendments, that those should come back. If there's a significant difference, that could come back to council. I'm supportive.
Thank you. The reason this is important, and I'm comfortable with the disclosure as a council member of where I am and where I'm where I am physically and participating in a meeting. That makes sense to me. I'm an elected official. But for those members of Brown Acts who are commissioners, they volunteered to be commissioners and now they must disclose their private location. And in some cases, they're single women and they're people who do not want to meet in person again because of immunocompromised situations that they might be in. So I think supporting 1944 is the right step currently, unless it's amended to a point where we can't live with it. And then we need to absolutely take a look at it again and withdraw our support. But for the time being, I think we really need to support it and show that we're supporting first the hybrid model and access by the community to our to our meetings, but more importantly is protecting our commissioners and keeping them their privacy safe and protected. So I think that was it. Aside from, I do want, so thank you on 1944. I just want to follow up on the AB 2336 Friedman Bill 2 and wonder, Mayor, you had mentioned concerns about our POA being in objection to the bill. How I'm concerned about the bill passing and then San Jose being exempted from the bill, and that's not what we want to happen. So what can we do locally to try to negotiate or work and make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah, and look, I'm hearing everything third hand, and certainly I've had conversations with POA about this. So I can't say I know exactly how this really influences outcomes or not, but I understand PORAC, the statewide organization, tends to take their lead from the local police union. So to the extent that you're in conversations with members of the board, it'd be good to share your thoughts.
Okay.
I think it's important for us to continue this conversation and encourage them to come along. In the past, I think there's some question about what their position was in past years. I'd never understood it to be an opposed position. But I think some of them do believe that was the case, but it never seemed to be an obstacle to my knowledge previously. And Steve or Sarah, if you want to add anything, please feel free.
Steve, do you have anything that you would add to that?
Yeah, there was an amendment last year in the Chew bill, and darn it, I'm trying to recall exactly what it is, but there was an amendment in the Chew bill, AB 550, that limited the bill from its original scope. And that amendment, which I'm going to try to draw up on here, if I don't get it, if I can't pull it up, then I'll pass it on to Sarah. But with that amendment, they went to neutral. Same bill with those same provisions in this year, and PORAC, the statewide organization, has communicated to us that because there's a change in board membership, that they're potentially going to oppose the bill going forward. They did not oppose it yesterday, but is their intention to do so? And certainly hearing from our locals wasn't helpful, but I will get you clarity on that exact amendment. But there was an understanding that there was a negotiation last year that we thought stuck and carried over to this bill that somehow dissolved.
And Steve, I think that was specifically an amendment to ensure revenue would go back to police department.
There it
Is
is.
that right?
That's it. Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Yep.
Okay, yeah, so that's now in the Freeman bill. So we're hoping everybody agrees that they should all declare victory, because I think that was really an important objective to ensure that this isn't about just reducing police.
Well, and I would further say that your March budget message include the message to fully fund our police department. So regardless of speed cameras or not, and of course, we're a long way from adopting the budget, but your message was to fully fund our police department.
And to expand.
And to
Yeah,
expand,
add
right.
Positions. Yeah, we're
Right.
adding positions, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
And then Mayor, because it's an important question, and I was just reminded via text, it was to also limit the application of the bill from statewide to the 6 cities. So that was an important one too. So I wanted to make sure.
I'm sorry, Steve, could you repeat that?
The other amendment was to limit the bill from statewide to the 6 cities that are in the pilot. Yep, that was the other amendment.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. And first, I want to thank you for the report. I'm going to start with the kind of continuing the Brown Act discussion just for a brief minute. I think the concern, obviously, on the mandate is not for San Jose, but for smaller cities, right? Because smaller cities may not have put in place the infrastructure to be able to do the hybrid meeting. And I think, as I understand it, what this is saying is that if you allow a member of the Brown Act body to be at home or be not at the meeting in person, that you then have to have the technology to allow a hybrid meeting for all the public. Is that what it says? Okay, so that would be the reason for the question of expense for cities. And I can understand why other cities may be concerned about this. I mean, this bill doesn't necessarily solve their problem of people being able to be home without disclosing location if they can't afford to opt into the legislation. But it's obviously a good thing for San Jose. So I fully support this, although I think that I would hope that there'd be some thoughtfulness about how this can affect other jurisdictions, not just cities, but school districts and other things that would need to pay for the infrastructure. And I think, that it's important for us to offer people the opportunity to, when necessary, to be home or to not be able to be in person. There's certain people who have medical reasons or a variety of reasons not to be in meetings. I also think it's a good thing for us to send the message that it's, I think, more effective when we can be in person. So I wouldn't want to necessarily support legislation that's going to encourage us to continue to say, don't only come when you want to come. I would hope that people would use this in a way that would be most effective for our governance. But I do support the idea. I just want to also mention, thank you, Tom, specifically for your quick turnaround and helping with the city's position on the unfortunately named Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, which I call the Service Decimation and Government Poverty Act. Because if it were to pass, it would be devastating to cities up and down the state. And obviously that's why the League of Cities has jumped on and is working really hard to defeat it. And it's important for us to continue to send that message that it really won't help taxpayers if they don't get the services that they want from their city because we can't afford to provide them. Did I hear you correctly and say that they've now turned in the adequate number of signatures?
That's correct.
Okay, so we assume this will be on the ballot in November, and we'll have to work to, all of us, I think, to educate the public about the harmful nature of this measure. Now, just a quick question, last thing about AB 2179. That's the one on the rent, the eviction moratorium. So I understand that under its current form, at least, it would render moot our discussion last week on whether we extend our own eviction moratorium, at least for the next 4 months, right? It's through July 31st, that it would preempt local.
That's correct. There's preemption language in the bill, and Christopher's coming down to speak on it.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Yes, that's correct, Councilmember Cohen. It would, by its language, extend the preemption scope through the end of June on any rent due through June of this.
So we wouldn't be necessarily bringing back anything back then from the recommendation last week, if it were to pass and be signed this week, or we would have a further discussion about what the next steps would be, I suppose.
That's right, and I think that's what the administration is suggesting, is that because of the nature of it becoming moot, if we were to try to pass something that's legally problematic, that the suggestion now is to not return with the recommended actions, but instead a information memo on where things are with passage of the bill and what steps housing is taking to address people who are still struggling to pay rent in April.
So having read that memo, I think that you were suggesting that we probably should include something in the motion today to that effect. Is that right?
I think that that's what was included in the supplemental, was some guidance on whether or not the council was supportive of not returning next week because of the fact that it's expected that that bill will pass. And if it does indeed pass, that again, because of the problematic nature of the language in the bill, that any legislation that would be brought forward would be moot, and thus the staff believes that it would be a better use of its time and resources to dedicate towards funding and through the eviction diversion program versus putting together a memo and bringing forward an ordinance that could not be enforced.
Okay, and as far as the eviction diversion program, is that, given that this is being put in place to give the state more time to fulfill its obligations to those who have applied, would we still want to move forward with the diversion program immediately, or would we want to see how that state program moves forward?
I'm going to ask Reagan if she could elaborate further on that.
Hi, Councilmember Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. Yes, we plan to continue the eviction diversion program.
So in parallel, you think that the two programs would go hand in hand and still be a useful use of resources to continue to do that locally?
Just to clarify, the state AB 2179, those protections and our eviction diversion program.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yes,
So
correct.
because we were putting in place that diversion program because the state had not been quick enough at taking care of people who have applied, and this is being done in order to give the state 4 more months to do that. But we still believe there's value in our local program too.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess there wasn't a specific recommendation in the supplemental memo, so I would ask for a friendly amendment to allow the staff to come back with that memo rather than bring back a recommendation on the eviction moratorium item.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I don't know who the seconder was, but
I think it was Councilmember Davis.
okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah, Zane, Tom, and Steve and Leslie for this update. I want to start out with AB 2164. I know it's the next step is the Appropriations Committee. Well, first I should say thank you for your work on moving this bill forward. Really enjoyed testifying. I'm looking forward to being able to do that again. After it goes to the Appropriations Committee, what happens if it moves out of that? What happens next?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Steve, do you mind chiming in on the next step after appropriations?
Yes, yes, thanks for the question, Vice Mayor. So after appropriations, which the deadline to hear bills out of appropriations is towards the end of April. There'll be a couple of hearings, so it depends on when it's scheduled. It would move to the floor for a vote. And given someone mentioned the broad support that's been pulled together on it, I have high expectations that we can get off the floor and then send it over to the Senate, and then they will pick up hearings in the Senate on assembly bills in June. So that's kind of the next steps in the process.
Great. So my next question, and actually I had the same question as Councilmember Davis on the PCIA. As everyone knows, that's a major issue for the fiscal sustainability of our clean energy operation. And I know that it was stated that we're going to reevaluate. It's become a 2-year bill, and we're going to reevaluate whether it meets what we're looking for. Is there anything that we can do now in terms of shaping that or moving forward with, amendments or changes that can address what we need in San Jose?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Carrie, are you there? Can you respond to the question, please?
Yes, I am here. The PCIA has gone down for this year, so we have a little bit of a breather to think about next steps. And so we are working with our trade association, CalCCA, to explore different ways that we could work with SB 612 to address sort of our long-term needs to keep the PCIA down over time.
Okay, so that work is already taking place. And then,
Yes.
And then last is the Brown Act reform bill, AB 1944. I know that, Sarah, you stated that we don't know exactly what some of the amendments are or what's going to be requested, but and maybe this is better directed towards Steve. Why, in your experience, why is there opposition to this bill, and what is your in your best judgment, why is there opposition, and what is that opposition?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I see Steve is ready to respond as well. One of the main reasons is that there is concern for potential abuse. And suddenly members of Brown Act bodies will not show up to meetings. And so that's one of the biggest concerns. Steve, would you add anything else to that?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's some of it is that, I hope they're not listening, but some of it's staff driven, from committee consultants, who they are taking directive from their bosses, legislators, but there's been some apprehensiveness to change the Brown Act, as Sarah described, to limit public, that would limit public participation. And then even with COVID, there was the Rivas bill that allowed the meetings during the declared emergency. There were some restrictions on it. I think that the Lee bill, though, has a good balance where, as was mentioned, to ensure the public participation, you have to have, the video streaming, notwithstanding some of the challenges to finance it with other jurisdictions. But it's just been a general apprehensiveness that, and to be very direct, it's been said, well, you sort of signed up for it and you should be there. But what we've tried to say, to be honest, is, there are many bills this year and previous years that acknowledge that employees, that there are situations that arise that warrant time away, right? And so there's a lot of bills that the legislature passes in that regard. And so I think we've tried to say that there'll be circumstances, and we will make sure that there's adequate public participation on that side. And then lastly, I'll say, in terms of what we could possibly do, is put some parameters on it, like on the number of times that you could use it, right? And so I don't know if all local governments would agree with that, but if that's what it takes, then that's something they might consider. And I think there was some acknowledgement to that. Well, okay, I get that. If it was limited, you could do it X number of times. I don't know if that would work with everyone, but that's just give you a sense of the conversation.
No, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. And again, thank you, team, for the update.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Zoom screen and then come back to council here, because I know folks have a new round of questions. Council Member Perales.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and appreciate the presentation as well, and the advocacy that's happening up the state, and my colleagues' questions. It's been a good discussion. I just have a comment on two. Number one was the speed cameras. I wanted to just clarify, is there a formal opposition coming out of the POA at the moment, or a declaration of that, or is this just at the moment we haven't had support and there's speculation?
Steve, is the opposition formal?
They have not dropped a letter, but they have conveyed that position and where they are, at least at the state side, to the committee, that they would not formally oppose in this committee, but potentially or likely the next committee. But I don't know if our local officers have weighed in formally. That I'm not aware of, but I could just speak to the PORAC side.
Okay, yeah, I think two different topics. I understand PORAC sounds like they may be providing a position of opposition, but I was curious about local, because I understood that was the case. And I know, Mayor, you said you had some conversations. I don't know if, Mayor, you have that answer, if our city staff has that answer on our local POA and their formal position, or if at this point it's also been.
I haven't seen any letter, so no, I don't think there's a formal opposition. We just like everybody to be communicating to PORAC that they don't oppose.
Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, I think if we can find that out, and maybe is it possible to have whether it's city staff or reach out, and happy to advocate as well. I think, as you mentioned, Mayor, for us individually, for the board, but I think it would be wise to have a clear understanding of what their position may be, if we know where PORAC is at, to see if they're in line with them, or if they're gonna have a different position. And separately, is it something that we could have our police chief weigh in on?
We've had in the past, we've had our chief weigh in, so there's no prohibition to my knowledge. I know Eddie Garcia spoke pretty. I think it was at a press conference we had a couple of years ago with it.
Yeah, not at all. We've had Chief Garcia, interim chief Knopf, and Chief Mata will be participating as needed, or opportunities arise through the committee process for sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate that. It is an extremely important bill, and I think that, especially what we've seen happening here this year and over the last couple years. And so I think we really want to make sure that we have as much advocacy as possible. And so I appreciate the work there on that bill. The other one was in the slide was Senate Bill 917 from Senator Becker on the Seamless Transportation Act. And I believe it in the presentation, at least it states that we're monitoring that. I know that MTC approved a position of support if amended last week. Are we going to follow that direction, or are we still monitoring that one?
Thank you for your question. As we're speaking right now, we are working through amendments to see if MTC's amendments were accepted into the bill, and so we're waiting for that in order to issue a letter of support.
And so you're saying if are included into the, then we will issue our letter of support.
That's right, but we're expecting those amendments to go through, so we'll be supporting that bill.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that was my only two questions. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I just had a few questions before we come back to other colleagues. And again, a very big thank you to everybody for your hard work. A big thank you, in particular, to Leslie and the folks at Holland and Knight, and to our congressional delegation, specifically for the funding we were able to secure for the mobile crisis team for San Jose PD from Congresswoman Lofgren, as well as for digital literacy program at the libraries, or through the libraries, from Congresswoman Eshu and Congressman Khanna. So I certainly want to thank our delegation for being champions for our city, and Leslie's efforts on that effort, on those initiatives. I want to come back to the strategic projects list, attachment B. And I appreciate your hard work in putting something together. I know we're at a bit of a disadvantage because I'm about to talk to you about a transportation project, and Jessica Zank is still in the netherworld of digital access. Is that right?
I believe she's on now.
She's back.
Yes.
I did get a new Zoom link, so thank you very much
Welcome back.
to everybody. Yeah,
You know, we do have a digital inclusion program, Jessica. We got to sign you up.
we are going to sign me up. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I appreciate that you've got 10 projects, and 10 is generally a good number. It works well for marketing. Moses, it was great. But the challenge is we buried some really important projects within the Diridon project, including high-speed rail and particular passion project of mine, which is this airport connector. And I'm really concerned that if it's all just kind of thrown into Diridon and it gets all of a clause, I can tell you in my ongoing conversations at the region, they are not aware that the airport connector is ever a priority of the city. And it's not even on their radar. And they view it at MTC as being something that goes in what they call phase 2, which means we'll think about it after 2035. And my concern is that this is a project we could actually get built before the rest of Diridon gets built out, because Lord knows high-speed rail and everything else is going to take a very long time. So I'm really concerned about it just being kind of put in there in a single 3-word clause and everybody appreciating that somehow this is a priority, because I don't think that reflects its priority status. So Jessica, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Jessica Zank, Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. I think the IGR team had a pretty Herculean lift here. And so we definitely wanted to work together to keep something that appeared streamlined. Now, the airport connector project is an opportunity that we have to move very quickly relative to these other projects. As you said, Mayor, I don't think we would be opposed to going back with IGR and looking at calling it out more explicitly. Just ask Sarah if she had anything to add to that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The intention was certainly not to bury that component within
Yeah, and I
the
probably shouldn't
category.
use that term because I know that wasn't your intent. It just ends up buried, that's all.
Yeah, I think that this was meant to be sort of the first iteration to show that the city administration, city leaders, and staff went through a prioritization exercise.
Yeah.
We are going to meet and convene again as a group, again through the executive leadership of Kip Harkness, to kind of fine tune our advocacy strategies. And so I think that working on that project in particular within this bucket was the intention.
Okay. So I appreciate your willingness to take another look. And since you're thinking about doing it for one project, in addition to 10 being a good number for marketing, at least in religious traditions, 12 works pretty well too. So specifically on high-speed rail, my concern is that there are things we want out of the high-speed rail funding. For example, important projects in Councilmember Jimenez's district around grade separations, for example, that would definitely be opportune for some of the funding streams that we're seeing out there right now. And I'd hate to think that, again, it would be buried within Diridon Station, because we know there's much more to high-speed rail than Diridon Station, particularly since it's San Jose. I believe it consumes more miles of track here than in any other city in the state. And so if you were to think about reformulating this, I might suggest taking that out as well as a separate project.
We'd be happy to take a look at that again.
Okay,
Mayor.
thanks, Sarah, appreciate it. Cool. And then the budget marker bill that's out there for Caltrain electrification, I guess is really a question for Steve. I'm guessing, you know, I know Senator Mullins a very smart man, and he figured this was probably a better way of getting funding for the project. So I understand this bill isn't going to pass, but if this improves the chances of getting an allocation, why isn't there a BART to Silicon Valley budget marker bill? And shouldn't we be harassing somebody to go? I know at this point you can't introduce a bill, but we could gut and amend and put something in there. Does that make any sense for us at this point?
You know, it's certainly an option. You know, I feel that our conversations that we've had over the last like several months have put it on like the radar of the right folks in the administration, the governor's office, and the legislative side. It is a way to call attention to it. Sometimes there is a little bit of it's not necessary. We know what you want, don't kind of waste your time. We get a little bit of that, but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean we couldn't do it. And I think it's something that we can certainly talk about. I know particularly with the pandemic, the ability to be in the Capitol, and be face to face and continually be in folks' face in a pleasant and positive way. We're having the same conversations with the same people every week, so that this remains the top of the list. It's another way to do it, I guess. So I think it's something that we can talk about.
Steve, I
sure.
appreciate your advocacy on this because I know you've been hustling hard and we appreciate the hustle. If you think this is an exercise in wheel spinning, I don't want to waste your time. If you think it's useful, then I'd be happy to go hustle, see if we can get somebody to amend whatever they got to throw something in there. I guess my understanding is our current strategy is really try to get as much money as possible in the TIRCP program and then push on CTC for a big allocation. Is that the current approach?
That's right. And we're talking, pretty large numbers. So what we've been trying to do is identify in Southern California, like similar projects, knowing that we can't do it alone, that we have to increase the size of the pot and then try to put in place the criteria that'll best advantage us and, that we get short of an earmark, that it's essentially drafted in a way that, will be successful. But yeah, I think it's something that we can consider with the bill idea for sure.
Okay, happy to talk offline. I don't want to engage in wheel spinning because I know everybody's got more than enough work to do. And then finally, just a question about the WIX bill, about providing relief for renters. There's nothing in there that actually extends the March 31st deadline for renters to apply for relief. And sort of the dog that didn't bark, should we be really focused on trying to advocate for an extension of that deadline, or is the reality that they're going to run out of money anyway?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. There have been some concerns voiced by certain members around the preemption language and the fact that the March 31st date was not extended, and yet the preemption was pushed out until June 30th. My understanding, however, is that there wouldn't be additional funding to help support a program that was extended through June.
Okay, and that was specifically Phil Ting and Scott Wiener. Is that what they were objecting to?
The preemption language specifically.
Yeah. Okay. But honestly, I guess I'm less worried about preemption at this point because I'm not even sure there's really a legal avenue for cities. More hoping that we can just give renters more opportunity to get relief. Okay. Happy to talk offline to see if this is something that the big cities should get involved in. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Well, I've had my hand up.
Councilmember Sparza?
Thanks, Mayor. So to follow up on that, do you have any ideas?
I don't have any other than asking, pretty please, will you extend the March 31st deadline for another month or two?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm happy to amend the motion to include that. I'm not sure how we would actually advocate for that.
Certainly happy to support that as a city position.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to include the extension of the deadline.
Okay, is that all right with the seconder? Okay, great.
And then I had a follow-up question for, I'm sorry, I think it's Steve. So going back to the speed cameras and the PORAC issue. So he referenced a change in the board and the new leadership of the board. I guess the negotiations that were made the last time were open again. And so I'm a little unclear, is that change in the PORAC board or the San Jose Police Officers Association board?
The PORAC board.
The PORAC board. Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And staying with the speed cameras, Councilmember Peralez, I missed the first part of what he said. is that having our chief send a letter or what? I couldn't hear him that well. Is he still on?
Yeah, I was just asking if our chief could advocate, and it sounds like they have in the past, and that we could have. Actually, it sounds like our last 3 chiefs have, and so that we could have our current chief also provide some advocacy.
Okay. No, I don't. I was a little surprised today to come to council meeting and learn that our own police officers association could possibly be advocating against having speed cameras. Is there a way for us to get their position confirmed and have that come back to us, a message come back to us as council members, so that we can confirm that? Because I think we're speaking secondhand and third hand. I think that would be helpful.
Councilmember Esparza, yes, we're happy to confirm if and what position the San Jose Police Officers Association has on this bill.
Okay, that would be helpful. I think we're just trying to save lives, as I know so many of our police officers. I know I have 3 police divisions in my district, and there have been just some heartbreaking deaths that our officers have responded to, and I know that our officers have to see it, and those are the realities that they live with, as well as our communities, and hopefully we can work to the same ends. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just to clarify, I've had verbal conversations, I know, about this with a board member who made it clear to me that they were opposed or confirmed that based on what we'd heard third hand through our lobbyists. But, we're not eager to have them put it in a letter. We'd like to see if we can continue to work with them so we can get to a place where they're not.
Right.
But
And
I
I think that's
understand
where
your
those
point.
discussions, because I do feel like there's a little bit of he said, she said going on. And I think just having those conversations with us, because I didn't know that when I walked in here today. So
Okay.
thank you.
All right. We got a motion. Let's vote.
Jimenez? Morales?
Yes.
Helen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yeah.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Jimenez is yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thanks, everybody, for your hard work. And thanks to Steve and Leslie and everybody on the team. All right, we're on to, we're going to now convene the joint City of San Jose City Council Financing Authority agenda.
Wait, I think I forgot to call Jones and Licardo.
Oh, yeah, Vice Mayor Jones, what do you think?
Aye.
I'm aye.
Thank you.
Okay, fabulous. Now we're really unanimous. Okay. So as we've convened that joint board, we'll call item 1, which are actions related or amending certain agreements relating to the interim financing program to finance capital improvements at the RWF. Welcome, Julia.
No presentation. on this
Okay.
item.
Let's go to the public on this item.
Sorry, Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I hope for this item, just a reminder that as you talk about this item in public and community life, that it can be okay that we can talk about the ideas of sea level rise in the Bay Area and especially in the South Bay that this project's going to have to be addressing and working on. And I don't at all want to be alarmist. I want to be kind of like realistic and practical in how to talk about things. And I think we just realistically and practically need to talk about sea level rise in the South Bay is a pretty serious issue right now. And we're having some difficulty in addressing it actually, I think, but you're not talking about that enough. And I think we should. And I hope you don't have to feel embarrassed or ashamed to. I think it's something we can talk about in mellow terms and just realistic terms and very practical terms. Good luck how we can talk about it openly more in the future of sea level rise in the South Bay and in the entire Bay Area. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, I agree with Blair Binkman. You know, we've got to do something about sea level rise and all the other natural disasters. And we know, you know, there's going to be an earthquake coming, but the biggest natural disasters that we have to worry about is the mayor and the city council. Okay. The legislation that you guys propose is terrible. And everything, you guys are on the wrong side of every single issue there is. So I don't know
So
if
would you like
we're
to
ever
speak to
going
this
be able
particular
to
item,
avoid the
Mr.
natural
Sonsini?
disasters like Sam Licardo.
Thank you, Mr. Sonsini. Have a good day.
Back to you.
All right, on this item, was there a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, motion second. And Julia, the obligations to pay on this interim financing, I assume they're the same in terms of all of the subsidiary, I'm sorry, the name of the term is escaping me, all the
tributary agencies?
tributary agencies, thank you very much. Their obligations are the same regardless of the kind of debt, is that right?
Right, yeah, but this debt is only related to the city's obligation, not the tributary agencies. They have,
I see.
they are contributing their cash, either financed it or
Right.
cash, but they are not participating in this borrowing program.
Okay, so this is our roughly 4/5 of the facility.
Yes, and this is interim, and we anticipate bringing a long-term bond issue to you later this calendar year, early part of 2023.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item number 2, approval of sale and issuance of bonds and related bond documents for lease revenue bond series 2022A, which is the refunding of the convention center. There's no presentation.
Nope, there is.
Oh, there is a presentation, see? Always wrong.
I'm sorry. But it's exciting. So, so we have before you today the refunding of the outstanding convention center bonds. So it includes, in 2011, the city issued special hotel tax bonds in the amount of just over $107 million and also issued subordinated lease revenue bonds in the amount of approximately $31 million, of which 93.4 and 27.3 million are outstanding. We also have other convention center obligations outstanding. That includes approximately $42.4 million of commercial paper notes outstanding related to the acquisition of the South Hall site and 8.4 million of commercial paper notes outstanding related to some improvements to the exhibition hall. So the financing before you today has a number of objectives. One is to generate economic savings by refunding the bonds that were issued in 2011, to eliminate the variable rate risk exposure that we have associated with the commercial paper notes for the South Hall site and the exhibition hall. So we'll be converting those to fixed rate bonds. Reduce the debt service paid from special hotel tax revenues, which has suffered from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, increase the flexibility for operating the convention center and the South Hall site in the future by replacing tax exempt debt with taxable debt, because the differential pricing is relatively small today between the two. And issue authority lease revenue bonds to take advantage of the city's strong credit rating to reduce interest costs on the bonds, which increases the savings. As Nikolai is going to discuss later in the presentation, the refunding structure that we developed was done in a way with safeguarding the general fund risk as a key priority. So many of the elements that were present in the original special hotel tax and lease revenue bond structure in 2011 are being used and what I like to call repurposed for the 2022 A lease revenue refunding. Those key elements include the maintenance of the revenue stabilization reserve, which is equal to 1 year of debt service payments, the ability for the council to levy an additional special tax of 1% if the revenue rate of the revenue stabilization reserve drops below its requirement, a pledge by the city for a lien and security interest in the special taxes for the benefit of the authority for the city's payment to make lease payments, and then finally, the flexibility to issue additional lease revenue bonds or special tax bonds in the future. This next slide shows you why we're here today in terms of the impact that the pandemic has had on special taxes in terms of generating savings and reducing the future interest rate risk and increasing our operational efficiency with the project. Special hotel tax revenues have declined, and as of February of this year, only $4 million have been received. And at mid-year, you took action to reduce the revenue estimate for the special tax bonds, special tax revenues from 9.5 million to 8.5. Staff has undertook significant efforts during the pandemic to transfer capital funds, annexation of hotels that weren't in the district to create additional revenue to make the debt service payments. But we really have no other options at this point in terms of creating sufficient revenue to make the debt service payment going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nikolai.
Thank you, Julia. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. As Julia mentioned, with this transaction, we'll be replacing 2011 special hotel tax revenue bonds, commercial paper, and 2011A lease revenue bonds with a single bond structure of lease revenue bonds. Much like the lease revenue bonds that we issued last October and a year prior to that. There we go. The preliminary numbers run with the assistance of the city's municipal advisors, PFM financial advisors, and our bond underwriters, led by Morgan Stanley, size the bond transaction at just under $166 million. In part, this is because in the past, we had borrowed funds to fund debt service reserve funds for the 2011 bondholders due to low interest rates that are available for investing those funds, and because the bond rating agencies and investors become more comfortable that very highly rated issuers like the City of San Jose don't require a debt service reserve fund, we are not proposing to fund a reserve fund. And as a result of that, we can use that cash in addition to the bond proceeds to do the refunding and reduce the size of the borrowing that we need. So the bond proceeds and the release of these reserves will redeem the 2011 bonds, the 2011A bonds, pay off nearly $51 million of commercial paper, principal and interest, and of course, pay the cost of issuing the bonds. We do want to emphasize that, of course, all of these numbers are preliminary and will depend on the results of the bond sale, which would occur next week if council approves this financing. Sticky fingers here. If all we were doing with this refinancing was refunding the 2011 and 2011A bonds, we'd have very substantial debt service savings. We are refunding bonds with an average interest coupon of 6.26% in a market where we can get an average rate of just over 4%. So very substantial savings. In fact, if we were just doing that refunding, we'd save $27.5 million in today's money over the life of the bonds. That's 22.8% of the refunded bonds. Again, preliminary estimates. But we're also doing, as Julia mentioned, is taking advantage of this opportunity to also begin amortizing the commercial paper associated with the convention center, for which we've only been paying interest on the South Hall acquisition portion. So now we'll be able to fully amortize all of this debt service using that savings. We've also created relief at the front end of the debt service payments as well. We should mention that the market is quite volatile right now, given that the Fed raised rates 2 weeks ago. That wasn't a surprise for the market. But in the interim, and even just today, Fed officials have been speaking about more aggressively dealing with inflation. And so that has created some volatility in the market. So all of these results are, as we say, preliminary. As with the as with all lease revenue bonds, the city is required to appropriate funds from all eligible sources, including the general fund. And separately, the city has pledged to use the Convention Center Facilities District special taxes to pay lease payments. And that source of revenue provides protection to the general fund, as Julia mentioned. As with the 2011 special tax bonds under the pledge agreement, the city would again maintain a revenue stabilization reserve that is available to make lease payments in the event of volatility in the special hotel tax. It would be funded at maximum annual principal and interest on the bonds, but this reserve is designed to minimize the impact on the general fund if special tax revenues fluctuate. It protects the general fund. It's not specifically pledged to investors like the debt service reserve fund would have been. One of the other things that the documents were crafted to do was to provide the city council with flexibility to issue future bonds for the convention center, either based on the lease value of the convention center or based on the special hotel tax that's available. So since the value of the convention center is much larger than this particular transaction, we could issue more lease revenue bonds to finance or refinance facilities related to the convention center. And the CFD was originally authorized to issue up to $750 million of debt. So based on the issuance of debt in 2011 and based on the proposed issuance, we estimate that more than $560 million of additional bonds could be secured from that tax. To proceed with this financing, the council and the board are being asked to approve the 7 documents listed here. In addition to the respective resolutions, this includes the offering document for investors known as the preliminary official statement and the respective legal documents to support the lease revenue bonds. And as required by the government code, a good faith estimate of the cost of the transaction has been included in the resolution and the staff report. And as mentioned before, the good faith estimate is preliminary. The final rates would be determined at the bond sale. With that, I'll turn it back to Julia.
Thank you, Nikolai. So it's important to do a refresher on the responsibilities of the organization when issuing bonds, our obligations that we have when speaking to the market, and your obligations as elected officials. So as issuers of municipal securities, we have an obligation to ensure that the information that's contained in our disclosure documents is accurate and complete in all material aspects. And that proper disclosure allows investors to understand and evaluate the financial health of the local municipality in which they're about to invest in. We're required to operate under Securities Act of 1933, which prohibits fraud in the offer or sale of securities, including municipal bonds. And additionally, the Securities Act of 1934, which prohibits fraud in the purchase or sale of securities, including municipal bonds. Additionally, SEC Rule 10b-5 prohibits making any untrue statement of material fact or omitting to state a material fact in the offer and sale. So in terms of the elected official, your responsibilities is to review the preliminary disclosure document, which was provided to you in the council agenda packet, and look at the key topics: the purpose of the bond issue, the sources of repayment, the risk that those sources may be insufficient to repay the bonds, and discussion of any other events or information that could affect the deliberations of a reasonable investor. And after you've reviewed the document, ask the following additional elements to consider. Have we, the staff, identified all the material risk and events that have been brought to the attention to staff and other officials that we have and professionals working on the transaction? And have those risks and events been disclosed? If not, what is the rationale for non-disclosure? So in reviewing the content of the official statement, there's an introduction which describes the purpose of the bonds and the source of repayment. More detailed information discussion on the risks related is included in the security for the bonds and the bondholder risks. Appendix A describes the city's current financial position, including fiscal pressures. It also provides geographic, demographic, economic, and financial information. And Appendix B provides an exhaustive, detailed information about the city's 2 retirement plans. And finally, Appendix F is the continuing disclosure certificate, which is where we make an obligation to continue to provide updated information to the market. The elected officials are not expected to be fact checkers. We have fact checkers across the entire organization that help us put this document together. So finally, your responsibility is if you have any personal knowledge of any of the material information that's in the official statement that may be false or misleading, or you're to raise those issues prior to the approval and the distribution of the document. So we can bring that up during the discussion point. So next, in terms of, we apologize for the lateness of the posting of the presentation materials earlier today because we were desperately waiting for the release of the ratings on the bonds, which were released yesterday and today. So we're happy to report that all 3 rating agencies confirmed the city's issuer ratings on our outstanding general obligation bonds, our lease revenue bonds, along with issuing ratings for these bonds. Only Moody's has rated the convention center bonds down, quote, 1 notch from their general lease rating on essential city assets, which is AA2, and these bonds will carry a AA3 rating for Moody's. S&P and Fitch are rating the 2022 A bonds at AA, which is only 1 notch below our issuer rating at AA+. So the ratings for all 3 rating agencies carry stable outlooks. And they stressed in their report our fiscal strength and our budgeting and the management of our fiscal assets is an important aspect in the ratings for the city. Finally, our financing schedule. We received the ratings. We have council approval today. Tomorrow, we're planning. Our schedule has us distributing the preliminary official statement so we can price the bonds on April 7th and close the bond issue on April 21st. This is very important. The next debt service payment due on the outstanding bonds is May 1st, and we want to get this refunding done prior to the next debt service payment date so that we don't have to make that payment. So the policy requirements for the approval of lease revenue bonds, they're subject to the debt management policy and the San Jose Municipal Code that requires us to look for refunding opportunities and have produce a present value savings of at least 3%. And as Nikolai pointed out, we're well in excess of that. Then also according to the debt management policy and the municipal code, approval requires 2/3 vote by the city council. So that's 8 votes. And then finally, the recommendations are the city council to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $175 million of the lease revenue bonds and approve in substantially final form all of the legal documents, including the distribution of the preliminary official statement. Also adopting a resolution authorizing the city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement for bond counsel services. And finally, the financing authority board to adopt a resolution also authorizing the issuance of the bonds and approving the documents in substantially final form. So with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Nikolai. All right, let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I hope with just a few small reminders at this time. One is that even though we're having some hard times with the convention center overall, I'm very interested in the idea how to consider the future of San Jose visiting in terms of the Bay Area again, how to bring in people from all parts of the Bay Area. Maybe they want to visit San Jose more and be a more inclusive process with the rest of the Bay Area. These are some of the ideas of the Mayor Liccardo from 2014 that's interestingly can reemerge at this time. That good luck in these efforts. I think it can do something interesting for ourselves, and maybe that can be incorporated into the convention thinking of this bond measure. And to quickly offer, it's my understanding that we may be headed towards a bit higher interest rates in this coming summer and fall. I don't know what that means for this item particularly, but I just thought I would mention it at this time as a I don't know, helpful reminder and how to consider issues. Yeah, I guess that's about all. I could say my things about renewable energy and how important it is to be continuing to consider that at this important time in history. And I guess that's about all. Thanks a lot.
Call in user one. Call in user one.
Hi, can you hear me? This Zoom thing. Zoom. Oh yeah. What a product that is. No good. Anyway, this convention center, I remember when they opened it, a lot of money was paid for it, and then they hired whoever designed it and paid for it, whatever. They couldn't even hold a computer or electronics show. It had to go to San Francisco. So the heart of the Silicon Valley, San Jose, couldn't even host an electronics show. So from the very beginning, the thing's always been not very good. And I don't know how much money you're going to need to polish this turd of a building. I mean, who's breaking down the door to go have a convention here? The location's bad. The inside of it's bad. I went to the grand opening of it. I got to meet Dizzy Gillespie. That was cool. But really, I've never been back ever since. And that was like 30 some years ago. So I think it's a big waste of money. You know what you should do is get a bulldozer and start with the convention center, and then maybe start going to the rest of the downtown. That's a complete disaster. I mean, you guys, who's going to come to this town for vacation? You guys can't even reopen. They can't even reopen this Fairmont, which is talk about a white elephant. That downtown. All of you should be ashamed of your downtown as you want to build all these villages everywhere and have speed cameras and arrange for minors' abortions across state lines. You know, you guys got to get your act together and focus on real issues like potholes and repaving the roads, getting rid of burned out buildings. Back
to council.
Thank you, Mr. Cincini. The Zoom shareholder meeting, I think, is next on May 13th. I hope you'll go there and get your 2 minutes. Let them know. All right. Questions? Councilman Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Just briefly, thank you for the item. Makes sense to me. Just out of curiosity, since you mentioned uncertainty and volatility, I was looking at the timeline, which is pretty quick, but if something unexpected were to happen, I don't know, in Ukraine or something, if the environment changed, are you able to pause the process, and what's the cost, or are we kind of pot committed once we take this vote? Not that it's going to change my vote. I'm just kind of curious how it works.
We could theoretically pause the process, but we do have that May 1st debt service payment coming up, and we probably would need to come back with an urgency item to identify all the resources to make that payment on May 1st.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thanks again.
Thank you.
I would like to move acceptance.
Second.
Motion second. We had a couple questions about some items on page 7. First, with regard to the existing constraints on what we can do on South Hall tent, whether we're using taxable or tax-free bonds, I understand. We got a constraint based on the repayment source for that debt that requires it to continue to be used for convention-related purposes. And I just want to make sure and confirm that doesn't prohibit its use as a hotel, does it? If the hotel can also have meetings?
We would need to examine that with legal counsel and determine how the hotels either accentuated or fed into convention center purposes. So it would require some additional analysis for us to do at the time to have the exact facts in terms of what the relationship would be between a hotel use on the site and the convention center itself.
Okay. I guess I'm concerned. I see Nancy, her ears were pricking up because I just thought, when we made this decision in 2017 to issue debt to go buy this site, a big part of that thinking was not just the expansion of the convention center, but also the construction of a hotel on that site. So it concerns me if we're still
It
constrained.
wouldn't necessarily constrain it. It would just mean that if we came to the conclusion that that using the special tax revenue to make the debts, but essentially which is providing the revenue for the debt service going forward under the pledge agreement, if that wasn't a suitable use for that because
Yeah.
it wasn't enough convention center related, then we would need to determine how we would have to essentially pay off that portion of the debt associated with the acquisition of the South Hall site.
This is
But-
the hotel tax, the 5%?
Yeah, the hotel tax.
The trigger or the?
No, it's,
No.
the hotel tax is very defined in terms of the use of that can only be used for convention-related purposes.
Right.
And so right now it is because the South Hall site has the tent on it and it's part of the convention-related purposes. But right now we have $42 million of variable rate debt outstanding and we're not amortizing any of that principal.
Right.
So we really think, given that we're still several years away from making a decision on what to do, and these bonds will be refundable on a current basis in 10 years, you know, the likelihood that we'll be at some point, you know, actually constructing something inside that period is, Nancy can probably tell me.
Gosh, I hope it's within 10 years. I hope for my successor
We
state.
can hope, but we just think at this particular point in time, it's really important for us to fix out that variable rate debt. And it also then creates, because we're paying off that commercial paper, it gives us to have the commercial paper capacity for other city-related projects
Right.
that right now we don't have. 'cause
Yeah, I
we're
appreciate the
totally
importance of
tapped out.
that. Then, I'm sorry, Nancy, do you want to say anything more? or-
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming down anyway, Nancy. It's nice to see you.
You can see here if there's more questions.
Yeah. Then this issue about tax exempt versus taxable, it looks like the difference is something like 85 or 86 basis points. You guys calculate that's $10.5 million. I understand the benefits of getting taxable because I know we've been stuck in the past, particularly I think in the Civic, in making arrangements with private parties because of the constraints around the bond. So I can appreciate the imperative. Question I have is, although you characterize that as a narrow spread, it's still a pretty significant spread in the big scheme of things, right? $10.5 million is nothing to sniff at. Is there some reason why we wouldn't want to have some taxable and some tax exempt and make sure that the taxable bonds applied to those facilities we think are likely to be used by private entities?
Yeah, I mean, that's currently what we actually have in place right now because the original convention center facility was refunded with taxable tax allocation bonds in 2017, and the expansion site is done with tax exempt debt. The challenge is that those two projects are they're fairly integrated with each other.
Yeah.
And so our management agreement that we have with Team San Jose is a qualified management agreement. So and that's the flexibility that we see going forward, is the ability to look to an opportunity that can create more of an opportunity to the city to monetize that asset and create more of a revenue sharing capability between the city and whoever operates the facility on a going forward basis, whether it be Team San Jose or somebody else. And so we're kind of trying to take a longer term view of that and looking for opportunities that would allow us, especially as we look to South Hall site development, how can we then think of it in a way that we can monetize both of those assets in a way that could generate more revenue for the city?
And we think that additional revenue is greater than the net present value difference of the 10.5 million?
We think it could be. And at this point, we just think it's the best business decision we have to create as most flexibility as possible moving forward with the development of the South Hall site and then continuing to look at opportunities for operating the convention center.
Okay. I mean, I enthusiastically welcome opportunities to, I know we've had this challenge over at the Civic where we're not able to strike the kind of deal we want because of constraints on the bond. I'm hoping, Nancy, maybe you've got some ideas about what we're likely to try to do if we really have the advantage and taxable, because I'd hate to think we'd be paying these higher rates and not have a really strong plan for taking advantage of taxable, the freedom that's provided by taxable bonds. Do you have any thoughts?
Mayor Nancy Klein, Economic Development. Pre-pandemic, we had a lot of interest and a lot of support for roughly half the site for expansion of the convention center, and a good amount of office and residential and plaza on the site, and interest continues.
Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Any other questions? I don't see Councilmember Cross is raising his hand, so I think that's it. We have a motion from Councilman Rahan. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Crosco. Thank you.
Okay, great. We're back to the regular calendar. We have 3 items left. 8.2 are actions related to implementation and amendment of the commercial linkage fee ordinance. We do have a presentation. Jared, Rosalind, will joining us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Rachel Vanderveen, and I am on Zoom. And I will be starting off our presentation.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right. Okay, so again, my name is Rachel Vanderveen, and I'm the Deputy Director of Housing, and I'm joined online by Jackie Morales-Frand, our Director of Housing. And in the council chambers today, we have Darius Brown from the Housing Department, Nancy Klein and Jared Ferguson from the Office of Economic Development, and Chris Burton with the Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement Department. We are all here to provide you with an overview of the proposed changes to the commercial linkage fee ordinance. Staff from multiple departments have worked collectively over the last year with key stakeholders and developers to shape this proposal for City Council consideration. Over the course of the last year, staff hosted 4 public outreach meetings attended by 58 members of the public and held over a dozen meetings with developers soliciting their feedback on these amendments. Next slide, please. Establishing a commercial linkage fee in the city of San Jose has been a journey. In 2014, the City Council voted to explore fee options. In 2018, the City Council directed staff to complete a study that would serve as the basis for the commercial linkage fee. And in 2020, the ordinance and fee resolution were passed, establishing a commercial linkage fee in our city. These funds will be used to facilitate the production of affordable housing for extremely low, very low, low and moderate income households within San Jose as new commercial development moves forward throughout the city. Next slide, please. After over a year of implementation, staff recognized it was time to return to City Council with proposed amendments to our commercial linkage fee program. In response to City Council direction, a credit for affordable housing development has been crafted for your consideration. Also, staff updated Council's recommendation to amend the threshold for office developments under 100,000 square feet to 50,000 square feet. In order to address challenges faced in implementing the commercial linkage fee, staff is also bringing forward an amendment modifying the ordinance to allow deferred payment option to be approved with security and an amendment to set the fee at a lower rate when paid at the building permit issuance. Next slide, please. The first recommended change to the ordinance is to establish a credit for developers who build affordable housing. This may take place in a mixed-use development that includes both residential and commercial development, or by a developer who builds affordable housing on a separate site from the commercial development. This credit will accomplish the goal of the commercial linkage fee program to develop both affordable housing and commercial space at the same time, providing for the housing needs created by expanding our commercial uses. Developers will receive a square footage credit for each affordable housing unit built. The credit calculation is derived from the city's in lieu fee under the city's inclusionary housing program. This calculation is expressed in a cost per affordable unit, which is equivalent to $181,000. Our consultant calculated this fee as a part of our work preparing for the recent updates to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Next slide, please. This slide shows an example of how the affordable housing credit is calculated. In this example, a downtown office building with 1 million square feet has also built 10 extremely low-income housing units. 10 units are multiplied by the credit for extremely low-income units, which is 20,323 per square foot. This results in 203,230 square foot credit. Then you take the total number of commercial square feet built minus the credit, resulting in 796,770 square feet. You take this result and multiply it times the downtown office rate of $15 per square foot. So this developer will pay $11,951,550 in commercial linkage fees. Now, without this affordable housing credit, the commercial linkage fee would have been $15 million. Next slide, please. The next proposed policy change supports the development of small office buildings. We are recommending setting the fee at $0 for the initial 50,000 square feet, which increases this threshold from 40,000 up to 50,000 square feet. This change has limited impact on the pipeline of commercial development. There are only 2 developments that fall between 40 and 50,000 square feet. This change will result in a loss of $27,000 in potential fee revenue through the commercial linkage fee program for these 2 projects. Next slide, please. The next recommendation is built to provide the most flexibility for our commercial developers. It lays out multiple options for the timing of payment of the commercial linkage fee. Option 1 and 2 are available for all commercial development throughout the city. Option 1 is that at the time of building permit, the developer may pay 80% of the fee. They can pay it at that moment in time and be done and meet their obligation. The second option is that they could pay the full amount, the 100% of the fee at final building inspection, and again, be complete with their obligation. And then finally, for large office and research development projects, they actually have a third option to select, which is called the deferred payment option. I will walk through this additional option in the next slide. Developers of large commercial and research and development projects have an option to pay their commercial linkage fee in 5 equal installments. The first payment is made at building permit, the second at the scheduling of their final building inspection, and the 3 remaining payments will be made annually, just paid each year, with 3% of interest on the anniversary date of their second payment. The deferred payments will be secured by a bond or a letter of credit. I will now turn our presentation over to Jackie Morales-Ferrand.
Thank you, Rachel. Again, I'm Jackie Morales-Ferrand, and I'm the Director of Housing. Next slide. I wanted to clarify that the staff is prepared to complete a feasibility study by the end of this year. This slide provides an outline of how we will achieve this. Beginning in May, we will complete a scope of work. The draft feasibility study will be completed in the fall, and the staff will conduct public outreach with developers and other stakeholders between September and October, with the goal to return to the Housing Community Development Committee and the City Council by November. This timeline assumes a focused study strictly evaluating the assumptions used to establish the rates for the commercial linkage fee. If the City Council were to request to broaden the scope of the work plan, the timeline for the study would need to be extended into 2023. Additionally, the Housing Department and our partners are focused on several high priority projects, and I am concerned about adding more tasks to the scope of this project at this time, if the goal is to complete this by the end of the year. Next slide. In addition, our consultant has indicated that the underlying data used for the original study has not changed significantly. This chart shows leasing activity citywide for office space. 2021 was higher than 2020, but still trailed behind pre-pandemic levels. Similarly, quarter 2022 shows very little activity. The commercial linkage fee was passed at the beginning of COVID. Since then, COVID-19 turned into a pandemic. When it was recommended that we conduct a new feasibility study, none of us would have imagined that we would find ourselves 2 years later focused on recovery efforts for both our residents and our businesses. In 2 years, 9 commercial linkage fee agreements have been submitted for our review, 5 have been approved, and we're working on 3 of them. While there's a much greater pipeline working its way through our development review process, they've been working under the assumptions of the current fees. Again, staff is fully prepared to move forward with the feasibility study. However, given your encouragement that we should be focused, and frankly, sometimes your frustration with us or maybe me in completing high priority projects, I would ask you to consider if completing a new feasibility study at this time, given that we anticipate we would not receive much new additional data, if this is what we should be focused on now at this time. Next slide. So our anticipated or expected outcomes is that we want to ensure that we have a sustainable commercial linkage fee program that doesn't inhibit commercial development, especially now in this time, given that we are focused on recovery. We share the goal of wanting to produce more affordable housing, and more importantly, for us at this point, in terms of the recommendations the Housing Department has brought forward, we want to make sure that this is a program that we can administer. Next slide. And with that, we are done with our presentation. Again, I want to recognize that this work was completed in coordination with the Office of Economic Development and PBCE, and I want to thank them, and especially Jared, who works for both OED and Housing in working together to come up with our recommendations.
Great. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Rachel. Let's go to the public.
Okay, for the members of the public in person, I have Jeremy Baruth and Sandy Carey. Come down in no particular order. Sandy went online. Okay, so Sandy went online, so I'll call him when he gets there.
Jeremy's here.
I guess I'll be setting the bar for public comment on this item. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Baruth, and I am the Senior Policy and Organizing Director at Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment. And I'm here today to urge the Council to support the memo authored by Cohen, Jimenez, and Carrasco as well as elevate the need for a comprehensive community-centered discussion on how the commercial linkage fee can address our housing crisis. From the stories from community members who walk into our office every day, we know that the pandemic and all the struggles that came with it are still with us. But we know there's a lot of commercial real estate activity, and we are looking at the potential to double our current inventory as a result of all the development. With this wave of commercial development, setting a fee too low means that we are not generating revenue for affordable housing at a rate that reflects the impact that commercial development has on the local housing market. You also saw us walk in this afternoon with our t-shirts and our tennis shoes and hats and suntans because we marched from East San Jose here to City Hall because we would like the council to prioritize COPA, the Community Opportunity for Purchase Act, which I know is not on today's agenda, but will be coming before council this fall. So as I close, I hope that the council can approve the memo mentioned earlier and that we can all use all the tools in our toolbox to address our city's housing crisis. Thank you.
Okay, Catherine Hedges.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I want to second everything the previous speaker said, and I marched with them. I'm a member of PACT, and PACT is part of the coalition that marched from Mexican Heritage Plaza to City Council. We had a rally on the plaza, and I was in the audience for a while and needed to go home. But here I am speaking from home, and please support the memo that the previous speaker supported. Thank you.
Gabriel Medina.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer for Luna. As we continue to deal with our many housing challenges, we need to recognize the impact that increased commercial development has on our local housing market. Every day, our most vulnerable communities are being displaced and forced to leave our city. We ask the council to amend the ordinance to require payment of commercial linkage fees at time of issuance of building permits and to direct city staff to follow that direction from September 2020, return to council by September 2022. For consideration of increasing the fees across the city. Setting a fee at too low means we're not generating revenue for affordable housing at a rate that reflects the impact that commercial development has on the local housing market. We have seen commercial real estate do well all the while we as a city fail to generate necessary revenue to meet our housing goals. It is critical for appropriate commercial linkage fees be in place before the start of post-pandemic construction to be effective in addressing increased demand for affordable housing and prevent the displacement of vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Forrest Peterson.
Thank you. Hello, honorable council members and mayor. My comments are in support of the commercial linkage fee. My name is Dr. Forrest Peterson, and I was asked to provide an engineering perspective. I am speaking today for the Center for Integrated Facility Engineering, or SIFE, at Stanford Engineering. First, I think the memo by Council Members Jimenez, Cohen, and Carrasco is well informed. Over the past years, SIFE has included topics of affordable housing in the annual Industrialized Construction Forum, a gathering of a global community engaged in technology and policy in the built environment. The Camagay professor, Dr. Fisher, who the City Council recognized for contributions to wage theft research, stated the priority he gives to affordable housing. He said, without construction technology, we will not be able to solve the affordable housing problem. What that means is that until efficiencies develop from technologies that lower the cost of development, then other solutions are necessary, which is almost certainly a subsidy in this case. The commercial linkage fee is the current apparent solution for affordable housing. Thank you.
Krista De La Torre.
Good afternoon. My name is Krista De La Torre, and I am the political organizer for the South Bay Labor Council. We represent over 100,000 working people in San Benito and Santa Clara counties. I would like to thank Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Carrasco for their memo. I urge the Council to follow through on its commitment from 2020 and agendize a discussion on the commercial linkage fee later this year. In 2020, the Council set the commercial linkage fee at a lower level as a placeholder due to uncertainty and delays caused by COVID-19. Although we're still fighting the pandemic, commercial real estate activity continues to boom. Now, commercial development is outpacing the amount of money we are generating for affordable housing. We continue to see a massive influx of jobs, but fail to appropriately respond to housing needs here in San Jose. We encourage the Council to hold a comprehensive discussion on the commercial linkage fee, specifically focusing on the ways it can be right-sized to accurately capture the revenue needed to support the increased housing needs in our backyard. We look forward to working together to secure more resources for affordable housing. Thank you.
Elizabeth Kanya.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Well, actually, good evening. As we grapple with our many housing challenges, we need to recognize the impacts that workers from increased commercial development has on our local housing markets. I am the union rep for IFPT Local 21, and we represent members in the Housing Department, PBCE, and Office of Economic Development. I'd like to take the time to thank all the work that they've done when looking at the commercial linkage fee, as well as thanking Council members Jimenez, Cohen, and Carrasco for their memo. And we urge the rest of the Council to support the recommendation following through on that commitment for 2020 that people before me spoke about. We've seen more jobs come in, and we failed to respond to the housing needs. And we look forward to the process this fall and winter and stand in support of the opportunities to secure more resources for affordable housing and more resources to fund those services that bring about affordable housing, such as increasing staff in PVCE, housing, Office of Economic Development, etc., and working to build housing for all. Thank you.
Andrea Portillo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrea Portillo, and I'm the Community Organizing and Policy Manager with Somos Mayfair. I'm also a District 5 resident. When Council took up the commercial linkage fee discussion in 2020, the fee was set at a lower level as a placeholder because of the uncertainty and delay expected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic is still with us, but there is a lot of commercial real estate activity, and we are looking at the potential to double our current commercial property inventory as a result of all the development. With this wave of commercial development, setting a fee too low means we are not generating revenue for affordable housing at a rate that reflects the impact that commercial development has on the local housing market. We can use this commercial linkage fee to support solutions like a permanent preservation fund for policies like the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act or COPA. I don't know if you heard us outside. A few of us were actually in the chambers. But today we marched from Eastside San Jose to City Hall because we want this body to prioritize the housing crisis, to protect our families from evictions, to prioritize community solutions like COPA, and to uplift preservation strategies. This also means adding capacity and resources to the housing department so that the anti-displacement strategies you all approved can be enacted. The time is now. Our families can no longer be displaced and will no longer be displaced. Please move forward to bring this item back to Council this fall so that this fee can be right-sized in a way that accurately captures the needs of our most impacted community. Thank you.
Victor Vasquez.
Good afternoon, Victor Vasquez, Somos Mayfair, Community Organizing Team, Co-Executive Director. Just like my peers mentioned, it's important for us to continue to prioritize a strong commercial linkage fee. As mentioned before, we set the standard in order to think about and explore the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. These lower standards for the commercial linkage fee were not meant to stay in that as low. And we encourage you all to continue to pass a strong commercial linkage fee so that we can continue to create permanent affordable housing for our community. As part of that strategy, we believe that such commercial linkage fee should also be used to create a preservation fund. The preservation fund could also help policies like COPA to create the starting funding that we need to purchase and preserve the largest affordable housing stock that we have in San Jose. That is our homes. That is our duplexes, apartment complexes. A set of homes that have not been looked at as an opportunity, and we should look at that opportunity. It's right in our backyards. As mentioned before, about 100 of us marched today to raise awareness on the need to prioritize policies like COPA and a need for us to continue to put housing strategies first. We cannot delay action. Any delay of action will continue to increase the homelessness crisis that we see. We're looking forward to working with you to work together and pass a COPA policy, a strong commercial linkage fee, and to explore creative opportunities for housing like cooperatives so that we can make East San Jose one of the places where people have seen the change and are no longer displaced. Thank you.
Sandy Perry.
Hi, I'm Sandy Perry from Affordable Housing Network, and I was also part of that march today. There's an old saying, I've heard the mayor repeat this: if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And that came up again for people who saw King Richard. San Jose's commercial linkage fee proposals are actually worse than failing to plan. They actually are a deliberate plan to aggravate Silicon Valley's already unconscionable housing displacement and homelessness crisis. It's already bad enough out there. So why are we setting fees that are going to make this worse? A 2020 Nexus study, which is a legal requirement for a commercial linkage fee, and it measures the actual housing need created by commercial development. And in 2020, the city deliberately adopted fees to fund housing that were only 2%, 2 to 10% of the amount that the Nexus study estimated was necessary to meet the need that was going to be created by these same commercial developers. We used the excuse that was in 2020 that because of the uncertainty of the pandemic, but now there's a building boom. There was an article on the Mercury News February 9th, building boom for Silicon Valley offices reaches 6-year high. So there isn't any problem with slowing down commercial construction. We support the Cohen, Jimenez, and Carrasco memo as a first step to undo this injustice and to help provide funding for not only new construction, but as Victor said, for COPA and for preservation funding. Thank you.
Claire Beekman.
Hi, thank you very much for this item and for the words of Sandy Perry and the other speakers today. That was interesting information that San Jose high-rise and commercial buildings are on a considerable upswing still. Yet we've been going back and forth over commercial linkage fees for the past few years now. I hope what we're doing today is really setting a really important course that we don't have to keep fluctuating with the linkage fee issues, and that we're working, when people want to build here in the future of San Jose, they know they will be wanting to build in a place that's wanting to take care of its community, and that's serving its community first. And we're going through a shift in what exactly serving our community is and its economic principles. And it takes practice. And I think hopefully we're starting to understand that better, the importance of what linkage fees can offer ourselves and offer all parts of the community for our future. And I'm sorry that this has become the argument that it has, but I think we're headed in an important new direction that I think many are very well understanding is possible to work towards and will not hurt at all the economic systems that promote, these massive buildings and development. So good luck how we can better reason and understand what's possible with a really steady good practices of linkage fees, and that we'll always be respecting lower income people who cannot benefit as well as rich developers. Thank you.
Alex Shore.
Good afternoon, good evening, council. This is Alex Shore. Now I'm speaking to you personally, not on behalf of any organization for which I work or commission on which I sit. I do want to talk a little bit about the conversation that we had at the Housing Commission, again, as an individual. I noticed among our commissioners that there was surprise about the 20% reduction. It's talked about in the staff memorandum. I think what commissioners were surprised with was the amount being as high as it is, 20%, and not hearing the firmest need from the development community. From my experience working with developers, they tell us they need two things: speed and certainty. And having a lower fee, I've heard developers say in public forums and to our organization, the organizations I've worked with, that as long as they know what the rules are and they can abide by them, that they can pay fees. So I don't know that sacrificing more fees for affordable housing is the answer in an affordable housing crisis. I think the three council members who put forward the memo that we're talking about and so many people are giving comment on, Cohen, Jimenez, and Carrasco, are on the right track here. And I want to continue to support as much affordable housing as possible being built in our city and policies that support that. Thank you so much.
Araceli Rueda.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli, and I am calling on behalf of SEIU USWW, and I am also a resident of San Jose. And I am also calling in support. And we have seen more and more jobs come in as we fail to respond to housing needs. A massive influx of new jobs without new housing would be devastating to our communities. We look forward to process this fall and winter and stand in support of opportunities to secure more resources for affordable housing. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
There's no end in sight when a fixer-upper is in the millions of dollars, right? A 3-bedroom, 2-bath home is in the millions. And, you know, some of them haven't been renovated for 50-some years. There's many in my neighborhood. People buy them for millions of dollars, and they have to be gutted and redone. And there's just no way. I mean, when real estate, when basic real estate is valued that high, I don't know how many linkage fees and what you're going to have to charge to build housing for the unhoused, people who need affordable housing. My favorite one's opportunity housing, where you have to have a $200,000 a year income to qualify. There's no end in sight. I mean, you can charge as much as you want for a linkage fee. Please do. Like, I care about a billionaire developer. They're not on my radar of people I'm caring about. But there's no end in sight for the amount of money that you're going to need to give away or subsidize housing for really almost everybody in this city. It's not in the cards. You're not going to. I mean, it'd be wonderful, but this is an economic issue, and economics is the dismal science. And they're just. I mean, the police and fire department right now is taking almost 500, if not $500 million. It's $500 million, right? Think about that in dollars and cents, and all the other wonderful things that this city wants to do for people, right? We want to make sure everybody's got enough food and enough diapers and wipes for the kids. I mean, like, when does it stop? Like, how much money is this city going to need?
Matthew Reed.
Yes, good afternoon. Matthew Reed, Silicon Valley at Home. In September of 2020, at the mayor's request, staff was directed to come back in no less than 2 years with an updated feasibility study. These were uncertain times. Fees were set well below what our study said, but we would come back. Jobs need housing. The direction even acknowledged that the market may not have fully recovered, but there were indicators that could be used to assess the trajectory of the recovery. Unfortunately, We didn't follow this direction. They were difficult times, but nobody came back to you last year and said, we don't have the capacity or we don't think the timing is right. In fact, there were 2 memos over the last month saying that they could and would. Members of the council, many in the community were concerned about the delays in inaction, but at least a discussion would happen by the end of the year. Now the recommendation is to put this all off until sometime in the future when the office market starts booming. This is exactly the wrong way to understand the commercial linkage fee. Appropriate fees must be in place prior to the start of post-pandemic construction to be effective in addressing increased demand for affordable housing. You don't get to go back, and we need housing for these new jobs. It's critical at this point that the council makes a commitment and supports the memorandum calling for an additional study to come back by the end of the year. This council has committed to linking affordable housing to economic growth, 25% affordable in the station area, 20% in North San Jose, 25% in urban villages. None of this means anything unless we have the funds to build it. We were $90 million short of demand for the last affordable housing NOFA. Our existing need is already tremendous. Inaction would be a failure of our commitment to our communities in recovery.
Ms. Rayan Mendoza.
Hello, hi, how are you? My name is Ms. Rayan Mendoza, and I'm a resident of District 7, and I work in District 5. And I just want to say sometimes I listen to the meetings, and I look and say, maybe they don't know we have a house crisis, but you guys do. But you guys have all the tools at your disposal and more, okay? And sometimes you guys don't use them. You know, I invite you, any of you, to come and work with me, okay? Especially over here in my district. And come and I can tell you, okay, with all of the unhoused members of the community that live here in the creek, okay? They're my friends. I can invite you to come and see the crisis with your own eyes, okay? I help people every single day as a navigator in the community, okay? And the house crisis hasn't gone, and you're still not acting, okay? We need to stop lagging and we need to start acting, please, okay? And another thing, I heard, and this is with all the respect, Mayor, you said that we don't owe, and I heard a quote, that we don't know anything to developers. Please, if that's true, let's show it, okay? And we're going over and beyond to give them breaks and those fees, and that's fine. But you know, I wish we can get those breaks. So when we get affordable housing, I hope we can get those breaks as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good day.
Oscar Castro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Oscar Castro, Associate Director of Housing and Transportation Policy at Working Partnerships, USA. As we continue to grapple with the reality of our housing crisis, many of us can see that readily available funding for various affordable housing initiatives continues to be a huge need. If we as a city intend to meet whatever housing goals we set before us, we need to be able to have financing in order to meet those goals. A commercial linkage fee is an important policy in any city's affordable housing toolkit, and structuring that fee appropriately would help us meet those goals. With all the commercial activity taking place currently, our current linkage fee at its setting is not generating the revenue to the amount that we need to adequately fund various housing solutions. With increased homelessness and communities becoming at increased risk of displacement, we must look to any and all policies such as a commercial linkage fee to ensure that we are maximizing every opportunity in our toolkit to increase much needed resources for affordable housing. In that spirit, we urge Council to approve the recommendations laid out in the memo put forth by Council Members Jimenez, Carrasco, and Cohen. It is extremely important to have the opportunity to revisit this item by the end of the year so we can have a comprehensive discussion on how this fee can be right-sized in a way that accurately captures the revenue needed to support the increased housing needs that have derived from so much commercial development. We have seen more and more jobs come in as we fail to respond to the housing needs. A massive influx of new jobs without new housing would be devastating for our communities. We look forward to the process this fall and winter and stand in support of opportunities to secure more resources for affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Zeke Sandoval.
Good evening, Council. This is Zeke Sandoval, Public Policy Manager for PATH, People Assisting the Homeless. Homes End Homelessness. That's why, in addition to being one of California's largest nonprofit homeless service providers, PATH also has an affordable housing development arm, PATH Ventures. We're proud to have multiple affordable housing communities built or in the pipeline here in San Jose, and look forward to continuing that work in the years to come. That's why we asked the Council to affirm its direction from 2020 and support increasing the fees by fall of this year. After 2 extraordinarily difficult years for every community, we're glad to see major employers recover and begin to reinvest in commercial development. We must make sure that every community, especially those who were hit particularly hard by the pandemic, so folks who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness, we must make sure those communities are able to share in that recovery. Commercial linkage fees are the way to do that, and we can only assure that if we are putting those fees into place before the post-pandemic boom. We're eager to see the results of this policy. We're confident that affordable housing developers like ourselves can make use of those increased commercial linkage fees if they're done in coincidence with the resurgence of commercial development. So thank you very much for the time, and we look forward to a vote on this motion.
Yolanda Chavez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yolanda Chávez, líder comunitario con Luna. A medida que continuamos lidiando con nuestros muchos desafíos de vivienda, debemos reconocer el impacto en el mayor desarrollo comercial que hemos tenido en nuestro mercado inmobiliario local. Cuando el Consejo asumió la discusión de la tarifa de vinculación comercial en el 2020, la tarifa se fijó a un nivel más bajo con el presupuesto de que el desarrollo comercial estaría en la posición delicada debido a la pandemia del COVID-19. Con esta ola de desarrollo comercial, establecer una tarifa demasiado baja significa que no estamos generando ingresos para viviendas accesibles a un ritmo que refleja el impacto que tiene el desarrollo comercial en el mercado inmobiliario local. Esperamos tener la oportunidad de revisar este tema y
Lo siento,
apoyar-
señora.
¿Mande?
Señora, lo siento.
No.
Tenemos un problema porque no tenemos un interpreter ahorita.
Ok. Ujú.
Por favor, espera un momento. Vamos a determinar si hay una solución.
Ok, está muy bien.
Sir,
Aquí-
sir, are you willing to jump into the? Thank you. Oh, you were? Thank you. Okay.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Disculpe, ¿podría empezar de nuevo?
Sí, claro que sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yolanda Chávez. Soy líder comunitaria con Luna.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Chavez and I'm a community leader with Luna.
A medida que continuamos lidiando con nuestros muchos desafíos de vivienda,
As we grapple with the many challenges of housing,
debemos reconocer el impacto con el mayor desarrollo comercial teniendo en nuestro mercado inmobiliario local.
¿podría repetir eso, por favor?
Sí, claro que sí. Debemos reconocer el impacto con el mayor desarrollo comercial
We must
que hemos
recognize the
tenido
impact with the greatest commercial development that,
que hemos tenido en nuestro mercado inmobiliario local.
that we've had on our local market as pertains to development.
Cuando el Consejo asumió la discusión de la tarifa de vinculación
When council accepted this fee
comercial en el 2020,
in 2020,
la tarifa se fijó a un nivel más bajo en el presupuesto,
the fee was lower within the budget,
de que el desarrollo comercial estaría en una posición delicada.
and commercial development would be in a delicate state.
Debido a la pandemia del COVID-19,
Because of COVID-19,
con esta ola de desarrollo comercial,
with this wave of commercial development,
establecer una tarifa demasiado baja
establishing a fee that is too low
Significa que no estamos generando ingresos
Means that we're not generating income
para viviendas accesibles a un ritmo que refleje el impacto
for affordable housing that reflects the impact
que tiene el desarrollo comercial en el mercado inmobiliario.
that commercial development has on the housing market,
En el mobiliario local.
on the local housing market.
Esperamos tener la oportunidad de revisar este tema
We'd like to have the opportunity to discuss this issue
y apoyar las oportunidades para asegurar más recursos para viviendas accesibles.
and support opportunities for more resources for affordable housing.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Yolanda Chávez.
Thank you. My name is Yolanda Chavez.
Gracias, Yolanda. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Jan Stokely.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jan Stokely with Housing Choices. We're a nonprofit organization working with hundreds of San Jose families of kids and adults with disabilities who are struggling with the housing crisis. So like many of the speakers that you've heard tonight, we're really on the front lines of helping families get through this difficult situation. I think I wanted to listen carefully to staff concerns. And the number one takeaway I had from the staff concerns was that they have many competing priorities, and so they would like to push this down the road. I think this is your moment as leaders to say that the commercial linkage fee is really important and has to be prioritized, and to ask your staff, as my board would ask me, when I tell them we have too many competing needs, we have too many competing priorities, to help me prioritize, and then to require of me that I tell my board what resources do I need so that I can get this done. We really need to make progress with the commercial linkage fee. We work closely with affordable housing developers, and we hear from them repeatedly the difficulty of getting these projects financed and over the finish line when so many of our families need the housing. The commercial linkage fee can address this problem. So I would urge you to join the memo, support the memo of the 3 council members who are ready to work with staff to find out how to prioritize this and how to move it up on their work plan so we can get this done. And thank you to all the staff and everyone who's worked on this. Let's move ahead and let's not delay. A crisis is a terrible thing to waste. We're in a crisis. We need you to act as leaders and get the commercial linkage fee moving forward as strong as it can possibly be. Thank you so much.
Carmen B.
Hi, I'm Carmen Brammer. I'm a longtime resident of San Jose, and I'm very concerned that our San Jose City Council and leadership continue to kick the can down the road on addressing housing affordability. I urge the council members to support the direction in the memorandum from Council Member Cohen, Jimenez, and Carrasco. Support it in the supplemental memorandum from city staff to return to council with a completed update of the fee feasibility study by the fall of 2022, as originally directed in 2020. The commercial linkage fee is the primary tool used by cities throughout the county to fund affordable housing development as they increase local employment. San Jose's policy is the weakest in the county and fails to equitably confront these challenges. We cannot continue to give breaks to the wealthiest developers at the detriment of those of us who live in this city. Many developers do not reside locally and do not have to suffer with the consequences of inadequate housing. We must ensure that we have an appropriate and strong commercial linkage fee in place so that everyone can work and live in San Jose. Thank you.
Jackie Rivera.
Good evening, council members. This is Jackie Rivera with the Southside Community Land Trust. Just as we saw in the pandemic, all the existing challenges of our community be compounded. When we talk about recovery, we should also be thinking we're not trying to get back to just the status quo, but beyond that, right? Just as we saw community rise up and help one another in mutual aid, we continue to see folks, talk and create and imagine a new world that we want, a world where there's community land trust, where there's co-ops, where there's a community center opportunity to purchase that. And we want our elected officials to be along with us, right? To use every tool in our toolkit, in our toolbox, or whatever you call it, that can not only support and advance, but finance these visions that we have for what we want our community to be. And we have that opportunity with not only the commercial linkage fee, but again, with the permanent preservation fund that can be tapped into this as well. And just invite you to, again, be in community, be along with community, and listen to what the community is asking, and support with the memo with the council members Cohen, Carrasco, and Jimenez, apologies. And yes, hear again what community is asking for. Thank you so much.
Caller 9575. Press *6 to unmute. It looks like you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This Mayor and Council. This is Mark Lazzarini with Terrascape Ventures, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. I think we all recognize the need for creating affordable housing opportunities, and I believe that having this commercial linkage fee is a one tool in the toolbox. But we're also trying to understand and demonstrate that there is a market, especially for downtown, and that I would agree with staff that the timing for feasibility study to reevaluate this fee is probably not the right time, considering the last couple of years. I think there needs to be some more work done on understanding sort of where the market is, what the market absorptions could be. But I would also advocate for a deferred payment schedule after the final inspection, simply because, again, we're trying to balance these projects with the reality of the marketplace, cost increases and performance, and our ability to absorb these fees is improved if we can defer some of those fee payments. So that, looking at some credits for sustainability and other city goals like historic preservation would also be helpful. I might also add in closing that the affordable housing credits that we talked about or that were mentioned needs to be further studied. Our analysis would indicate that more work needs to be done in this area if you truly want to incentivize the private sector in delivering some affordable housing. So thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you to members of our community for weighing in and expressing your strongly felt views. I know this has been a long conversation we've had since the start of this effort to create a commercial linkage fee. Let's go to council next. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Also want to thank staff and all the folks that called in, all the folks that were here earlier. Appreciate your presence and your commentary. Let me just say, at least I speak for myself here, is that this topic on the surface seems very straightforward, right? There's a fee, gets paid, goes into a bucket. We use that for housing, but I'd admit that this is a little bit more complicated than I think just the way it appears on the surface. And so just wanted to express that publicly. The other question I had is, I was hoping you can put up the slides. There was one where with the outcomes, I think it was, that Jackie covered, the preferred outcomes, or I forget exactly what the link. If we have it, if not, it's not a big deal. But I just wanted to express support for especially, I think it was the first outcome that was listed on there, which I interpreted as trying to get to that sweet spot whereby we get development, but we also get fees. And so I think it was maybe a slide or two before the end. There you go. It says create a more sustainable CLF program that doesn't inhibit commercial development, and so and obviously produce more affordable housing. So I was just going to say that these expected outcomes resonate with me. I think they're important. I think they're logical. I think we all desire to get there. And so yeah, just wanted to share that. The other thing I wanted to just talk about a little bit, very briefly, is the memo that was drafted by District 4 Councilmember Cohen, myself, and then Councilmember Carrasco. That's dated March 25th. I would say that much of what's in that memo still holds true in discussions with folks in the Brown Act and what we've seen sort of surface as it relates to public comment, as well as comments from staff. But I also know for everyone that's paying attention, there was also a memo from staff dated March 24th, and obviously this is, I think, signed by Jackie, Director of Housing, Nancy Klein, Director of Economic Development, and Chris Burton, Director of Planning. So it seems like there was a kumbaya sort of moment where we said, this is what our staff sort of public position is. And so I just wanted to read something from that. And it says, the lack of comparable data means a new study at this present time is unlikely to show a significant change from 2020. And so I appreciate that. And I just wanted to say that statement resonates with me. This has been something expressed obviously now by staff, and it was expressed by conversations I've had with some developers that have obviously concerns. And in my mind, it seems to be a common sense consideration. And now it seems to me also that these comments beg the question as it relates to when is the appropriate time to conduct the study. And I think that's where I suspect some of this conversation is going to go. And you know, in my mind, I think about what are the triggers that are going to kickstart the study, if you will, whether it be 18 months, 12 months, as I think in staff memos, I think it's 12 to 18 months. I think there was a memo by Councilmember Davis that says 18 months. But I can say that I, for one, certainly don't think that 2027, as was in the original staff memo, is appropriate. I think it should be done sooner than that. So I just wanted to express that. I also have some questions. I guess one of the things that was apparent to me, I know that up here as we go week to week making decisions, given direction, given policy direction, staff goes out and does the work and they say, okay, these are the marching orders, let's go out and do it. And so I know there was a memo on March 7th that wasn't as explicit as the memo on March 24th from staff, in which you say that, you know, this is not a good time to do it, essentially. And so I'm curious if someone can talk a little bit about what changed and what is it that prompted that second memo that was more definitive as it relates to when is the appropriate time.
I'll begin if that's okay with my colleagues. Nancy Klein, Office of Economic Development. Councilmember Jimenez, thank you very much for the question. Over the time that council has been in discussion, we have taken a harder and harder and harder look at the data, and we're trying to be as data-driven as possible. And leases are pretty much non-existent that would call for or point to a raise in the commercial linkage fee. And our job is, of course, to bring to you good data for council to consider and move forward. And if I may, I just wanted to add, we are well aware and we hear the comments from the callers that's pointing to a good bit of development or a boom in Silicon Valley. And we wish that were true of San Jose, but it is not. We do not have near the development that is happening in Sunnyvale, even though it's far smaller than we are. So it's incredibly important also to remember the leadership from this council and the community in passing and implementing Measure E. And Measure E is bringing in, fortunately, a lot of dollars for affordable housing. And the developers who buy these sites will pay both the Measure E transfer tax as well as the commercial linkage fee. The other thing just to mention at the outset here is that San Jose is, aside from not having the development boom that other cities are having, our rents are not near what our neighbors get in terms of rents. Recently, the quarter from Collier's report, our Class A office rent is $4.66, where Cupertino, Sunnyvale in the $6.40 range. That is per square foot, a very important and large difference. So once you add that to the consideration of the upward cost of construction, which is well above 10% for the year. And you're so right at the beginning of your comments, council member, that it gets complex. So what we want to do is make sure that when we charge this fee, and we already have the $12 fee, that we aren't unintentionally killing the momentum we're trying to build. Because if it means we don't get development, if we don't get construction off that entitlement, then everybody loses.
And
Okay, all right.
I would say from the housing department, what really shifted our position and our support on this at this point was just really talking to our consultant. And what it would mean is we were pressing the consultant to get more of the work done sooner. We just had a very frank conversation regarding where we are in the recovery. And looking back at the initial studies that we did when we came back in 2020, if you reread those memos, there was just this ongoing discussion of, you know, the appropriate time to redo this was once we were through COVID and we could begin to see what normal activity would mean for the city. And we're just not there either.
Okay, and then I guess the reason for not mentioning that, and I guess the March 7th memo is just that you all dug into it a little bit deeper and thought that you would be more frank with us, or what would, because you could have said that on March 7th, right? And I'm just trying to understand.
Staff is aware that we were provided the direction from 2020, and we work at the pleasure of council. And we also know it is important that we give good data to council to consider.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I suspected, I just thought I would ask a question, but I suspected that's what sort of took place. The other question I have is I don't know if it's for you, Nancy, or for Jackie, but Jackie, during the course of her presentation, commented a little bit about how just busy they are with all the different things that they're doing that we've charged them, the housing department specifically, to do. But what came to mind for me is who's leading the work on the feasibility analysis? Is it not OED, or is it housing, or am I confused, or is it maybe a host of folks? I mean, what?
It's a partnership, Jared, on OED side and housing.
Okay.
Rachel Vanderby.
Okay, all right.
And Darius.
Right, because I was trying to understand, I thought it lived in OED, but it seems, okay, all right. So the other question I have is that I know that there are many projects going up specifically downtown that are spec projects that have the potential to land some tenants maybe in the not too distant future, hopefully. And these are commercial projects. And I remember attending the Silicon Valley Business Journal breakfast that they had not too long ago, and they were pointing to, you know, to some projects that were potentially coming online soon. And it seems to me that folks are just looking at the market, seeing what's happening. You know, developers are that are going to build out some of these commercial projects to see where we're going. Can you remind me what significant projects are currently sort of going up currently in the immediate downtown area? I mean, I'm thinking, say, the corner of Almaden Boulevard and Park Avenue, for example. I don't know if that's a J. Paul project or what.
That is J. Paul. That is about 1 million square feet, 200 Park.
Okay.
That project and possibly Habitat, which is a West Bank project, they are making bold moves, which are on the edge.
Right.
About moving forward on spec.
Okay.
Most developers indicate they will not move forward without a tenant. And if you're building 1 million square foot building, most developers will say they will not move forward without someone occupying at least 400,000 square feet, if not more.
Right, okay. And then, so would you say that project, and again, as it was the J. Paul project right on the corner of Almaden and Park, is that one we think is going to pop out? Well, it's already out of the ground. I think the shell of the building's going up and such, but I'm curious if we think that's the next. The reason I'm asking these questions, I'm wondering if you think that building is a good indicator as to where things are going in the not too distant future. Because what my reading of the room and some of the things that were said during the Silicon Valley Business Journal event, talking to some developers, is that they see that as as a potentially key indicator as to where things may be going. And so I'm wondering if you all see that the same.
Thank you, council member. I can start, and Chris may well want to opine, get some input. But the key indicator that the market is looking for is the lease. So because right now, J. Paul has a very deep pocket to be able to absorb and be out ahead. But at this point in time, honestly, so for example, on Coleman Heinlein, at this point in time, in relatively when you had steel up, you had lease discussions, if not leases. And from my understanding from J. Paul, there aren't leases.
Right, right. And that's my interpretation when I say, you know, is going to be completed, meaning leased up is what I'm thinking. And so you said it's about 1 million square feet? Okay, all right. The other, yeah, I guess the other thing I'm thinking about is let's just assume that we as a council determine, you know, let's put this feasibility study out 12 months, 18 months, whatever it is, right? 9 months, whatever the date is. Do you all think that there are additional sort of appropriate triggers in place that may be able to trigger that sooner rather than the 18 months, for example?
Again, thank you for the question. Staff has been discussing what is a fair and reasonable trigger that moves the conversation and development forward. And from an OED perspective, we would suggest that 1 million square foot of leases that are at least 100,000 square feet for new construction. So that could be 3 leases, say. It could be 2 400 leases, 400,000 square foot leases, and 1 100,000 square foot lease. And that is strong enough at 1 million or 2, my math, 2 100,000, thank you, square foot leases, that at 1 million, that will give us good reason to believe there is sufficient momentum to study. And we have had commentary from on all sides of that, from now all the way to really, you don't have a market, which is a fair notion, until you've got at least 2 to 3 million square feet.
Right.
But we're very much in partnership with housing. We want to see that these developments happen and that commercial linkage fee is paid and more affordable housing generated.
Okay, all right. All right, so with that being said, I don't have any more questions. I suspect I will, and I know we're going to be kicking this around a little bit, but I'll just go ahead and move the memorandum authored by Councilmember Cohen, myself, and Councilmember Carrasco. Obviously, the components associated with bringing the study in spring of 22 or later this year is not going to be part of the motion. I will insert in there bringing it back in 12 months. So that puts us at sort of mid 2023, I think, or so, or a little soon. Well, obviously this time next year. Just to start the conversation, but I expect that this is gonna morph and bend a little bit. But that would be my motion. So essentially, we're taking out number 3 in our memo, which says in accordance with council direction, September 20 feasibility study timeframe described in staff, and it goes on initiate a study starting in spring of 2022. That comes out. Additionally, I think there's going to need to be some. I'll leave number 5 in there, but I suspect we may need to modify that a little bit given the interest in putting it out 12 months. So that would be the motion.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I always have to preface what I'm going to say by being clear that I am an affordable housing advocate. I have supported every affordable housing project that has come before this council, and I routinely advocate for more units in the projects that are in my district. But I'm also a realist. To encourage the type of commercial development that San Jose needs to help our jobs housing imbalance, we need to be as flexible as we can when charging fees for development, or development will not happen. And thank you, Nancy, for your comments in response to Councilmember Jimenez about that. And I do want to also thank all of the staff for all the work you've done to get us to this point. I appreciate your efforts on outreach and shaping the credits and options for developers. And the development not happening is not a threat from the development community. I want to be clear about that too. It's just a reality. So I crafted my memo to address many of the concerns from our development community. I reached out to our biggest developers to try and understand their frustrations and challenges. I was curious about why they were so quiet about the staff recommendations and just wanted to double check with them. But most of the conversations that I've had with developers recently have been while they've physically been in other cities or traveling to other cities to scope out additional opportunities. They told me that was why they didn't have objections to the staff recommendations on CLF. They didn't think it was worth having the discussion anymore. They're just looking elsewhere to develop new projects. And that gave me pause. Even with the prospect of Google coming to town, San Jose is not an attractive place for commercial development. I heard that over and over in the last few weeks. We might be the only game in town, but we're not the only town in the game. And Nancy made that very clear as well with what's going on in Sunnyvale. Large commercial developments don't happen overnight. They take years of planning and creative strategies for financing. Changing fee structures and schedules every few years does not create certainty for projects, and they have enough uncertainty right now. Nancy, thank you for talking about the fact that we are still in the pandemic. There is uncertainty about the long-term impacts from the pandemic and whether and how people will return physically to offices. Commenters talked about the need to increase the fees prior to the start of post-pandemic construction. I absolutely disagree with that. All that's likely to do is squash projects before they even begin, before they even come to us as ideas. And we already see that happening. I'm concerned also about requiring letters of credit or bonds. I think it's as much of a challenge, and I've heard that it's as much of a challenge as paying the fees at the beginning of a project. It's basically the same thing, is what I was told. And so we've heard a couple of times there aren't enough data points for a new fee study, and I really appreciate Councilmember Jimenez, you adding some flexibility to your motion on that. You said 12 months, Councilmember Jimenez, is that right?
Correct.
Would you be willing to say 18 months or to come back to us with, at least with not the study, but in 12 months to say, what are the lease rates, to report on the lease rates?
We're very early in the conversation, and so obviously 18 months in my mind is sort of the latter part of the spectrum here as it relates to when to come back. And so I'll decline the friendly amendment and just let the conversation play out a little bit, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Can I clarify then, are you asking for them to come back in 12 months with the new study, or are you asking them to come back and report to us on what the lease rates are, what the newly leased commercial space has been?
I'm going to ask Nancy a question. Nancy, how long does it take to conduct this study?
4 to 6 months is what we're trying to look at. But then on top of that, we need at least 2 months for outreach. So we can maybe jam it a little closer, but I know there's also, and Rachel and Jared probably are best to speak to that.
Yeah, I can jump in here because what we received from the consultant is that the consultant could get the study done June, July. It's a 3-month time frame to do what we had scoped out as the study. That doesn't include, Councilman, the work that you've added in your recommendation, which was number 4, to do this additional analysis. And so then we added time, a 2-month, 60-day review period. So that's like 5 months to get that piece totally, and then you know, a month for us to go to both HCDC and then to come to you. So it's about 6 months.
All right. So if we say 12 months, I mean, it essentially takes us close to the 18 months. So I guess, you know, I hadn't thought through that, but I would say that it would start at 12 months. I'm also, so I'll decline the friendly amendment, but I would also say that I think it'd be important, you know, and I didn't offer up this in the recommendation, but for there to be another trigger of sorts as it relates to every square footage. And so I defer to other council colleagues to have that discussion. So maybe this, I think I got a feeling this is going to morph. So I'll leave it at the way it is, but I would say that I in my recommendation for 12 months would be that it would begin at 12 months. You would kick off the study at 12 months.
So can I request a different friendly amendment?
Please.
To have staff come back to us then in 12 months with information about the current commercial leases and the lease rates in that time, to recommend whether or not a study is warranted and likely to give us enough data points to provide information.
Yeah, I mean, I guess another question for staff, let's just assume that that is not part of the motion. It's just begin the study in 12 months. Would there be a check-in, an informal check-in with the council, or you would just automatically jump into the study? I mean, would there be another touch point that, say, similar to what Councilmember Davis is describing? Do we need to include that, or would you naturally touch base with us?
Council members, the data-driven approach would be to look at the trigger and not necessarily a time, because we could well be a year from now, hope it's not true, but we could be in a very similar spot.
Yeah, okay. Or the other thing is, if we have a trigger and the triggers hit in 6 months as opposed to 12 months, then
We could come
would
back.
start. Okay. All right. So ask me again what your amendment was, Councilmember Davis.
It was to review current commercial leases and lease rates and come back to us to let us know if there are enough data points to start a study, what they would recommend.
So what I would say is I will leave the motion as it is, but I would just state very publicly that I think to the extent someone wants to add in some triggers, I'd be happy to accept those friendly amendments.
So would you instead include a 3 million square foot trigger for new leases?
You know, one of the reasons I didn't specify that in the course of the motion is that I don't know what that magic number is, I guess. And so the J. Paul project, for example, that's about 1 million square feet. So let's just assume that we said that, I mean, I'm not saying that, but if we said that particular project is the trigger and they lease up in a matter of, 8 months, then that would be the trigger to kick off the study, if you will. I mean,
In thinking through this, from the conversations we've had with developers, one building a market doesn't make. But if we're trying to work as closely with housing as possible, so 1 million square feet, it could be that there's a tenant that would take the whole building. So that is staff trying to push ourselves to go to the benefit of doing the study at as early as possible.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think what I would say, Councilmember Davis, is that, I have no magic number, and I suspect some folks think that that's maybe a little too high of a trigger. And so I will refrain from accepting other friendly amendments and just wait to let the discussion play out a little bit.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think it's important for us to get out of our own way and to encourage commercial development and provide as much flexibility as we possibly can so we can actually collect affordable housing fees as projects are leased out and as projects actually happen. My big concern is we are going to be yet again on the cusp of greatness for our downtown and downtown west. And we're going to, as I said before, just squash it before it actually happens. We have to get out of our own way. We have to have that commercial development. I mean, you guys, you're sitting here on the dais, you've been downtown. it's not even what it was when we left it 2 years ago. And if that doesn't give you pause, and I'm not speaking just to you, Councilmember Jimenez, but if that doesn't give you pause, I don't know what will. And that's why I was so surprised when I heard, oh, everybody's fine with this. And in fact, they are not fine. They're just looking elsewhere.
Yeah, if I can just say something in response to that, and you know, we did the same thing. Obviously, that the memo, that the motion I move forward is different from what we submitted in the original memo, and part of that was derived from having some of these conversations. That was one of the reasons I thought it was good, in the fact that last time around we wanted to defer it, and then you wanted to defer it as well, which I thought was a good thing. And so that's given us some time to go back around. And so that flexibility you mentioned, I think, that's why we're having this discussion about we're asking for the study at the end of this year, because I recognize, and I think folks in the Brown Act recognize, that we need to be a little bit more flexible. And so what you're seeing is that play out in real time. And so I appreciate the comments. I agree.
And I appreciate that too. I would ask, and I heard you say that you're not going to entertain other friendly amendments at this time, but I would hope that the discussion could continue about the fee collection timeline. I think you've probably also heard from developers about that, and about how lease rates are having their building actually leased up is not only a better trigger for the nexus for actual triggering the need for affordable housing, but also much easier for them to pay when they actually have rental, income coming in. And the other items in my memo, exploring alternatives to securing a letter of credit or bond for the fee payment when it happens over time. And then 2 items that are actually outside of CLF, but are issues that were repeatedly raised and have been raised before in relation to CLF. But now I'm asking for them outside of CLF for fee reduction or incentives for historic preservation, or for greater environmental building than we currently require. And that's, again, something that will help with our overall goals for our city, not just affordable housing. We have other priorities. We have historic preservation priorities, and we have environmental sustainability priorities. So I hear that you're not interested in entertaining those as amendments quite yet, but I would hope that my council colleagues would have some support for them, and that you can be convinced over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. And this is a good discussion so far, and it's what I was hoping we would have. I just want to, first of all, start by saying, follow up on what Councilmember Jimenez said. We did have a lot of meetings over the last few weeks with the developers, who I actually think are still fairly positive, and feel very good about what they're doing in San Jose and the future of downtown, and are very excited about that, and obviously don't want to slow that momentum with any changes to this point. And I want to make it very clear, and I speak for myself, but I think in conversations with others in the Brown Act, we agree with this, that the goal here, there's no preconceived idea that there should be a higher commercial linkage fee. In fact, I suspect that studies would say it'll be several years before the market can sustain a higher commercial linkage fee. So I know it's a little bit of a scary concept for us to say, let's study this, because people think that means we're saying we want to increase it. I think what I've been concerned about this whole time is that we don't really know what the market conditions are for when we may be at a position that we could increase them. And I think it's important for us to know that. I think it's important for us to do that study. And I guess I want to ask this question first, and maybe we can get ourselves to a place where we can accept some version of an amendment to this that will get us closer. But I've been a little confused about the answer of we're not going to know enough yet to do the study, when to me the study is meant to tell us what are the conditions and the triggers that would support different fee structures. So that to me is not necessarily something that says we have to have that in condition now. It says we have to know what we would need in the future before we would then have a conversation with the council about increasing the fees. So it seems to me a useful exercise to, as soon as possible, figure those triggers out. And that's what the purpose of the memo is to say, we want to know what those triggers are. But there were other elements that we put in the memo that I'm hearing now, makes the study a little bit more complex, but they're actually to address several of things that are in Councilmember Davis's memo. What I heard from the developer was, yes, we'd like to have a payment plan so we can pay over time. In fact, we discussed the exact same payment plan that you have in your memo with them and thought about enumerating that plan. But what I heard from them was the bigger issue is not the specifics of the payment plan. The bigger issue is what is, I think, your number 3, which is how they secure that payment plan, what kind of letter of credit they need or bond they need to do that, because that's hard for them and adds cost and uncertainty. And they were looking at whether there's alternatives to that. And that's why that's in Councilmember Davis's memo. It was intended to be in there. It's not very clear, but item 5B in our memo, returning with refinement of payment options to incentivize earlier collection. That's meant to cover the idea of come back with, are there alternatives to that letter of credit or bond structure so that we could potentially consider as soon as possible. That's why we were hoping for a fall study, changing that payment plan to make it better, more likely that our developers will pay a portion up front, because our goal is to get a sum in hand up front so that we can start using it, right? And we would like them to take that payment plan, if not pay up front with the current 20% credit. What I did hear, of course, is that the 20% credit is probably still not enough to incentivize upfront payment. If you're building a building on speculation, you still don't have the resources to pay even 80% of the fee up front. So that's why from the very beginning, I kind of threw that out as an option. Like that's great to keep it in there. There might be some developments in the future that are built for specific tenants where you know who you have. Like if Adobe were building another building, right? They might say, well, we already know we're building it for ourselves. We might as well pay the 80% fee up front and be done with it. But these developments now are not that kind of development. We're not going to get that kind of fee. So we put that in there as well. And a study of the effectiveness of the 80% discount in incentivizing payment up front, and an idea that we would study what are better ways to incentivize getting money up front, because our goal is to have more resources for affordable housing as soon as possible. That's why that's in our recommendation. The other one is the affordable housing credit. And we also heard from some of the developers that penciling it out at the current proposal is still probably not enough of an incentive for them to build any of it themselves. They're still going to just pay the fee. So we want to do that analysis. What would that incentive have to be? And so these are all in the study, because we need to really understand that in order to know what to recommend, to know what to approve. And I guess I'll go back to my question then. What is it about the trigger that you're saying, as far as what needs to be leased up, that it needs to be done before we do the study?
Thank you, Councilmember. And then Jackie, I'll ask for your thoughts as well. The notion that Jackie rightly and strategically pointed to is the consultant is saying, given the market right now, there isn't any data points. And in 12 months' time, we don't know that there'll be any data points. And to embark upon the study, if there isn't any substantiating data points, may not be fruitful. So that's why pointing to a trigger that isn't necessarily time related is the suggestion. And I just wanted to mention, to add, when we had our multiple conversations with developers, the important thing that they shared with us was that options are really important. So to have the opportunity, as you were just saying, Councilmember, to go ahead and pay the 80% because they could think that's the best they could do, and to go ahead and do it, get going, helps the city, helps them get done with that, and hopefully they're getting a tenant and they're moving forward. The other options are important for them, just to make sure, because every parcel has its own story in terms of what their basis is, right, in the cost and holding. So, and then lastly is the security. Staff would love to be able to say a handshake, and we know if you have an extended period of time, they will pay it. But we know that developers trade properties, don't own them anymore. We don't have the same relationship with the next developer, that financial situations for developers, like all the rest of us, diminish. So security, the best, which wasn't sufficient security that was suggested from a developer, is an MOU. So at least it has them publicly saying they're going to do this, but you can't record an MOU. And there isn't anything that gives the city any leverage if they did default for us to go get it from them. So that's the concern, and I'll turn to Nora, but ask Jackie if there was anything else in your thinking as you were talking to KMA now that you wanted to add.
So the only thing I would add is drawing upon my experience with the inclusionary housing ordinance and how we worked on struggling through this issue of timing, because the reality is the time ever right to pass a fee or to increase a fee? And the timing is always wrong. When you're in a boom, the argument is you're going to stop the boom. And when you're not at the boom, the argument is it's going to stop the boom from ever happening. And so I think what we did with inclusionary, which worked because we still have market rate development, and market rate development exceeds way more what the affordable has, as you could see through our housing element, is a either or, a timeline or a trigger, whichever comes first, I think is, solves the anxiety of we've waited way too long to try to look at this, but also provides an opportunity. If a trigger were to come up first, then we would do that next.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was a little concerned about the idea that that we would wait too long on some of these questions, which I think would be useful to answer sooner. And that's kind of the reasoning I had. But we had thought about, triggers for when fees could be changed, for example. But being prescriptive in this now also didn't make sense because we don't know what those numbers should be. It was better to have a study tell us what those triggers should be. I know we had some conversations this morning. I think Jackie, you and I did, and we talked about some potential triggers for this. And I don't know the right number. This is the same problem that Councilmember Jimenez and I are having. I don't know the numbers: 500,000 square feet leased, a million leased. I don't know that number, but I like the idea of saying, well, if we hit this trigger, we start the study, or we wait 18 months and start the study, whichever comes first. I mean, in other words, we could hit that trigger in 6 months, start the study. It could take, but by the time 18 months comes, we should do that next study. So, I mean, I'm not the seconder, so I make a suggestion that we amend it to say, instead of 12 months, because I don't really like the time certain. I don't think time is meaningful in this case. I think the triggers are more meaningful. I'd prefer to say something like, once 500,000 square feet of new leases are closed downtown or occupied downtown, or 18 months, we would start the study. That's at least where I would start with that. So I guess that's a friendly amendment to start with, and then we'll talk about that number maybe a little bit more, but if you want to.
Yeah, I'll accept that. I'll accept that as the maker of the motion. I don't know what the magic number is,
Yeah.
But and, to be honest with you, the other thing that I'm curious about, and I just state this very publicly, is that the council member that represents downtown, who's probably most familiar with some of this, has yet to speak.
Yeah, well, so we'll let him,
so-
maybe we'll let him give his input
And
on
so
that.
I certainly want to hear what he has
Yeah.
to say as well.
Makes sense. I just also wanted to comment on a couple other items and ask a few questions. But I do want to say that as far as Councilmember Davis's memo, the part about environmental and historic preservation, I mean, we thought about putting that in our memo, but decided that it was kind of not the CLF purpose and that it should be discussed under a different context. And presumably the environmental should be part of our discussion in June when we discuss carbon neutrality. I mean, I think that should be one of the suggestions that comes forward, is that we have to incentivize green building. And that shouldn't be part of the CLF study that happens in some future time. It should be part of that environmental. So we didn't put it in the memo, but I agree with the idea of having that conversation. We could add something to the memo that says bring that back as part of that discussion if that's helpful to you to support it. I just wanted to make it clear that it wasn't that those aren't important credits to discuss. I think that's, let me see if there was one other question I was going to ask. Oh, that's the other part of it. I did put in this specifically the downtown as being the that bellwether for being sure, but I just want to also make it clear that this is a citywide, and I maybe ask you a little bit about this issue. I mean, I know downtown, we're particularly sensitive about making sure we get downtown development, but we should, and I don't think we are being uniform across the city, but we should be thinking that what we do downtown doesn't necessarily have to apply at the same rates and levels as other parts of the city, depending on where development is being successful and where it's not, and what differences there are in the kinds of development that happen. Is that right?
Councilmember, that's correct. And I'll just mention that it's a citywide study. I'd turn to Nora, or if Shasta's on the line. It's a basis of looking at the whole city, not different portions. But the downtown, we believe, is the right bellwether to indicate for the whole city, are we moving forward?
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate
And
that. And I
Nora.
just don't want to lose sight of the fact that we may end up with very different incentives in different places and different levels in different places. Because I mean, North San Jose may take off and have a whole lot of development that's different types of development that's already leased, for example, but downtown may require a different kind of structure. So I just want to make sure we keep that in mind. So I'll leave it at that for now, and then I guess let the other colleagues weigh in as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. A lot of good questions, a lot of good conversation. Where do I start with my questions? I really like the idea of a trigger versus a timeline. Even 12 months, 18 months, we don't know what will happen in the market, but what we do, what can, as far as a timeline is concerned, a lot can happen. We can continue on in an inflationary period and interest rates go skyrocketing and no one is developing because of that. And it takes the Federal Reserve 2 years to correct that. We could be in a recessionary period. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen in 18 months or 12 months. So I'm concerned about the feasibility study based on an arbitrary timeline. I do like the idea of a trigger, and I want to dig into that a little bit with you, Nancy, because you had mentioned that some developers won't develop until 40% of their building is pre-leased. So they've got a pre-commitment from a tenant that they're coming in. How ironclad is that lease that they're looking for? Is it contractual? Well, how could it's probably subject to development, so a lot could happen, but the developer is strong enough with whatever lease document that they have that they're willing to go forward with 40%.
Thank you, Councilmember. The developer is looking for a signed lease obligation.
Okay.
And then there are dates of commitment that the developer needs to perform on.
Right,
And
okay.
if they don't, then the lease goes away.
Okay. And you mentioned you threw out a number, and I realize I don't know if there was analysis or a reason you threw this number out, but when you were asked about a trigger, you threw out a number of 1 million square feet leased. Are you suggesting that that should be the trigger number? And if so, why 1 million? Because the motion that's on the table right now, did you accept the 500,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're discussing.
Okay, there's 500,000. Is that enough?
The developers that we've been in contact with would greatly suggest that it would be more than 1 million. Just trying to provide a reasonable approach that also supports housing so that we could get going, with the point that when we hit 1 million, we would then do the study, and the feasibility study will tell us whether in fact prospectively it looks like we've got more happening or we're not yet there. But it is not a scientific amount. I don't believe there is a perfect amount. It is what the council would conclude is reasonable.
Okay, and the million is a composite number. It's not it's not J. Paul leasing his full build. Well, it could be. It could be J. Paul leasing his full building of $1 million, but it could be J. Paul leases 200,000. And then somewhere in North San Jose, 400,000 is, and a total of $1 million would be the trigger.
We were suggesting $1 million downtown of leases that were at least 100,000, and there could be many different scenarios. The J. Paul building, which was the former Lincoln Law,
Yeah.
is 200 and something thousand square feet. So if you got 100,000 square feet there, that could get that to go, because that's 50%. So maybe there's another building that would get you 100,000 feet and it could get you to go. And then you get one building that is 400,000 that gets $1 million to go. So, but in total, you'd have 1 million square feet of new office leases over 100,000. But it, it is also a suggestion.
No, I hear you. I'm trying to hone in on that number because I think triggering a square footage development makes more sense than a timeline, and 500,000 doesn't seem like enough to me. It to trigger the feasibility study. $1 million indicates that the market is shifting, that we really do have occupancy occurring. Because these are as you said, Nancy, these are actual leases. These are executed leases. The motion, the friendly amendment was for occupancy, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about just an executed lease. And with an executed lease, there's tender. So someone has given a check, there's money that's the tenant has given the developer money to hold their space. And the developer is saying, I'm holding 100,000 square feet for you and under these terms, right? They've worked all those deals out. So would the maker of the motion, Councilmember Jimenez, accept a friendly amendment of 1 million square foot as a trigger based on leases, executed leases?
What was the number again? Is it
$1 million?
$1 million.
In the downtown area in total.
Right, so
in aggregates.
So that on surface makes sense. Can I ask a question of staff so I can get clarity before I accept? If that's okay with you, I guess I'd be curious as to what conversations Jackie has had with the consultant as well and her thoughts about it. Jackie, are you on the call?
Yeah, so when we were discussing triggers with our consultant, he'd actually suggested something, I think a little lower. I think it was something like 2 to 3 leases at the 100,000 square feet would be an indication of some turnaround and a beginning to change in the market. But, I would agree that perhaps maybe that's maybe too low given the response that Nancy's been hearing. I'm certainly not the director of the Office of Economic Development, and so it's not my area of expertise, but I would just say that that's what the consultant had suggested.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jackie. So I would accept the friendly amendment to make it a 1 million square foot lease up trigger, if you will, in the downtown area. I think that seems to me to be a sensible approach.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The other thing that I would like to offer is I really liked the modified payment schedule, the 3 different options. They pay up front, they pay the whole thing up front, they get a 20% discount. They pay at final inspection, they pay the full bore at 100%. Did I say 80% up front? Yeah. And then the deferred payment option of payments 1, payment 2, and then 3 to 5 with 3% interest and a security. I absolutely think the security or the collateral is important because as Nancy, as you mentioned, these developers, they get the entitlements and then they sell the property and they've only paid a portion of the fee. So then who's responsible? And then we're left trying to collect a fee at the end. So I hear that they may have trouble with the security instruments, but I think that can be worked out probably with their banks and their lines of credit or other instruments that might be available. So I'm going to ask for another friendly amendment because I don't think that I didn't read this in your memo, and I just want to make sure it's there. I think the modified payments is really important. Would you accept a friendly amendment as I pretty much articulated, or do you need me to?
Can I phone a friend? I want to ask a question to staff, specifically Jackie, because I think that housing staff, or I think it was housing staff, might have touched in, or actually it was everyone that signed on to the staff memo, but it seems to me that there's difficulty in just the current infrastructure of collection of fees and monitoring and all that. And I'm curious how this particular, because this is essentially what's in Councilmember Davis's memo, right? What you're asking about?
It was the staff memo originally, but yeah.
Oh, so I'm curious about just the challenges associated with collecting this. It seems like we're still internally as a city are having a lot of challenges trying to have the internal infrastructure to properly track some of this. And I'm wondering if this makes things more complicated.
Yes. So when we think of the outcome in terms of being able to have something that is efficient and we're able to actually implement it, there's no system in the city that tracks occupancy, like when somebody physically moves into the building or when they get leases. Those are all independent decisions and negotiations that are done outside of the city, and there's nothing that currently requires developers to report it. So we literally don't have any way to track it. And given the potential in terms of the amount of these types of agreements that could have, it would be a very heavy burden because you're asking staff in the capital of Silicon Valley to track something on our fingers or on Excel sheets that should be done in an integrated system like Amanda, or that would allow everyone to look into that. And it's just to require a change in that and to change the priorities of what's happening with Amanda just to make this happen for the CLF just seems like, again, not the best bang for your buck when overall we're trying to improve the development process.
Okay, thank you. I think Councilmember Foley has a question.
I'd like to hear from Chris on this because Chris, you're the one, this is coming to you because if the first 80% is a building permit, that's your trigger. If it's final inspection, that's your trigger. So can you tell me how PBCE would handle this? Thank you, Jackie, though.
Yeah, no, and Jackie's absolutely right. But what I would add to that, and just to give it a little bit more context, is we think about the building permit process as this somewhat linear sort of thing. And quite often it is when we think in the context of residential development, right? We build a building, we go through and we fit out the units within that building and we allow people to move in. It's a very different environment when we look at commercial development, especially in a high rise or even in, in North San Jose in a lower rise development. And what will happen is an initial developer may come through and build the shell building, right? Literally just the exterior pieces and the core. They may have one tenant that'll come in and do first occupancy on just their space. And then, the next building permit that may come in may be an equipment installation in that same space, right? We're not tracking on a building basis, we're tracking, these individual pieces. So it's not just about getting the technology to work for us. It's that our entire sort of building permit structure doesn't really support this. And what we've sort of found ourselves in this situation is the challenge around the economics of development right now is our best opportunity for leverage with development is to hold up the permit process, right? So we put requirements on issuance of entitlement, issuance of building permit, or some kind of occupancy or final inspection. The challenge is that's counter to everything else we're trying to do to streamline that process, give developers certainty, clarity, and transparency across that process. And so now we're asking our building inspectors to ensure that, when they're going out there looking at life safety and building systems and appropriate structural elements, that hold on, let's just check and make sure all the fees are paid as well. So certainly that's a big part of this challenge as well. Making sure that we're not sort of doing ourselves a disservice as far as delivering customer service from a building permit perspective is really important. I think that's what was behind a considerable amount of the thought that went into the changes on implementation and how we sort of restructured this to get away from how do we deal with the tenant, how do we deal with occupancy. Let's just try and make that piece as simple as possible.
So I'm taking that as a no.
Yeah, I think that's a no. And the other thing, I still want to hear from some of our colleagues, but so I'll decline.
I just want to ask a
that's
question about
fine
the
and-
motion on the floor, though, because your recommendation B1 says provide a deferred payment option, which we've accepted in our in the main motion. So let me understand. Staff recommended doing this. The motion that's on the floor accepts that recommendation, so it's already in there. So can we get some clarity on that?
Sorry, Councilmember, clarity on.
The
The
question
motion
was
incorporates the staff recommendation about the timing of payments.
right, and the staff
Yeah.
recommendation B1 says modify options for payment to provide a deferred payment option for office, industrial, research development projects of 100,000 square feet or more, including installments after the final building inspection. That's
Right.
in the recommendation. That's in the motion right now. So I'm confused about what
So-
we were just
but
talking
not
about.
tied to that occupancy process through our building permit, right? That was where the letter of credit comes in. Or yeah, or the security of some type, right? So looking at a letter of credit or something else.
Which I think is what you were asking for in the motion, Councilmember Foley. Is that right? You weren't necessarily asking for it to be tied to occupancy. You were just asking for it to be a credit. Over
No,
time.
actually, I wasn't
Oh.
asking it to be tied to occupancy at all.
Right. So what you were asking for is already
For
in
the
the
staff
motion, I think.
recommendation.
Yes.
The staff
And it's
recommendation.
already in the motion.
It was just making sure we understood
Okay.
if it was the council member from D6 motion, which did take it into 75%.
Oh, that's right. That was her specifics.
versus
Yeah.
the anniversary of the building permit.
Okay. All right. So I think we're good. I will wrap it
Okay.
up because I'm reaching the end of my time, and I will just say that while this will generate some funds, it will generate no funds if we don't get anything developed. But the transfer tax, Measure E that we approved and implemented a couple of years ago, is generating a lot of dollars for affordable housing development. So that's a good thing, and this will hopefully help us continue to not dissuade development from San Jose. With that, I'm finished. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate that last point from Councilmember Foley about the relatively significant impact of another tax that we recently passed, which is the Measure E transfer tax. And appreciate the concerns raised by Councilmember Davis, which I share. And Nancy's excellent reminder that a lot of the growth we're seeing in the Bay Area is unfortunately not here within our city limits where we wish it was and where it would be generating the kind of property tax revenue and sales tax revenue that would help us properly staff our many city services. And we know so many of our conversations here revolve around our low staffing levels and low revenue per capita that makes it hard for us to deliver the services that our residents want and certainly deserve. So I'm supportive of the direction we're heading in. I wanted to just quickly highlight one thing that may be missing here, which was the point about data points. And while 1 million square feet is maybe a good threshold, I might have argued for 2 or 3, but at least we're on the same order of magnitude. It seems to me that one of the most valuable things we can learn in the months ahead while we're waiting to hit that trigger is the rents that the market will bear. I mean, the key question here that we're trying to determine if we do a feasibility study is when a developer takes a risk, invests in San Jose, builds a building, what's the rent they can get? Because as long as it's 50% lower than Sunnyvale, there's not going to be a rationale for us to increase the fee, and doing so would prohibit us from getting more development that would bring jobs and tax revenue and all the rest. And so I guess the only slight modification that seems to me to be a potentially rational one that we just might want to consider would be to say the trigger is 1 million square feet over at least 3 separate deals or something that gives us a few different data points. I worry that if it's just the J. Paul building, it's one tenant, it's one mega lease. Is that really enough to show us a trend or to tell us much about how the market's going, or did we just kind of get lucky? And so it just seems to me that I heard data points plural multiple times, and I think we kind of missed that in the discussion of what the right number ought to be. So I'm happy with the million. I think it's reasonable enough. I'm glad that the conversation went there, but it seems to me that one data point versus 3 or 5 could be a big difference in terms of the value of this study if we do it in 12 months or 18 months. So I guess, Nancy, do you want to comment on that? Am I right to suspect that multiple data points are better than one? How much better? Do you want to suggest that we go that direction?
From a market perspective, the developers would suggest that one building does not a market make, so that it would be better to make sure you were touching more than one building.
Okay. Well, I guess then I'll just ask my colleague, Councilmember Jimenez, and sorry, I know you're conferring over there, but I'll just be in negotiating. Yeah, and look, I don't have a particular outcome in mind here. I think the $1 million is a good threshold. I'm pretty happy with it. I just worry that if it's one data point, that's actually not that valuable. What if it was across at least, we hit 1 million cumulatively across at least a few deals, because that's going to give us the data points to understand what's actually happening in the market much better than potentially one deal.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't know if you said over the course of 3 deals at least, or.
I don't know what the number should be. I think kind of like all of these numbers, we're sort of speculating.
Correct. I think that's part of the challenge, right?
Yeah.
And so what I would say is I'm inclined to adopt the amendment, but I know we still haven't heard from everyone. So if we can,
sure, we can leave it on the floor for now.
Yeah, if we can, please.
Sure.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, and that was my only suggestion. Overall, I appreciate the direction we've gone in here. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Pearl has been online.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And I want to thank my colleagues for the discussion as well. We've essentially gone through the muck and landed right about where I was going to make suggestions anyway. So I will make a few, but I appreciate the dialogue. I think we're all on a similar page on wanting to continue development, because we recognize that's how we're going to collect on this commercial linkage fee, but also on striking a balance on the proper fee and being able to then spur housing development, as we know we have a desperate need for and generating more revenue of. So I'm excited about that. And I just want to say, bringing it back a little bit, this has been a long journey for those of you that have been on the council for a while in regards to the argument around commercial linkage fee, and the number of times we had suggested this and ultimately had not progressed until the Google project really was moving forward. And so I just want to say I'm excited with the opportunities that we have and actually to be able to discuss the fee that we're discussing, and not that we're necessarily arguing about the commercial linkage fee as a policy itself. So I think it's going to generate revenue. We're going to see these commercial developments come into San Jose as we see today, and those that are under development now, and we will be able to capitalize on that, and hopefully we'll strike a better balance over the years on what that fee should be, because none of us expected to be in this boat where we've been for the last 2 years. When we were initially passing the CLF, we couldn't have expected that we'd be 2 years into a pandemic immediately following that. That has a challenge, and I think although we've seen the unemployment rates drop, it is true that we're not seeing the level of commercial development specifically here in San Jose as we are seeing in Silicon Valley. And far too often, I believe, when the news reports, as we know, whether it's regional or national news, they talk about Silicon Valley, and we know that.
But that's an unfortunate pause. We'll wait just a second to see if he gets back the signal. Not, we'll continue the dialogue and come back to Councilor.
Can I just, point of order, just ask whoever was paying attention, I assume it's Tony, as it relates to the motion on the floor, because we're actually debating here as to what the motion is on the floor. Was it just, or I actually won't say what I think it is, but if you can.
We'll say I'm going to have to re-listen to this because there's a lot of stuff. So
Yeah.
this is kind of what I have.
I guess maybe I'll just be specific. I'm curious if the motion is 1 million square feet and or 18 months, whatever comes sooner, or if it was just a square footage that we talked about.
I just got the square footage. Did you get? the
Okay,
square
it was
That was
just,
my
a s-
understanding as
it was
well.
this, okay, all right. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I know we're talking about square footage, but the lease rate hasn't really come up as a trigger. And is that because it's a lagging indicator, or why aren't we looking at lease rates?
I think Nancy, Nancy, you've got a question on the floor.
I can take a shot.
Okay.
Okay. You want me to repeat that, or?
No, it's a good question, council member. I think the challenge with lease rates is we're not party to detailed information on lease rates. It's generally a trend line that we monitor over time, and we get aggregate information from brokerage houses, unless, it's a large publicly traded company that's somehow disclosing, through some of their financial requirements. We won't get the exact deal points. And so that's the challenge, right? Is to understand how the market is ultimately moving. And so understanding that people are actually taking those leases and seeing where those aggregates are moving kind of in the background gives us that indication. But I think it's an important part of understanding how those feasibility studies come together, right? Because lease rates are a baseline assumption. And when we looked at the initial feasibility study for CLF, we looked at what those lease rates would need to be for ultimately to make this feasible. And that's one of those big questions that's out there. But lease rates don't live in isolation, right? They're balanced against construction costs and land costs and other factors on feasibility. And that's always going to be the challenge, is that these are the data points that we'll need to adjust to ultimately judge whether or not the fee is set at the correct level.
So how do we, if that information is not readily available? I mean, I have seen reports, and you've presented, reports and presentations where you have captured lease rates. So where does that information come from?
Yeah, it's generally aggregated information from the brokerage houses. So, the likes of Colliers or CBRE who are working those deals have analysts in-house that collate all that information and publish it through reports. And that's where you see those averages of lease rates across submarket areas. It doesn't always break out new development versus existing. Sometimes they don't align on how they define different types of space.
Right, okay.
So there's a lot of nuance that goes into that information. The other sort of information that OED has access to is CoStar, which is a real estate database. But I can tell you on commercial lease comps, that data is very spotty just because of the availability of information from the private sector.
Thank you.
Just on that point, Chris, I can remember going to annual events, CBRE, Colliers, back in the good old days when we used to get together without masks. And everybody knew the lease rates, and they got published every quarter or whatever by these organizations. And I'm just guessing, I guess part of what I'm wondering is about this whole study business. Couldn't we make this a lot easier on ourselves and just cut a deal with Colliers and CBRE and say, look, you guys, we'll pay you a small fee if you just tell us all the lease rates you got and aggregate them for us, and on a quarterly basis, report them to us. And that's like, one of the two primary drivers of this whole decision-making process, right? The other is the construction cost of the building. Obviously, that might take a study, but it seems like we could do this on an annual basis and just figure out where lease rate's going and adjust it without hiring, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants and having months of delay and all this stuff. We just look at the lease rate.
Yeah, and they do publish the quarterly report still, right? And so the aggregated data is available. The challenge is what's sort of mixed into that.
Right.
I mean, it's absolutely an indicator of where leases are going and understanding how that balance works in the context of feasibility for new construction and new development. Because you have to make assumptions on, that there's different types of spaces in there. There's different sizes of spaces.
Submarket, right.
And then there's also the kind of elements of deal points on, whether it's free parking or first, 3 months of free, or, the sort of the way that the total cost is amortized to the company over.
And they don't adjust the reported lease rates based on any of those goodies?
So again, it's all sort of fairly proprietary per brokerage house.
Right.
I know in the past we've had a lot of conversations with them about how they're sort of getting that data, and there's probably some opportunity to sort of further that conversation as well. But like I said, I mean, it gives us a good indication of how leases are performing generally in the valley.
I appreciate there's often noise. You have different submarkets, different kinds of building types and so forth. It just seems to me that we could let the brokers do the work for us if we told them, here's what we want. We want office leases for spaces that are at least 20,000 square feet in the downtown, blah, 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 with at least class A. And only give us the data for that and do it on a quarterly basis and tell us how many leases there are. And at least then we wouldn't be in this, I don't know, it's sort of bizarre situation we're always in, where everything we're doing, we're estimating is based on some historical number that's automatically, by the time we get that number, it's already 8 months old because we've gone through this ridiculous process with consultants and everything. This is a very dynamic, fluid market. Couldn't we just let go of this process and say, let's pay Colliers $100 a quarter and tell them to give us what we want? Okay, maybe it's more than $100. I don't know. The Colliers, if you're
They'd probably
listening,
do
we'll
it for
negotiate.
free if they had our listings.
Yeah.
Mayor, may I ask a question? The challenge that still remains is, what do we set our fee at, right? We still need to talk about, even if you peg to a rent, what commercial linkage fee is justified. So there,
Right. And that's ultimately a political determination, I think. But I guess what I'm saying is we seem to be sort of in this framework where anytime we're going to rethink this problem, we're going to reinvent the wheel and go through this incredibly, really difficult, extensive process, when maybe we'd all be better off saying, well, okay, council's kind of set the framework. Until they change the framework, we're just going to base it on this index. And the number's going to move every year based on the index. And we're not going to waste everybody's time and money beyond plugging in the basic numbers. It just seems to me your job would be easier, and the numbers we get would probably be a lot more recent and accessible. I know I'm overly simplifying things. That's what politicians do. Anyway, I've just always been puzzled by the sort of the consultant industrial complex and how much we pay them so we can get data that's automatically 6 months old.
And I'm here to advocate on simple implementation. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm going to step out my lane just for a second on this one.
Okay.
So, I think the concept of indexing fees is something that we've talked about before with council, in the context of development. That's certainly around the work we've done with the housing crisis work plan and the sort of development fee framework. Is creating consistency and transparency in our fees is critical for developers, because ultimately the time horizon for development is so long, and they're making decisions 5, 6, potentially 7 years in advance of actually securing that lease. And if we're consistently changing the fees on a 1 or 2 or 3 year basis, then it's a moving target, and that just represents risk in their pro forma and a challenge to gain investment for that development. So absolutely, there's something to sort of having a much more standardized process that is, that is a little bit more predictable and that is somehow reflective of market conditions and how they move over time. The challenge, and I think Jackie talked about this, about the challenge of where we are in the boom, and we're always too late or we're too early. The fundamental sort of moment in time that we face is that there's these massive transformational projects that will fundamentally change where the market's at,
right,
in 2 to 3, maybe 4 years. And so just ensuring that we have the capacity to adjust for that would be the only other sort of consideration. But it'll take some work to sort of figure out the nuts and bolts on how we would index it, but it's certainly an option we could look at.
I guess I just like, again, to overly simplify, let's say there are these transformative projects all happen, which we all hope will happen. The only way it really matters is ultimately in the market price, right? And that's the same indicator either way. It's the same lease rate. So I feel like we don't have to be perfect. And we don't have to anticipate everything. We don't have to know everything. We just need to ensure we know the 1 or 2 indicators that are most important in the market. And usually that's price and supply, right? So anyway, I would be very supportive of direction, which basically said we abandon this painful process and find a way to simply index it. And ultimately, every couple of years, you probably need to readjust for construction costs. And you could probably index that too, but not perfectly. I'm not even going to try because the maker of the motion is actually outside the room. So we'll go to Councilmember Cohen instead, and then we'll.
Let me start.
Mayor, I'm
he's
back on
back.
the
Okay.
line.
Councilman Farrells is back. All right.
And I'm going to stay off camera, and I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where you lost me, but I'll cut to some of the points here on where I think I'd like to see us go. So first off, I think we have some realities of developments that are currently under construction, and as we've heard, for instance, the 200 Park Avenue, the J. Paul development, nearing a million square feet, and I still think realistically unlikely within 18 months we would see all million square feet of that leased up. I actually think an 18-month timeline or a million square feet is likely going to end up around the same place regardless. And so I just wanted to clarify with the maker of the motion, when you accepted the friendly amendment from Councilmember Cohen, it was an either or 500,000 or 18 months, whichever came first. And I don't know if that's what you accepted with Councilmember Foley's recommendation, but I'd like to see if that would be the trigger. So either a million square feet or 18 months, whichever comes first.
Councilmember Peralez is Councilmember Jimenez. So that is your request, because right now I think the motion on the floor is just simply a million square feet.
Yeah, that would be a friendly amendment then.
Okay, so 18 months, right? Whatever comes first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that.
And I will say, I do believe that they're likely going to line up pretty closely regardless. I actually think that 18 months may come a little quicker, but that's just engaged on what we see being developed today and what may lease up. And secondly, I would agree if, miracle happens and say, for instance, J. Paul is able to lease up their entire building, which we would all be very, very excited about. I do agree with the comment that Councilmember Mahan was stating on, it would make more sense to see it happen across a couple developments versus simply just one. So, and I believe, I don't know if you accepted that friendly amendment, but maybe you can clarify if you did, and if not, I'll make a request.
I did not, because I was waiting to hear from other folks, including yourself. So
I do think that again, I think not too likely, but considering that it could be possible, and maybe I'm selling short J. Paul's ability to lease up their full building quickly, but I do think there's worthwhile argument there that we suggest that it happen across more than one building. And so I would say if you can include that as a friendly amendment.
yeah, I'll accept that. Thank you.
And then in regards to I guess the timing here, I actually agree with the mayor. I'm as you can tell clearly, the amendments I'm sticking with are this 1 million trigger or 18 months. I do think though that beyond this, I think it would be more worthwhile to look at something that doesn't, where we're not always just trying to time it based on, hey, let's come back a year or 2 years or individual triggers, but that where we're actually getting an update on the market in more real time, maybe say, right, 6 months or every year, and we're getting that update, and then that allows the council to react at that point and decide, hey, do we want to reanalyze these fees? So, but I don't want to completely shift course right now. I think that we've sort of hammered out a direction that hopefully we can all agree with for the moment. And then I do think, though, that we should in the future, so maybe after this 18-month check-in, that we should let staff know now within the motion that we want to move to a different model, right, and an index, as the mayor was pointing out, So I'm happy to make that request through this as a friendly amendment. So it's not that we're making that shift now, but that's the direction we want staff to go after this next check-in, which will be either 18 months or triggered at 1 million square feet. So that would be a friendly amendment as well, incorporating the mayor's comments.
I would, I guess I have a question for staff before I decide if I accept it. What I'm curious about is there's obviously other jurisdictions in the Bay Area that are collecting CLF fees. And so I'm curious if anyone else has gone down that road and whether it's been effective or not, indexing sort of the increase or
We would have to review. I don't know of anyone, but
okay.
I think OED and I believe planning, we're always looking at making things make more sense and streamlining. So it's worth.
Okay. All right. I guess I don't, I just sort of, I was listening to the mayor as I was eating a salad in the back, but
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. I was paying attention.
I go well with salad.
But I needed to learn more before I fully buy into. But I think on the surface it seems like a logical way to go. And so I guess Councilmember Peralez, if you'd submit that in a way in which we ask staff to explore it, not necessarily switch.
I'm happy
down that road.
I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think what I wanted to try to do was give staff the heads up that that's the direction we'd like to head down. But I'm happy to say, hey, look, this is exploration. I think they've heard it now from the mayor. They're hearing us discuss it, and that way we, it's not a surprise to them 18 months from now that we're maybe saying, hey, why aren't we shifting to an index model? So I'm happy with the word explore.
I'm just going to jump in. This is Jackie from the Housing Department because I am looking at our old report, and the report included how other cities handled fees. And it is just looking at it, many of them do have an annual adjustment based on CPI.
Okay. All right. I think, assuming that's the index we want to use, I guess, the consumer price index is as good an index as any.
I wouldn't recommend using CPI, but yeah.
So I think just staying with the language explore, I think is good. And we can certainly go back, but thank you for that information, Jack.
I appreciate that. And then in regards to the environmental sustainability credit, I truly like that, and I think that's something that we need to move forward with. But I do agree that we can do that in a different discussion, actually, in June, when we're talking about the carbon neutral by 2030 implementation plan. And I think those align terrifically well. Anytime we are creating a fee process like this, we always have the opportunity then to utilize that fee as an incentive by potentially reducing it and then asking for something that we want. And in this case, it would be meeting our environmental sustainability goals. And so that's why I'm not going to ask that we include that now, because I do think that could be something that we include and discuss in June. But I am very, very supportive of that and look forward to that being able to come forward. And I believe that will conclude my request. So I appreciate you accepting the friendly amendments, and apologize for the freezing over here on my earlier comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
And as the seconder, I accepted all of those.
Okay. I'm sorry. I should
No. It's okay. I nodded my head. So that was, just to follow up on that point about the triggers. I think the idea here that we're studying what triggers would need to be met in order to reach those, to move CLF to different levels, that I think is built into the idea of studying the triggers, and whether we decide to adapt some automatic event when those triggers are reached, or whether the council would have to vote each time, is something we could discuss when we bring that study back. We could say, oh, the study tells us these are the triggers that should be reached to change a CLF. And we're just going to, when we reach those, we're just going to index the CLF accordingly. And every few years we'll have a review of how it's going, I guess, or, with some timeline. And I would just, as far as certainty, I think it's important to just make sure it's always pointed out that, there's some point at which the level is locked in. So obviously once entitlement is, or some point in the project wouldn't have their fees changed at the trigger meeting. Once their project is started, they have a fixed fee. I mean, that's just a comment now to think about as we move forward. I think it's important to make sure that there's certainty for developers, but that doesn't mean that projects that come down the road later wouldn't have to meet a new higher left fee that's justified. So that's all I wanted to add.
And to be clear, there is a lock-in. I always assumed it was at a title when they pulled their permits. Am I wrong? When they pull the building permit?
Mr. Mayor, it depends on how the ordinance and the fee schedule is written. So there's vesting processes that a developer can use, but if the fee is written like inclusionary, that includes an indexing, like inclusionary is indexed to ENR commercial cost increases, then the ordinance says you'll pay the amount that is effective when you pay it. And so that's what the developer vests in when they vest. So, you know, again, right now, I believe the fee says, the ordinance says that it's the amounted building permit plus any indexed increases. So we don't actually have an index currently that I can see in the resolution, but that's a potential change.
Right, and as you'll recall, Matt, when the original CLF was adopted, there were options on the payment level. But to Shasta's point, we sort of lock in issuance of building permit, and then it varies after that, depending on, based on the prior ordinance, and then that would be the question under these changes.
Okay, so when you pull the permit, it locks in plus a CPI, or is that right?
We don't have a CPI in the current fee schedule, so I don't think we actually have indexing in the current ordinance, in the current fee schedule or ordinance.
And
Just going to check with the housing staff because Rachel had unmiked for a second. I just want to make sure what her understanding is.
Yeah, we can go back and check, but originally when we brought forward the commercial linkage fee, we also included an index for the fee.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Darius has the information on the index. So.
Great. Thanks, Darius.
No problem. So it increases accordingly with the engineering news record index.
Okay, I'll take it. That sounds something like CPI-ish. That's good enough for me. Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. I appreciate Councilmember Cohen's comment about the fee certainty. And I think given what I've just heard, there isn't fee certainty because no one knows what that index is going to be. So I would like to request, and I think Councilmember Cohen was kind of alluding to this, that the rate that the fee, whatever the amount is, when they first pay it at, what is it, building permit? At building permit is the locked in rate for that project. Because now we've talked about paying it over time, and we should lock it in at that amount. Otherwise, we're adding whatever that index was that Darius was talking about, plus the 3% or whatever that we're talking about. When they have to pay it over time, they have to pay additional interest on it.
Yeah,
So
Councilmember,
it's increasing at an increasing rate.
That's how it is right now, and what the motion, the staff recommendation, what
Is to just keep it flat? Because I thought what Shasta was saying was there's this other, and Darius was saying that there's this other amount.
that's tied to the engineer's report that increases annually, but the overall rate is not going to increase other than that index.
Right, and I think what Councilmember Cohen was saying, or at least the way that I was hearing it, was that for certainty for a project, increasing by that index is not providing certainty for them. They can't put that in their pro forma because they don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think I understand the point, Councilmember. The way the index is, it's not quite CPI, but it tends to behave in that. So, like we've done with other development fees in the past, where we've had these automatic increases, I think generally developers can anticipate where it's headed. It doesn't bounce around as much as you would think. It's just this sort of aggregated and averaged index that moves over time. So it's not a certainty as in this is the dollar amount and it will remain that way, because the assumption is the longer it takes them to pay the fee, the more the sort of impact or the increased cost to deliver the housing offset moves with it. And so that's why we've built in.
Okay, but we've built that in, but then also an additional 3%. So we're like we're double charging them for the time is what I'm saying.
The total fee that they're paying is the same when they go to the deferred option, and then the 3% is on that total payment. So it's only if they haven't pulled the building permit is that where it increases.
Which
Okay.
is what Google is doing. We have a precedent for including the time value, knowing that net present value, they're going to make sure that the city or the fund is not losing dollars because it's taking longer.
Okay, I understand that. But what I've heard now is that we have the 3% in the staff recommendation for paying the third, fourth, and fifth payments, but that there's also this other index, which for some reason, I cannot remember the name, manufacturing, whatever.
It won't be two. It will be one or the other, or however we determine we bring it back. But as was mentioned, it's Darius, you could correct me, but I believe it's one. We're not doubling down on.
Yeah, so there will be either for the deferred payment option, the 3% interest for the final 3 payments. For the other options, 1 and 2, that's just going to be on the ENR index.
Okay.
So at building permit 80% and then 100% at final building inspection. So if they don't pay, then it's going to increase on the ENR. But if you choose the deferred payment, then that's the 3% interest for the final 3 payments.
So it won't continue to increase on top of that 3%.
No, you're talking about the deferred payment option.
The deferred
right?
payment option,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, that's just going to be a flat 3% interest.
Okay. Okay. I want to make sure.
Yeah, so I think council member, what I'm understanding is it gets locked in at whatever the rate is at the time. And then the only thing else that's happening is that 3%. So it's not gonna do the increase by the whatever Darius said, plus the 3% for the next 3 payments that are due.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask Shasta, since she's the one who brought up what is actually in the ordinance. I want to ask Shasta, is that clear in the ordinance, or do we have to ask the maker of the motion to make it clear in the motion?
So the resolution, the fees and schedules resolution has them enter into an agreement and make the first payment and building permit. I think that it's the intent of the ordinance and the resolution that when you first pay, you have set your rate. And then if there's interest that applies because you're doing deferred payments, that's a separate matter. But when they make their first payment of 20% at building permit, that would fix the rate of the CLF. So let's say that it's $12 and the next year it's 12.5 or 12.25. They're still paying at 12 because they've made their first payment.
Okay. Thank you. I'm hoping that's clear. I'm looking at Chris for PBC to make sure that it is clear. If there's a question, it should be in the developer's favor to make sure these developments go forward. I would like to request. For the item, the environmental sustainability item, I'd just like to ask Councilmember Jimenez, we've heard that there is some appetite for talking about this again in June. If we direct staff now, they could come back to us in June with this item. So I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment for my item 5. And you can say, since we're having this discussion in June anyway, to direct staff to return to council in June with an incentive for environmental lead 0 and or ILFI zero carbon certification outside of the CLF when we have that discussion about our climate smart plan.
So what I would say is I'd be inclined to support if the language was direct staff to return to council with an exploration of the incentive. Because
Great.
the way I read it is it's do
Please.
it and come back.
Thank you.
So to explore that.
Yes.
I'd certainly be open to that.
With options for or explore, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That works.
And then just as a seconder, let me ask a clarifying question on that. So when you say outside of CLF, you mean across all fees, not just the CLF?
Yeah, so I'm not requesting a
Not to-
reduction in CLF, but just for some
An
kind of
incentive
incentive for
okay,
doing
yeah,
this.
right,
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. I think we have clarity. Is that right? Okay, great. Any other comments? I just had a few additional remarks. Appreciate the conversation because I think it's been a good one. I appreciate that many advocates who probably have all signed off by now, but have felt very strongly about the commercial linkage fee as being the saving grace for whatever we're trying to accomplish with affordable housing. But I mean, I think both in terms of the quantity of dollars and in terms of the trade-offs, there's reason to have modest expectations about what we're going to accomplish here. My understanding is we think we get about $6 million from the commercial linkage fee today. Is that approximately correct? Rachel or Jackie, you want to jump in?
Yes, this is Rachel Vanderveen. Okay, so to date, we have entered into agreements with developers to basically define what their commercial linkage fee payment will be, but we have not received any commercial linkage fee payments to date.
Yeah. Because we just haven't had a lot of building going on. We have a little pandemic happening. That's certainly put a kibosh on things. I remember seeing an estimate that we thought on it in an average year, we might get 6 million and change. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, that's how, as I remember it.
Yeah, that was a rough estimate. This year, we're getting $90 million from Measure E. So I guess the important context here is first, we're spending an enormous amount of energy focusing on a commercial linkage fee that is not, seems to me, a driving force in the amount of affordable housing resources we have. We have very extensive debates over the commercial linkage fee because I simply don't think at the end of the day, it can do nearly as much in terms of benefit for affordable housing. And we know it can do considerably more harm if this thing gets set too high. So that's why I continue to be concerned that we don't try to emphasize too much how we're going to accomplish our affordable housing goals through this particular tool. We have other tools and we should be relying on those, and we do. Okay, let's vote.
Menace,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're rolling right along. 8.3, homelessness annual report. We have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kelly Hemphill. I am the Homelessness Response Manager with the Housing Department, and I am joined by Jackie Morales-Ferran, the Director of the Housing Department, and Reagan Henninger, the Deputy Director. Okay, we are providing an update on our fiscal year 2020 to 2021 performance and activities in our homeless world. Fiscal year 2020, 2021 was a very unique year. To set some context, San Jose had been facing a housing crisis. The COVID-19 global pandemic exacerbated the crisis, especially for the most vulnerable in our city, individuals and families experiencing homelessness and individuals on the cusp of becoming homeless. This report focuses on our response, the Housing Department's response to COVID-19 and the programs that we implemented. We prioritize programs that would keep people experiencing homelessness safe. We implemented programs that would keep the larger community safe from a potential spread of the virus. The outcomes set in contracts of years past shifted slightly to prioritize safety and public health. There were some gifts of COVID. We were able to move quickly. We were able to get pretty creative, and we reprioritized how we helped people. We mobilized and managed 4 emergency congregate shelters to increase beds for individuals to shelter in place. We quickly developed and opened 3 emergency interim housing communities using prefabricated modular units for the most medically vulnerable unsheltered residents. We implemented a comprehensive street-based program with outreach, hygiene, and trash services, and housing resources for those residing in targeted homeless encampments so that they could receive the basic needs that had become unavailable during the pandemic. And we provided emergency rental assistance to households so that they could remain stably housed. "2020 was super hard. We faced what we had been calling the Great Resignation within the department and with our nonprofit partners due to employee fatigue and sickness. We received over $242 million in new or redirected one-time COVID-related funds to serve individuals or households experiencing homelessness. While that was fantastic, staff was overwhelmed with contract and program development. We prioritized a new reality of rigid safety protocols, including wearing masks and gloves all day, taking temperatures and monitoring participant symptoms, and ensuring areas were sanitized. This was all happening during excessively high temperatures, public safety power shutoffs, poor air quality, and the threat of fires. And let's not forget that our nation was and continues to be under severe civil unrest. But even though the challenges were immense, we persevered. Over 1,750 individuals accessed emergency congregate shelter. Over 750 individuals accessed non-congregate shelter, and over 1,700 individuals were permanently housed. We moved quickly and we helped a lot of people, and here are just a few. We also continued to operate the prioritized programs that were implemented pre-pandemic, and we still met most of our system-wide performance benchmarks. It was a transition year, however, for some significant programs, including the rapid rehousing and employment development programs, some of which did not meet the benchmarks, but with the internal and external challenges, it was not surprising. The ideas envisioned as part of the community plan to end homelessness were able to be implemented immediately in response to COVID-19. We've made quite a bit of progress on the plan's goals. Since January 2020, nearly 6,000 people are no longer homeless and are now in permanent housing in Santa Clara County. Also, since January 2020, we've seen a 33% decrease in the number of people falling into homelessness. More than 96% of people connected to permanent supportive housing have remained in their homes for more than a year. Year-round temporary shelter capacity also increased by almost 20% during COVID. So now I will hand it over to Reagan to discuss our lessons learned and priorities moving forward.
Thanks. Although the annual report is backward facing, we did want to take a few moments tonight to highlight a few areas where we plan to prioritize in this fiscal year that we're in now, but into next fiscal year. And of course, we align all of our programs and funding with these 3 strategies here from our community plan to end homelessness. So 2 programs that we dramatically expanded last year were interim housing and rental assistance. And thank you to Mayor and you council members for the help with expanding interim housing. Prior to COVID, we had 1 tiny bridge housing community that was 40 beds. Now we have 2 bridge housing communities and 3 interim housing communities that is almost 400 beds. And then the second area is rental assistance. So before COVID, our homeless prevention system served about 1,500 households a year. I think during COVID, we served somewhere near 20,000 households with rental assistance. And so while the COVID emergency did provide this one-time infusion of cash to do the work, the challenge now is how do we keep doing this work, iterating and scaling it? And so we will be working with the city manager and public works to reach the mayor and council's goal of 1,000 EIH units, but we'll also at the same time be working to develop a sustainable service and operations plan for all of these sites. And then the second area is rental assistance. And our goal in the community plan is to scale that program, COVID aside, to be serving 2,500 households a year. Measure E will be an important revenue source for both of these program areas. Another area that we really expanded was our emergency and crisis response programs, our street-based services. So again, with all this one-time COVID money, we really increased shelter beds and street outreach, and even delivering meals and supplies to encampments. We also set up the centralized shelter hotline. So in this next fiscal year, even though Bill Wilson Center has taken over the operations of that shelter hotline, we really want to continue to adapt and iterate on that service and offer other support and services when people call that hotline. And we are planning to expand the SOAR program, open 2 safe parking sites, and expand our mobile hygiene services. So last year would certainly not have been possible without a tremendous number of community and nonprofit partners. Not all of them are here on this slide. There are way too many to mention, but we did want to acknowledge all of their help as first responders providing these critical services. And then last but not least, our housing department staff. Kelly Hemphill and Vanessa Beretta are the 2 staff members on our homeless response team who have stayed with us through a tremendously challenging 2 years and have remained dedicated and committed to this work. Our building inspectors, Steve, Sean, and Guido, for all of their help with our temporary shelters, and our grants team who went from administering $14 million a year to administering over $200 million a year in contracts and getting this money out to the community. And finally, parks, public works, transportation, fire, IT are all departments that have helped us in our COVID response, and to over 100 city employees who were disaster service workers working in our temporary shelters last year. And I think Jackie wanted to jump in with a few words.
I did. Thank you again, Reagan, because I did want to recognize Reagan's work on all of these efforts. You know, we could not have accomplished as much without her leadership. And of course, I just want to double down on the Kelly, the Vanessa, the Steve, the Sean, the Guido. And Reagan did not mention our whole grants team basically turned over during COVID-19. And so we've had to bring upon, you know, onboard a whole new group of staff. So, and thank you again to all the other departments. This work is challenging and difficult, and yet we have dedicated people who just continue to do it every day. So I just wanted to express my thanks to them. And so with that, we are open for questions.
Thank you. And let me say it one more time. Thank you, Kelly and Vanessa and Reagan and Jackie and everyone on the team. This is the most important work in our city, and it's in many ways the most difficult. And there's no secret that you've been overwhelmed and understaffed with all the demands. So thank you for all the work you've done. Let's go to the public.
Dave Damon. Dave? Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair Beekman and I'll come back to Dave.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. Yeah, you know, I've been making it a really important point lately to be talking about, you know, we're at a time for as successful and as good as the Home Key program has been. It's really an important time to be considering, you know, that there can be continual planning with the future of California state funding concerns, and they can be serving local areas. And with that, you know, we have to continue the efforts of how we can actually be better subsidizing just unhoused people. You know, they get into transitional housing, they can't make the adjustment to permanent housing because they don't have the funding often. Now we have that chance to really do that. I mean, it's been decades that that's been the way things work. We can really move past that now. So I hope we can talk about those efforts more, and because we already have the good organizational skills to do that sort of good work. We have those practices, and it's just a matter of putting them into practice now. We have the money. I hope we can more openly talk about that. I know it can be a little difficult and awkward, and I hope we can learn how to make it open. I wanted to quickly comment that with Vision Zero things, you know, I do not want to at all minimize, you know, what the difficulties that are going on with human fatalities at this time in San Jose. It seems a really serious issue. I hope my words can be balanced, as I hope we all can be balanced, how we're going to talk about Vision Zero in the next few months. As much as there's new concerns of traffic deaths, I hope we can be proud of ourselves that we're actually openly talking about unhoused community that's now being counted as statistics that weren't in the past. Thank you.
Dave Damon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the City Council and the Housing Commission. I wanted to say my name is Dave Damon. I'm a systems engineer and data analyst, and have read the reports in their entirety for this the year of the homeless outreach. And I have to, I'm amazed with the work that the team has done. You guys should totally be patting yourselves on the back, and there should be proclamations declaring the service that you've provided, because it was an absolutely amazing effort. There are some things I have some questions about that I can handle offline, because it's not even worth mentioning in this public comment. And I just wanted to commend every member of the team that was giving services to the homeless. I'm a homeless advocate. I've been to San Francisco and San Jose homeless sites, including tiny homes and the Bristol Hotel and LeMaine hotels up in San Francisco. And I can say that of the sites that I've been to in both locations, that San Jose has much better sites than San Francisco. So you should be commended for that effort. You guys did an amazing job. And I have another issue that deals with homelessness, but that can wait until the general open forum comment. So I just wanted to commend you for your work last year. That is an absolutely amazing effort. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
You want to solve the homeless problem, just have them fill up all those empty businesses and storefronts that are in downtown San Jose. There's plenty of room. And the new Signia Hotel opening soon. Don't hold your breath. Maybe you can start housing them there. I mean, do you really think they're going to fill that hotel to capacity ever again? What's ever going to happen in downtown San Jose again that's going to bring in tourism or these conventions you think you're going to bring in? Not going to be able to fill up all those rooms. Fill up all the empty space you have in San Jose, all the empty office space, these office parks on North First Street that nobody's in. You know, be my guest and have all your tech donors, man. Why don't you guys hit them up? Hit up all your tech donors. They can house them in those big business parks that nobody goes to anymore, thanks to the work from home revolution. And once again, that downtown, you know, just filled with a bunch of homeless people. It'll work. And, you know, we can enjoy the St. James Park again because the junkies can be in their own room shooting heroin versus out in the open in a park. There's all these things you could do. You don't do it. I mean, am I joking? Not really, because these are the kind of things you guys dream up. So go for it. Go for it. I mean, you could have your pot shops. You could have your food stamp stores. You could have everything down there for them. And it's close to the police station. You know, when they're bored, they can go, arrest some homeless people who are walking down the street high on drugs. I mean, I've got ideas, and I think it's going to work. And there's no better place to have homeless people living than next door to where you guys work at City Hall, that I like to call the Death Star, right? It could be close to City Hall. It could all be downtown for you people. Because right now it's empty. I mean, it's so bad, even the bums aren't around. I mean,
Back to council.
Council comments. Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually want to pile on the praise, Kelly, Reagan, Jackie, the whole team in terms of what you do and what you have to work with. You bring hope to a situation that sometimes feels hopeless. And I just admire what you do and how you do it and your dedication and determination. I know my office, we probably reach out to you like 10 times a day, and you're always on top of things and, doing the best you can. And I just want to express, my personal appreciation and also the appreciation, I'm sure, of all my council colleagues and the mayor to just recognize, everything that you do and how you do it and your ability to keep doing it. So thank you. And on that note, I want to make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
All right. It was actually a mic drop moment, but we got more comments. So Councilmember Foley.
I want to pile on gratitude as well and just say thank you to Reagan, Kelly, and Jackie for all the work in bringing this report to us, but also in the thoughtfulness that you and time that you spent with our teams at City Hall, but also out in the field with our unhoused community. So I'm very grateful for that. I have one question. We just had the point in time count. Has it been concluded, and do we have a number yet?
We do not. We will probably have preliminary numbers next month, but the report is not expected until June.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you for the report and thank you for all that you do. You do the job with thoughtfulness and compassion, and I appreciate that because I think that's what's needed to help us solve the problems we have. And I know you take a lot of abuse from those of us sitting up here, and appreciate that you do that with grace. Just one quick question on strategy 3, talking about safe parking operations. You mentioned specifically 2 sites. Is there a reason for that number at this point, and what does that mean? I mean, I assume that we've had conversations about identifying more sites and standing up more of them quickly. Is that 2 just based on what you have currently, but you're expecting you might do more?
Thanks, council member. So it's largely driven by just resources. I mean, the more sites we operate, the more money and the more nonprofit resources it takes. I would say the driving factor, though, is just monetary resources. So we're relying on state TAP funds to operate safe parking. We do have 2 operators identified. And we have 1 site identified where we're in negotiations with VTA, and we're working with the city manager's office to identify a second site.
If I could just add that something that we learned during COVID is that people want our safe parking sites if they're 24/7 operating. So, we were operating our safe parking sites in community centers, and so that was just nightly. And we found people not really wanting to participate because they had to leave every day, and it just wasn't a secure, very stable environment for them. So we really want to shift to all day, all night operations, and we can't do that in a lot of the city-owned facilities or parking lots.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that goal. We know about the site that we had for a while, and obviously I think it worked for the period of time that it was there because it was 24/7 and it had the services, and I think we can scale that appropriately. It's becoming a bigger and bigger issue, the number of vehicles and RVs parked all around, and I don't know the exact numbers of the counts, but District 4 had a huge number. I heard numbers approaching 1,000 in District 4 alone of people parked on the streets, and so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to, because I don't think 2 sites is going to get us where we need to be. So I'm hopeful that we'll figure out a way to collaborate with the county and others to stand up more sites, as quickly as we can to try to make a dent in that issue.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right, Councilmember, that it's certainly not meeting the need. I think the 2019 point in time count estimated somewhere around, I want to say 1,000 vehicles. I think it's much greater than that, as you just said. So 2 sites would get us maybe to 100 vehicles. I mean, nowhere near the need, but I will say that in many of our other homeless response programs, it's a similar constraint. We're constrained by a lack of resources and not meeting the need, right? Whether it's shelter beds, whether it's mobile hygiene services, there's not enough. And similar to our affordable programs, we have way more people who need extremely affordable housing than we have units available. So I'm not sure we'll ever be able to meet the entire need, but I certainly can't argue with you, Councilmember, about more would be great.
Yeah, thank you. And you can expect to continue to be badgered by my office and all the others, I'm sure. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sparsa.
Thank you. To follow up on that, we've had people tell us that folks in vehicles don't consider themselves to be homeless and have turned down offers of assistance. Do you think if with 24/7 that it will be easier to get folks to accept those offers, or that will make the difference?
Definitely. And, we've never operated a RV only safe parking program. So we've learned a lot from a lot of the partners, doing a lot of research, and we have, and speaking to people who live in their RVs versus living in their cars. There's a higher sense of urgency to get out of cars. And we do have a higher rate of moving people into permanent housing. It's just going to be a little bit more work, building relationships, getting a little creative about where to store RVs or where to maybe sell them for as an incentive. I mean, there's a lot of ways that we're going to have to be super creative with this program.
But it's a longer process.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to highlight some numbers because I've asked these numbers throughout COVID, and thank you for including them in the presentation. Since COVID, about 3,000 people have been permanently housed. And that's just in San Jose, correct? That's not Santa Clara County numbers, that's just us. And you know, and also since COVID, we've essentially prevented 15,000 households from becoming homeless. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then we, meaning the city, and I know some of the people sitting in this box were working multiple shifts and around the clock to shelter folks during COVID. And so since COVID, 8,500-ish households have been sheltered since COVID. I think those are incredible numbers that we should talk a lot more about and acknowledge what not just you and your teams, but the nonprofits and their teams worked tremendously and sacrificed during some really scary times, frankly, to make that happen. And I think that that's amazing. And I'm thankful to you and your team for doing that because I think it's remarkable. And so that sort of leads me into, I have a couple of questions, and it leads me into something that you mentioned in the report, which is that we suffer from some of the same issues that our nonprofit partners do, which is capacity. So, and you mentioned it in the report. And so how are we thinking of how more longer term investments in our partners? I see it. I'm sure my colleagues see it. There's tremendous turnover. Even if people stay, they move up like constantly within the organization and take on new and different assignments because the need is so great. And capacity is a real issue. And how are we looking at that long term, especially right now when there's money, right? There's money to be had statewide and locally. How can we take a longer view of some of these partnerships?
It's a complicated response, council member, and I think it's something that we think about a lot, but I also think we are constrained by some resources. You know, one of the things that we try and do with all of our grantees is make sure that they're paying competitive salaries, that they're using the max that they can use for salaries to make sure that they're able to recruit and retain people. But I do think they all still have a need for flexible funding, I think, that allows them to do some capacity building and training. And I would say that's not a use that is often that is allowed by a lot of our traditional like HUD entitlement funds of CDBG or HOPWA. We do have an opportunity, I think, with some home ARP money that does allow some capacity building. So I don't know if I have a super brilliant answer. In my experience when I worked at nonprofits, Next Door, Home First, Women and Their Children's Housing, we relied, I think, on a lot of private money for capacity building, and that was where public and private sources could, I think, really leverage each other's, I guess, roles, right? Like we have a lot of federal money that has a lot of hoops and it's not easy to spend, right? There's a lot of regulations. And I think what's great about private money is that it is more flexible and can be sort of used for things like capacity building and training.
And perhaps something that, oh, the mayor left, but, we've talked about San Jose Strong and our partnership with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, perhaps something that, the city could partner more on, again, taking that longer term view. I sit down with partners all the time. I have a lot of facilities in my district. And so it's a real issue. It's not something we can just throw money at. I think we have to be more thoughtful and work together more. And so I just wanted to highlight that. The second thing I wanted to highlight was how are, excuse me, how are we coordinating with the county on mental health, behavioral health, and medical services to have those services on site and then to provide those linkages continuously, right? I have a facility in my district. We were promised a clinic. It didn't happen. And so there are other ways that folks are getting connected to medical services. It's turned out well, but it's taken a lot by a lot of people to get that, particularly as it's a population that being on the streets ages you, right? Like there are often a lot of disabilities and physical, otherwise, that need services and need to be addressed. So are we looking at that when we look at some of these sites, whether it be an RV safe parking or something else, that is those linkages and services are on site. And I'll say it also reduces the number of calls for service and frankly, hopefully sets out the person receiving services for some stability moving forward, whether they're sheltered and ultimately housed, or they go into rapid rehousing or into a safe parking site or whatever, that we're at least providing something and not waiting until they become permanently housed.
Hi, council member. This is Jackie Morales, Fran, sitting in the dark in my office. We have been having initial conversations with the county. Those conversations, though, while we have a fantastic relationship with the Office of Supportive Housing, really the conversation is at a higher level with the county because those services are provided outside of our counter entity, which is again the Office of Supportive Housing, but those services are really held throughout the county through their Office of Behavioral Support services and through their other entities. And so, we are working with the administration to continue to work with the county on these issues and frankly with the mayor's office, who has also asked us to do this work. But it is challenging because, again, it's not a department talk. It's really a administration to administration conversations that we're having. But they are starting. I think the good news is Key, who was the director of the Office of Supportive Housing, is now in the county supervisor's office now. And so we do have, a good connection because he's there, but it is a much broader conversation and will require much more ongoing discussions to actually get to those other sections of the county.
Thank you, Jackie. And so looking at Lee, so administration to administration are how are those high level discussions progressing so that when we plan for something on the ground, it's built in so that it operates at its highest capacity?
Yeah, that's a great question, and your question to Jackie and Reagan was very good too, because that is the issue, and I think as the report shows in, the numbers you highlighted, housing has done a tremendous job over the past years, housing not only people, but families. But that leakage into homelessness and the safety net systems continue to be a challenge. So Jackie is right. Actually, Jackie and I met with Miguel Marquez and Key and Consuelo last week to start some of these conversations and try and re-engage. I would say before COVID, Reagan and Jackie and I, as we finished the community plan with the county, we were starting to have these conversations. And I know during the pandemic, as Jackie just mentioned, Key's been elevated to kind of a deputy county executive to really be like a counterpart for someone over on our side to really start and follow these conversations and questions you're asking all the way through like an implementation kind of ground level approach. But we've had stresses over the pandemic. And so we really need to find a better way to re-engage the county and re-engage in some of those relationships and those hard conversations.
Thank you. And, before the pandemic started, I had a lot of meetings with different department heads at the county as well. I'm happy to do my part. I think we all are happy to pitch in because this is such a huge issue, and really providing those services. I have seen that it really determines success, right? You need services on site, whatever that program is. Again, whether it's safe parking or permanent housing or anything in between, they have to be there. And when they're not, all sorts of other issues happen. And then that person, may go back out into the streets, may end up someplace else, may get sick, all of those things can then happen. So that's, and did we already move to, we moved to accept the report, right? Okay. All right. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I have a question about the homelessness prevention and rental assistance. It's on page 18. And I know you say in there costs per household were not calculated since the cost varied. The cost varied widely per household based on service provider, from a low of $6,133 per household for Sacred Heart and Destination Home to a high of $25,762 per household for Bill Wilson. So can you explain to me how those services were different? Because Bill Wilson Center and Next Door served many fewer households than Catholic Charities and Sacred Heart / Destination Home. And the costs were much, much higher. I mean, it's like 3 times higher, more than 3 times higher. So what is the difference? And then going forward, how are we going to standardize what the cost per household should be based on household need?
I don't think I have a great answer for you, but I do know that, some families really require just 1 month of rental assistance, whereas some families required 6 months and some arrears. And so it really did drastically differ per household. So it's hard to, without analyzing all the households that were served by each agency, it's hard to give you a definitive answer.
So let me just jump in and just say, I think what we're trying to also communicate is that we're trying to keep flexibility in these programs, and the flexibility is really trying to meet the household where they are, and frankly not to overinvest by having somewhat of a canned program where we say we're going to give you 6 months of an assistance or 2 years of assistance, but we're really trying to tailor. That's where some of these programs are trying to tailor investments in these families based on exactly what they need, and frankly not over subsidizing each one of them.
So I appreciate that, Jackie, but when we're talking about a difference of really almost $20,000 per household. I mean, that's per household based on the provider. How are we ensuring that we're not, maybe not over subsidizing the households, but not over subsidizing the providers? And I know people at each of these, and I don't think that there's likely any misspending of dollars, but if we're not tracking what kinds of households and what kinds of services they're providing, then when we're paying $6,000 a household to one provider and $25,000 a household to another provider, how do we know we're getting our money's worth in each of those cases? I mean, we had a lot of money and maybe it doesn't matter this year because we had all these different sources, but you and I both know that we don't have these kinds of sources going forward. We were just talking about Measure E, and we have to program our dollars much, much more carefully when they're coming out of our pockets directly. This isn't free money raining down from the sky anymore.
Indeed, no more free money rain. The homeless prevention program prior to COVID, I want to say the average support a household received was like $4,500.
That's the number I had in my head too, which is why I did this.
I think the COVID numbers are kind of wildly skewed, right? And in the 2 years prior, we didn't have those kind of higher rates. So I definitely anticipate us going back down to a more regularized program where there are program parameters, I guess.
Right, and again, just to clarify, because was COVID related, we anticipated that the need, or I'm assuring, and Reagan, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we're responding to the COVID need where people had lost jobs or were unable to work in order to protect themselves or to protect their families. And so the need was so much greater. But we do anticipate that as we come out of the recovery period, that we will have much lower numbers. But, even in the short term, as we're thinking about some of the families that are still struggling to recover, if they go into the homeless prevention area, they may need a longer period of assistance.
Again, understood. And the question remains, how do we ensure that the money's being spent directly on the household, and how do we know what the money is actually being spent on? Do we audit the providers? Do we
audit
know
the
what each of the
providers.
households got?
Backup documentation is required, right? So if we pay, for example, for a car repair, we have that backup receipt and documentation. It's preferred that rental assistance, for example, is paid to the landlord and not the tenant. So I'd be happy we could go through all of, maybe offline, go through like homelessness prevention, the program parameters, how we audit the program. We'd be happy to meet with yourself and Destination Home and Sacred Heart and dive into how we monitor those programs.
That's fine. I just want to make sure we're comfortable. Like, we know when we spent $25,000 per household at the Bill Wilson Center, that exactly what that 25,000 went to for each of those households, because that's a lot of money for one household, right?
So again, we collect the backup documentation. The federal government does not make their money easy to spend. So all the documentation and receipts and are all required.
Okay. Good. I appreciate that. I hope that, I guess I would have liked a little bit more color on that since the amounts were widely different and you just kind of gave one, and I understand, right, how busy you guys are and what you're all doing. But that wasn't really clear here, that these numbers varied widely, and it was, you had said the cost varied, but not that you had verified that these expenditures were legit. So, but I don't want to, I feel like I totally killed the vibe of, you guys did an awesome job and you spent a long time. You spent a lot of time during the pandemic. And I do want to recognize that we have hundreds more people housed than we would have, probably thousands more people housed than we would have if you hadn't done everything that you had done. I just want to make sure that going out of the pandemic, that we're not in this fly by the seat of our pants, you know, free money type of situation, that we're ensuring that our dollars go as far as they can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayhem.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you for the report and your incredibly hard work over what I know has been a very difficult and stressful period of time. I did have some similar questions to those just asked by Councilmember Davis. And I think for me, maybe it's less about knowing where every dollar goes, which I know can be sort of creating an impossible amount of administrative overhead. I think something I brought up last year, and a similar, it might have been this report or another one where we were evaluating service providers, is just better understanding the sort of the cost per outcome in aggregate across different providers, and then trying to understand when we think the cost differential is justified and not. And I think it would be, to me, it would make sense over time if the service providers who can deliver a given outcome at a lower cost, as long as we evaluate that they're actually producing, it's the kind of outcome we want, they're not cutting corners, would get maybe more of our investment over time. And that we would see that change over time as we're seeing that a given provider is doing a better job of placing people in work or graduating them into permanent housing, or whatever the outcome is that we're sort of investing toward. Just understand more of an I just would personally appreciate seeing more of an evaluation of who we think's got the greatest efficacy per dollar, essentially, for the outcomes we care about. I wanted to understand, I just mentioned, you had some data in there for some of the EIH sites about the exits to permanent housing. And I was curious if we know, do we track what kind of permanent housing, how often it's, basically, I guess what I'm trying to understand is the extent to which a given program we're running is enabling folks to have a different level of self-sufficiency economically, because the higher the better, in the sense that we then have more resources to help more people. And do we, when we say someone graduated to permanent housing, what's kind of baked into that?
So before Reagan jumps in or Kelly jumps into that for that question, I just wanted to go back to your question on your concern about how we evaluate and how we could ensure that the provider was being the most efficient. And I think the challenging part of that, and perhaps we could get again, we would need a consultant to come in to help us to do that work. But I would say, and what I would ask you to think about is that what we're talking about are people who have multiple, could have a whole range of different challenges that they're facing. And one of my biggest concerns is when, and because I've seen this done in the past, is when we evaluate and say, I want you to do it for the least cost and the least amount of time, what ends up happening is that people then begin to pick and choose people who we perceive or who we think are going to be the easiest people in order to meet some sort of target. So instead of taking the chronically homeless person who's been on the street for 30 years, has multiple issues, people will avoid that. Our provider will avoid that because the amount of time and effort to get that person off the street is very different than the person who just fell into homelessness. And we could resolve that quickly. So I just want to
Yeah,
make
and Jackie, I totally appreciate that. In fact, we have the exact same discussion in the education space between our charter schools cherry picking more capable students versus public schools, and are you actually serving a like population? And I know there's no perfect way to control for that, but I just, as a naive reader of the report, I mean, you can, yes, okay. So the data scientist over here is going to tell us we can, and in fact, you can. I'm not sure we have the capacity right now in house to control for that. We need some more Stanford researchers to make that happen, Councilmember Davis. But when I look at a table again with my kind of naive, this is one report of many we look at each week where we're helping people secure jobs, and one provider helped 10 individuals at a cost of $355,000, another helped 9 individuals at a cost of $61,000 in aggregate. I mean, ballpark, one is spending 500% more per person. Now, maybe they're different populations, but I don't know. But I think my only reflection is, for our purposes as the sort of the council, the board that's trying to provide oversight, it would be helpful to understand what our evaluation is there. Maybe it's totally legitimate. Maybe we say, yeah, this one costs 500% more per person we helped, but here's why. Different populations or different, maybe, right? But it wasn't clear to me that we were doing that evaluation in this report, which makes it harder for us to look at the charts and understand if we're using our money well or not.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So then back to the question on exit to permanent housing, do we differentiate between the types of permanent housing and what the ongoing cost to taxpayers is at that point as just a measure of kind of efficacy?
Yes, we track all destinations in our homeless management information system, HMIS. And so we can differentiate between enrollment and placement in a rapid rehousing program, permanent supportive housing, whether or not they received move-in assistance and financial assistance through our housing problem solving, or whether they found something on their own, they just needed to move in, or they moved in with family and friends. And yes, all of that is captured in HMIS.
Cool. And based on that data, and again, I'm sure it varies tremendously by population, as we know, are there any trends, such as the kinds of on-site services provided, as my colleague was just, I think, very rightly pointing to, that correlates with greater levels of maybe self-sufficiency or better outcomes when someone's exiting to permanent housing from one of our interim sites?
It's difficult to say because this year was so funky. And a lot of people were just, we transitioned a lot of our beds that were interim, temporary, and really meant for people who were searching for permanent housing and had like a subsidy in their hand, to a non-congregate shelter where they could stay for as long as they could and wanted to shelter in place. And so there's always going to be caseworkers, clinicians, people on site whose mission is to help people with an individualized housing plan. They start from the beginning of right when they get there, and work it out with that person based on the housing types that they're eligible for, based on their housing assessment in HMIS, and a variety of other things, their family makeup and the length of time they've been homeless and their medical issues. So there's a lot of factors that we look at in order to understand what the most appropriate path for them.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll take it offline because I know we could go. There's like a lot more of a lot more detail there, and I'm sure you have better uses of your time. But maybe we can chat a little bit. I did want to thank Councilmember Esparza for her great questions about those on-site services and our partnership with the county. I just wanted to echo. I won't belabor it, but the importance of that. And then I guess I'm kind of curious to know what kinds of commitments we're seeing from other cities. And while we don't have any. We may not have any leverage or authority over other cities. Are there ways in which we are at least trying to make the moral appeal to get everybody to, and maybe that's more the role of the county, but what are we seeing other cities do? And it's clear to me that we're not going to solve this alone. And are we encouraging neighboring cities to do their part? Are we seeing them rise to the occasion? Is there more we could do there?
I'll take that one. So we go to every city in the county and we ask them to endorse the community plan, and then we ask them to have their own city-specific implementation plan. I don't recall off the top of my head if who has not jumped on that bandwagon. I think there were one or two that remaining that had not. And then in terms of monetary commitments, I don't think, like, we as the housing department, we don't go to
Sure.
Mountain View and say, ask for money. And there's a lot of cities in the county that actually don't receive any direct HUD money, for example. It's funneled through the county. There's, I think, only 3 cities that receive money directly from HUD for homeless response type programs and affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to also just thank the Housing Department for all the work that they've done. We've seen this come through NSC, and we asked some of these questions. And just as I was listening to some of the council members with their questions, I know that I had similar questions during NSC, during our neighborhood services and education committee. And I know that Councilmember Mahan, you just mentioned the job training programs that had about 10 individuals for one, for 355,000 and 9 individuals for 61,000. I asked that the very same question. And I know that one of the things, and I don't know that I heard it here as from our administration, but some of these folks were put on a like a correction plan. Correct, Jackie or Reagan?
Corrective action.
Corrective action. Okay. So that isn't something that is acceptable to us, and I think our staff had acknowledged it, recognized it, and is putting these folks on notice. And so I know that you all mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that you lost some of these some of the folks in your grant program, or all of the folks in your grant program. Did that also play a part in not catching this in like actual time, or did you wait? When did you catch this, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out.
These programs actually, thank you for the question. It's a good question. I think it's a combination of a few things. The report only captures about 6 months worth of data and budgeting for our job development programs, and a large portion of that time was spent. They're new grantees for the housing department, and so a lot of it was spent understanding our systems, our web grant system, understanding how their whole referral process was going to look. They were going to work with our rapid rehousing program to get participants. So there was a lot of planning that had to happen. I'm not making excuses, but the combination of the grants team not catching it, not seeing maybe their web grants quarterly performance reports had something to do with it, sure. But there was also this, lenience factor that happened because of everything else that was happening, and my team certainly didn't catch it. But it was somebody on my team that eventually did catch it, and he was very proactive in meeting with the organizations and starting that corrective action process.
I appreciate that. I'm not also going to excuse the folks with the lower rate of achievement, because that, as we all recognize, these services make such a huge difference for our families and for folks. And so, we want to push them as much as we can. But I do recognize that there was it was kind of a perfect storm, right? You've lost folks on your grant program. There was some leniency on your part for startup. And I think now we may be able to get them back on a plan. And if it doesn't seem to work out, then I think then you make a decision whether they're a grantee that you'd like to continue to fund. But I think it's important for us to have these conversations. It's they're difficult conversations, but these are lessons learned, and then this is how we begin to implement some standards, quality standards and expectations. I'm going to move on to the profile of some of the people that you featured in the report, and one of them, and I expressed this to you before, and this one of them was the story of Maria, and she shared how important childcare was to her, being able to keep a job so that she could then keep a roof over her head. And there was just a real outline in terms of this nexus for support, and how one thing relies, one of these services relies on the other. And so thank you, first of all, for supporting them, and second of all, for highlighting this this real need that we need to continue to provide to some of our folks. And one of the things that I'd love for us to do and follow up offline is a partnership with Go Kids. And they're the folks who are providing some of the subsidized childcare in this county. And they have expressed just a very, just willingness to connect with different systems. And so I'd love for us to have you all connect with them and see how you can brainstorm on how to bring those folks into some of the programming that is happening, maybe at the YWCA or next door, or whatever organization you think is appropriate. I know that we can't be the hub of all of the programming, although I do think that we need to hold the county more responsible for some of these services, and also have a comprehensive plan for these families and for these individuals who are going through our system, so that they can get as much assistance as possible. How are we working with the schools? And I know that I've asked you to work with McKinney-Vento, and the schools seem to be going through a transformation of maybe becoming the hubs of a community where families and the children can expect to have medical and dental care, as well as social and emotional support services. How are we connecting with those schools to maybe connect those students, those kids who are coming through some of these programs? Because when I counted up all the emergency rental assistance, it was beyond 5,000 children. I'm sure that that's not complete number, but I just did a rough count. That's a lot of children that you all help stabilize. And so I'm wondering, how are we including the schools, or how are those providers including the schools?
Well, first, I would say that with any of our nonprofit providers that are working with the family, they're not just working with the adults. They're really looking at how to make sure that the children are successful as well. And that will include ensuring they're enrolled in school, ensuring that they're connected to the services that they deserve through a homeless liaison at their school, because every district has one, at least one. But as far as my team and Reagan and I meet with Santa Clara County Office of Education very regularly, at least once a month. And we are meeting with the homeless liaisons in the department there, and making sure that we're on the same page about resources and coordinating needs and services. And we just met with them last week and received about 300 or more flyers to distribute to our nonprofits about enrolling in school, and every child has a right to go to an education. And so we're constantly talking about how to spread the word and make sure that the children have the resources they need to be successful. Oh, go ahead.
I appreciate that. Before you move on from there, I do think, I mean, I think it's a great thing to connect with the County Office of Ed, but they have very limited services in what they offer. It's a lot of special education and just it's not a complete, it's not comprehensive services that they provide to all of the school districts. I really think that at this point we need to target some of the school districts that we know have been the hardest hit. And maybe some of the zip codes, going by some of the zip codes that have been hardest hit by the pandemic. Because I think it makes a difference when you target districts, and it makes a difference when you target schools. The principal is going to know best the school and the needs of their children, and the teachers are going to know even more about the children in their classes. And I think the higher levels we go, the more distance we create between knowing those issues on the ground. And I think County Office of Ed is too distant.
I think we do exactly what you just said, Councilmember. For example, for our emergency rental assistance, we relied heavily on partnerships with the schools, whether it was to host pop-up events with us or even just flyer distribution on emergency rental assistance. And that work was done in a very targeted way, as you had suggested, by need and by zip code.
Mm-hmm. So in Evergreen School District, it gets really overlooked. I say this often because it just continues to get overlooked. Of the 15 schools in the Evergreen School District, half of them are Title I schools. And agencies don't necessarily target Evergreen School District as a districting need. And the last time that I received a notice regarding rental assistance through through the parent portal that, the parent form that we usually receive information was in November. That was back in November. And so, I think it's really important for us to continue to connect with individual schools, especially Title I schools, where we know that there's a high number of poverty based on reduced or low or free lunches, although everybody at this point is receiving a free lunch in most school districts because of some of the pandemic ability to provide lunches for all children, but that's not going to hold up for long. So I just love to see a more targeted approach to some of the Title I schools. Can we do that?
Yeah, I think we can, Councilmember. It just might depend on the program and the service that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. We're not going to provide all of the referrals that most families need, and these are a lot of families going through our system. And so I think that we need to send them back to a system that can provide more comprehensive care.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Either through the county or through the schools is the point that I'm making. did you?
Yes,
My
Councilmember, I
comment-
know there are others waiting and
Oh, okay.
we can see we over time. So why don't we come back to you for additional questions?
Great. No, actually, you know what, Mayor, I think I'm pretty much done. The only other thing that I was going to ask about is the YWCA Women in Supportive Housing. The number of children weren't listed there. And that's it. Really, please count on me to help with support any of the programs that we're funding so that we can have those families that are serving more than 5,000 children, I counted, so that we can provide them with additional services outside of just what we have, whether it's a rental assistance or whatever it is that we provided at that point. Thank you, and thank you so much for the work that you are doing.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, thank you as well. I wanted to echo the comments from Councilmember Esparza initially with praise to our housing staff here and all that they were able to accomplish specifically over the last year, but the last 2 years as well. Just a tremendously trying time for so many people in our community, but especially those most vulnerable and those either enduring homelessness or on the brink of facing homelessness, and really the achievements as were reported here are tremendous. I think it's unfortunate that clearly the problem itself is so daunting that even with these achievements, the results that we see overall are still small compared to the problem, and that's where I think we know the paths and we know what works, and we just need a lot more of it. We saw the success of expediency through the pandemic and being able to champion solutions much more quickly than usual, and certainly excited from those lessons learned where we can continue to see success. But I just wanted to echo again that the praise for the hard work and really the success that has been shown. There is a lot to be proud of, and there's a lot of families and a lot of individuals out there that have benefited directly and are still benefiting from that work. Personally, for a majority of that time, I was living right next to the South Hall tent and would regularly take walks with my son in his stroller and our dogs and walk around the convention center area. And being a neighbor and conversing with the neighbors in the area, I can tell you that as the largest emergency shelter that was being run during COVID as a temporary shelter during COVID, we had very, very little concerns and complaints coming from the community. Granted, there were certainly things that popped up on occasion, and when you have several hundred individuals utilizing that facility, and then others maybe in and around, I think that is expected. But for the capacity that was hosting, I will say it was ran tremendously well, and the impact was not felt on the immediate community. And I think actually, in fact, it was a positive impact because we were able to house individuals that would have otherwise been on the streets. The other comment that I wanted to make, and it was echoing again Councilmember Esparza's comment, which is on specifically that partnership with the county. So that coordinated effort that not only we stressed throughout the pandemic, but as we know is important regardless as we move forward with these solutions, because we need not just the county, as we know, but that coordinated effort with our nonprofit agencies, our faith-based groups, and really where others excel or have responsibility to step up. And I would agree with Councilmember Esparza because I have also a number of these facilities within my district and have seen where we are deficient. And a lot of those deficiencies stem from either a personnel or staffing issue, as we saw highlighted in your report from the nonprofit agencies. But that was the same case for our county. And as we know, we have our own struggles with staffing and not having adequate staffing in regards to the true workload that is there. But we heard that throughout the pandemic on the challenges on keeping staff and maintaining adequate staff, and thus that had an impact on the services that were there. But I would say one of the biggest ones is that mental health and the physicians component of these facilities, and I've seen that the most in what we feel is the best solution, which is permanent supportive housing. And we've had the first one that was open, and one that I knew personally was going to set the bar and an example for others, and felt a high responsibility to ensure that was successful. And the biggest challenge that we had, and I would say, well, the second biggest challenge, maybe first, was the staffing with the on-site service provider there, and having just the support there. And granted, the COVID played a big role in that. So I think that is something that can be remedied, and as it is already. But the biggest problem was with the county staff. And similarly to Councilmember Esparza, there was an understanding, not just from myself, the community, but from the individuals that were going to be entering and living in that facility. There was an understanding that they would have round the clock mental health care physicians on site, a medical clinic on site, and that level of robust service would be there, and that coming from a responsibility and a commitment of the county. And that did not come to fruition. And that has been one of the biggest complaints that we've heard from the residents inside. Again, not even from the surrounding community, where we hear a lot of pushback on these projects, but this was from the residents, and still from the residents today, where we have one of the first residents associations that were formed in a permanent supportive housing development here locally because of those internal challenges. And so I'll stress again what Councilmember Esparza was saying, and I know already, Lee, you spoke to it, and Jackie, you spoke to it. But I do think this needs to be a priority on how we are strengthening that partnership and relationship beyond sort of the city housing and the county housing departments, but really at a city manager level, and ensuring that the rest of the components that are coming out of the county and in making these facilities successful, that the rest of those are working as well as they should be. And if they're not, that we have an understanding of why, and that we can continue to partner together to make sure that they do, and we help one another to get there. Because if we don't, I don't think we're going to see the level of success that we need. And we're already running into that challenge with the projects here in District 3, and that's going to have a ripple effect on us having more of these type of solutions. So that's the general comments, and just if staff wanted to respond, you can, but I think you've already adequately answered that in regards to Councilmember Esparza's inquiry. And again, just thank you for everything you did over the last year.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple quick questions to follow up. In attachment C, it refers, that infographic describes 2,926 unhoused people between the pandemic and the beginning of the pandemic and September of last year that were housed permanently, I assume. Is that right? I'm just trying to understand. It looks like it's just within the city of San Jose. Trying to make sure I understand kind of the context of all the numbers. Okay, so if we projected that forward to today, so the number's somewhere north of 3,000 in the city of San Jose. Is that right? Okay. And the county says they've housed more than 5,900 since the pandemic, right? But I would have thought we would have had a very, much greater than half of in-house residents. Can you help me understand? Are we working off of different denominators or different bases, or is one a subset of the other? Is there any relationship between those numbers?
Yeah, I think the numbers the number that's in that attachment C is from over July to June. And I think the number that Destination Home reports, that larger
Yeah.
is from like January 2020 to now almost.
Okay.
So it's a different time period, but you are right that traditionally we have about 70% of whatever that
Yeah.
countywide number is.
Okay. It looks like the rapid rehousing program that's described on page 19 of the report, those who exit that program seem to have a very high success rate. When they exit, they go to permanent housing like 80 to 90% of the time. And that's much higher than we see in other programs, like, for example, the EIHCs. And I'm curious as to why that is. Is that a selection bias? Like we're just taking people who already have vouchers, or like what's going on there?
So the rapid rehousing range in HMIS is by far has the largest population. But the reason for the success is that they're housed. They're housed and they're receiving a rental subsidy and as much supportive services as they need, essentially. And so it's an up to 2-year program, but they're already stable. And they've been working with a case manager for a period of time to ensure that they maintain the housing that they're already in.
Right.
And so that's why it's successful. Within EIH or a BHC, they're essentially in shelter, which is, relatively stable, but not so much. I mean, it's not their own safe, secure, private rental. They're not paying any rent. And so it's a completely different situation. They're working with a landlord. They've established these great relationships with their neighbors, and so they've become part of a community in rapid rehousing. And so it's just.
I think you did say something really important, Mayor, that it is about the selection. So when we select someone for rapid rehousing, they only need a time limited subsidy.
Yeah.
So they only need help for 2 years max, and they have an ability to work and to be self-sufficient at some point in the future. When we, in the last year or less, in some cases of our EIHs that haven't been open a year, the selection was people from South Hall, for example, people from encampments, people from hotels that the county was demobilizing in San Jose.
Right.
It sort of came from, and we also did a local preference as promised. So like outreach to surrounding encampments. For example, when we opened the Felipe BHC, we brought in almost that entire encampment that was right on Felipe Avenue into that BHC. And there's a whole range of abilities and disabilities when you take people from everywhere, essentially.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Then we talk about all the dollars that came in, and Reagan, you described the more than 200 million, $242 million in 2021, with all the federal money and everything else that was received. And then a few sentences later there, it describes how the housing department expended about 120 million. I'm trying to understand what the difference is. Is that, let's say, roughly $122 million. Is that difference all gone to nonprofits, or is some of it still around, or?
We continue to expend the money. So while we received the money, we may not have fully exited the entire contract. I mean, we were underway, and so it hadn't been fully expended. We continue to expend.
So for example, I want to say the CDBG CARES Act money, that has a spending deadline of, I want to say 2025. The ESG CARES Act money has to be fully spent by this September. It seemed like every source we got had a different spending timeline and eligible uses. And So it's been a very complicated puzzle to figure out the timing of all this money. And of course, we didn't receive it all at once. It came in waves with different federal acts. And
Right.
so very much so, we're still contracting and getting out money and moving money around to make sure we spend, for example, 32 million of ESG CV money by September.
Okay. And then here's the grumpy mayor question. You guys have been working really hard to house, I think about, if I'm not mistaken, about 70 people out of Guadalupe River Park so far. And there've been lots of challenges and all that. And we've all been pushing for a local preference for rehousing and all that. And then we approved a few weeks ago $2 million so we could hopefully accelerate the rehousing. And I'm told that the county is saying they don't have capacity. I don't know exactly how that's defined, so maybe you can help me. And
So
again, let me just finish this, Jackie. I promise I'll come to the punchline quickly. But what at the same time, we're talking about how 5,900 people got housed over this period of time. There's 150 people or 100 people that when we actually have the money, we can't find a pipeline to get them housed. And by say we, I mean all the partners together. And can you help me understand what's different about this effort than the other 5,900 plus people?
Sure. So we act as required by HUD and many of the state programs to utilize a coordinated entry system through our COC. And the one thing that I can assure you that makes us very different than other communities is that we actually do coordinate with the county so that we can see the results of 70% of the people that generally are housed through this entire system, not through just San Jose, but through the entire system, benefit people who identify that they came from the city of San Jose. So the challenge of our offer right now is that with many of the housing programs, the local dollars or state dollars or federal dollars come either through the housing bucket or that come through the services bucket. So there is this complicated coordination piece that the county usually takes the lead on because they are 90% or 95% providing the overwhelming majority of the services that are provided when we match the housing. So typically the housing department is funding the housing side. They've agreed to do the services side. So now we're saying, okay, we're going to give you $2 million worth of services, but now they have to find the match of the actual housing dollars. We're at the end of a funding year, right? So they've already created matches for the majority of housing dollars that they've received. And so now they're trying to create where are the opportunities where they're missing the services side that they can fill us in on.
Jackie, I was under the impression the 2 million that we were contributing was for the housing and they're providing the services. Is that what you meant to say, or am I confused?
No, I actually said it correctly. In this case, we're providing the services side and they're finding the match on the housing side. Because they get all kinds of housing opportunities that come directly from the state because they're the lead on the COC.
Okay. And they're maxed out on housing.
Yes, they're right now they're maxed out on the housing side because they have because it's really we're reaching the end of a fiscal year. And so it's thinking about now the new dollars potentially that they can come in or new opportunities are coming into the future for next year. Where are they lacking the services that they can match with our with their housing dollars?
Okay. Happy to continue offline. I know this is.
We do have a meeting with the county tomorrow, Mayor, to take another
Okay,
whack at how we
Great.
might move this along.
good luck for Godspeed. Whatever, just tell us what we can do and we'll push. All right, any other questions? All right, we had a motion to receive the report, I believe.
Yes.
All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales. Perales. Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco. Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, 10.1 is the
And
land use consent.
sorry, paralysis aye as well.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that, Councilmember. 10.1 is the land use consent calendar. Thanks, you guys. Chris. Welcome. And Robert, you've been patiently waiting. Thank you, Helen. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
It's a
Move
consent
approval.
item, Mayor, so no presentation.
Yeah, no presentation. That's right. Yeah, just a consent.
And
There's
I'll
a
second it. It
Motion,
wasn't seconded.
move approval.
From Councilmember
Second.
Crowley and a second, I think, from Councilmember Perales. I heard the right. Okay. All right. We have any comment from the public? Yes,
Dave-
we do.
Yes, Dave Damon.
Thank you again, and I'll make this quick. I wanted to let you know that I have done an analysis of your data regarding the homelessness program overall, and I have to let you know.
Sir, sir, we'll take you in just a
really
second.
need to revisit.
We're not there yet. We'll take you on public comment in just one moment. We're gonna vote and we'll come right back to you.
Okay, no further speakers.
Okay, all right, let's vote on this item, then we'll go to open forum.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye,
Thank you.
all right. Now we're on the open forum, and I hope this gentleman is
Yes, he's there. Dave
great.
Damon.
Thank you again. Make this quick. Did an analysis of the homelessness efforts in San Jose. I have to tell you that you really need to go back and look at the public record data because the one bane of your existence has been the safe parking program. It is of all the programs, it has generated the most complaints, caused the most problems in communities, and had the ball dropped the most amount of times by the city in dealing with the issues that the public was bringing up. And I can tell you right now that your new proposal for the VTA site in the Santa Teresa community has stirred a lot of momentum. I was involved, I was trying to be an advocate for the homeless until I saw the actual problems that this program's had. You are so better off spending your money on any other aspect of the homeless effort that you have going on, because you're doing great work in a lot of the other categories. That this aspect of the program is causing you the most political nightmares with trying to win the trust and the heart of the community. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys really take a look at the data, because it will tell you that you want to drop this program. You don't want to have a safe parking spot anywhere because of the fallout that is being caused by this and the harm it's doing to the community. So just really, I implore you, please take a look at that data, because it will tell you that you want to drop that program altogether.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I was going to offer a quick public comment, but it's just a bit different than the previous public comment. It's my feeling that, for the problems that have been with safe parking, at some places, in other places, it's been kind of okay, and it's worked out fairly well. So it's a balance to work that out, and good luck how we do that. And I was going to quickly offer that I think we see what the success can be with the safe parking program, and I hope that you can learn to offer government-sponsored encampment housing in our future, and we can more talk about that. There's a good balanced question between that and NGO uses. Should it be an NGO or city government sponsored? I guess, a city government sponsored with an NGO program, I guess is another way to put it. It's a question what's being asked. Good luck in how all the questions we balance, and of course for all the community to be involved in its decision making. I guess I also wanted to offer, boy, I guess just once again, I really feel that the organization and the guidelines and the civil protection ideas of openness and accountability with the future of technology and surveillance and data collection. I think the openness and accountability guidelines can really help organize the law enforcement questions that we're having right now in San Jose and in fact throughout the Bay Area. I mean, it's those things that's what brings around Reimagine and racial equity ideas and all our good stuff. And that's how we plan our law enforcement future, just to remind again. And to remind again, good luck how to really talk about ideas of constructive peace for the future of the Ukraine area. That's community, that's all.
Catherine Hedges. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening. Thank you very much. This is Catherine Hedges from District 3 downtown. And I forgot to mention earlier that Somos Mayfair and a wide coalition of local groups support the community option to purchase agreement. And we hope that the city council can agendize that as soon as possible. We've had a number of community meetings about it, and the consultants have lots and lots of information about how to put the plan together properly. And meanwhile, foreign investors are still buying up our residential stock, and that can't be good for the tenants. People need to have a chance to buy the unit they're living in and be secure from having to move again. Thank you very much.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, we need to reimagine having a proper law enforcement coverage from midnight to 6 a.m. in the morning. We have so many crimes. There's so many stolen cars. If anyone listening, look up how many stolen cars there are. Never talk about that in your city council meetings. Never talk about all the catalytic converters that are stolen. There needs to be more law enforcement from midnight to 6. We don't need photo shoots of a bunch of women saying, oh, look, we're hiring women. Oh, it's International Women's Month. No, you know what you need? You need to have a photo shoot of somebody, including a woman, on patrol between midnight and 6 a.m. Hey, Pam, are you listening in your district? All the stolen cars and the catalytic converters. You got this whole zero vision thing. Why don't we have zero crime for a while? Why don't you focus on that versus your, the increasing the traffic enforcement? You need real cops on the beat, male, female, whatever, to prevent crimes happening between midnight and 6. I can't say enough. And all you ever hear is there's not enough money, but man, you guys are jumping through hoops to get money for traffic enforcement. You want to give out fines with this stupid photo radar thing to be able to bribe the police department to do it, right? You're going to bribe the police department with that kind of revenue from those cameras, so they can hire more cops to be on motorcycles hiding behind a bush on Bryan and Cherry Avenue. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. This city, once again, it's not vision zero, it's zero vision, and it covers everything that the city can.
Back to council.
Okay, meeting's adjourned. Everybody go home.